96 loyalist skulls in the pile, 96 loyalist skulls. Crush one to dust and drink it with blood. 95 loyalist skulls in the pile. Now, alright, there we go, there we go. And the fact of the day, the only day that matters, the timeline has moved on to 1994, February 6th, 7 hours, 1 minute and 58 seconds. There we go. The facts of reality that matter have been established properly and correctly. We can now proceed to reality. Greetings and welcome. I am Carionto, and today we shall continue reading through, commenting on, rambling around, Root Double Before Crime After Days Xtend Edition. Yes, we have, last time what happened? A bunch of things. A lot of things. Was a lot of stuff. We shall recap in some manner, somehow, I guess. Do I have anything to address here? I don't think so. I'm just doing the thing as I am settling into this rhythm of sorts. And so, the only other thing that we can do is exercise our voice. Now, there we go. Let us proceed. Replace the reality that you know with the one you wished you lived in. And so, from the yellow pages of The Onion, a glorious publication spanning centuries of history, we bring you the latest news from... wait, what order am I doing these in? Fuck it. David Duval still shilling Nike golf products years after contract runs out. June 28th, 2012, 3 p.m. sharp. 3 p.m.? What? What is that? 3 p.m. sharp. Now then, important news. We must know these things. Otherwise, how can we live on without such knowledge? Oh, it would be a terrible travesty. Cherry Hills Village, Colorado? Connecticut? Actually, I don't know. I have a specific little tab that tells me the different states. CO is for Colorado indeed. Excellent. Now then. Aha! Preparation pays off to some degree. I could have read this ahead of time and learned what it was actually and not have this awkward little thing happen, but that's what we are here. Cherry Hills Village, Colorado. Even though his sponsorship deal with Nike expired more than 8 years ago, former world #1 golfer David Duval is still appearing on courses and in stores actively promoting the brand's products to anyone who will listen, sources confirmed Thursday. He's in here about twice a week putting a Nike VR Pro driver in somebody's hands and asking them to take a few swings, said local sports authority manager Aaron Camacho, adding that Duval hangs around the store's golf ales in his full Nike gear for hours at a time. We thought about kicking him out, but he's used and read about these products more than any of us on staff, and to tell you the truth, he's purchased more of our Nike stuff than any other customer. Though Nike officials have reportedly thanked Duval for his loyalty and sent him free products in an effort to persuade him to disassociate himself from the company, he continues to be seen in public wearing a threadbare Nike shirt adorned with the brand's patch honoring the victims of 9/11. Now then. The news. We have been informed of them. Very critical, very important. Now, we can be informed about a thing. What are we gonna do? Okay. Actually, let's examine this. Question marks. Probably the endings. Before we head into the thing properly. Tips. No, this isn't what I need. Album? No, it's just gonna be the CGs. Yeah, that we use. Jesus Christ, there's 17 pages of this. Okay, there's some movies still. Okay, so 12 pages. Jesus, okay, we're not very far at all, are we? We haven't even filled out page 2 yet. Ah, jeez. Alright, alright, alright. For a moment, I thought that, we're about 15 hours in, give or take, minus all of the me diverging from stuff and rambling about nonsense. But yeah, nah. We're missing a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Jesus. We're probably not even a third of the way through. Well, that's good to know. Or bad to know? I don't know. Playing along? What is this? No, that's not what we need. I guess album, so we can get a sense of characters. Oh, the music. Oh, right, the music. Let's enable you to hear the music ever so faintly. Ever so faintly. I guess this is a perfect way to recap. I should have thought to look at this. These things have useful stuff in them. I guess this is an accurate order. Sure. We're missing a few in the middle. I'm guessing these are like, some of these are the, bad ending CGs. Parts of the album. Okay. Right. Let's recap character by character this time around, because I don't think I'll be able to recap the plot properly, or at all. I don't know. So... Oh, and there's a thing it's already becoming a jumbled mess. No, focus. Focus. I can focus sometimes, maybe. Well, I haven't proven that yet, but I can. One day I'll prove that. Today might not be the day. So anyway, we are in the After Days route. There are 2 routes in this game, visual novel. The After Days and the Before Crime. We are in the After Days. We are following the perspective of Watase Kasasagi, named after a bird, a very pretty bird. I'm already losing track, but it's a pretty bird. It's got like a black and blue and white streaks there. It's pretty cool. It's like a raven or something. It's neat. It's a neat bird. Look it up again. It's pretty. But anyway, we are Captain Kasasagi of the Fire Team Rescue Squad Sirius, alongside. Here's us on the right, not left. Captain Kasagi and his 4 clone minions in each of the things. One of them is Hayami, he's currently dead, or Hiyama, I forget, that's a big. There's Dojima, who's also dead. There's Tachibana, who is alive, and Moribe, who is also alive. Yeah. Is that useful to know, I guess? Anyway, there's also... kind of feel like this guy is probably the Mr. Tenkawa, the school kid from the Before Crime route. He's the protagonist of that one, as far as I understand it. And they are in a Captain Kasagi. Yeah, he has the gun. He has the gun. Why does Kasasagi have the gun? That's a very good question. Now, Kasasagi, after certain encounters in this facility called Labo, which encountered a meltdown and possibly some other things, a case N, which I suspect is like psychic evaluation, a psychic anomaly thing, someone gone haywire. I'm not even sure about that anymore. What am I thinking of? God, this is such a mess. I'm always a mess. Some brain scat. Anyway. Labo is laboratory researching atomic and biological things, aka psychic telepathic people, which kids are generally prone to being in this world. And apparently Mr. Kasagi doesn't like that, or he discovered something that made him think that this school kid is a monster and deserves to be killed or something like that. And well, that's a big problem. Wait, previously we saw. Oh, god damn it. But you know, fuck it. I'm just gonna, like, as my brain recalls things. So anyway, previously we tried to escape through. Oh, god damn. Look, this isn't gonna be coherent. I'm not here to be coherent. Okay, I'm here like, this is the first time I'm recapping this stuff in my mind as well right now. We're going through this process together. If you're watching the archive, which you probably are, you can skip ahead like 5 minutes or something. That's fine. Oh yeah, these crackling things, that's my bones. Or like my joints. I sometimes do that. Sorry if that annoys you, but that's just gonna be a thing that happens sometimes. I kinda like doing that. It gives a nice, very feeling of freedom of movement, liberating, and whatnot. So where was I? Right, Kasasagi has the gun. We discovered as we tried to escape through the cargo lift, which was sabotaged, that there was another girl here who got killed by a gun, and a bunch of other people got killed by a gun. Mainly, actually, no, everyone who's been killed by a gun has been a member of the facility, a researcher. All the other two victims have been the rescue squad members. And Dojima, I think, or Hiyama, doesn't really matter. One of them, they're both dead now, so it doesn't matter. One of them was mutilated and just scattered around. Not scattered, he's in one piece, but he was mangled by psychotelepathic forces. And the other one was burnt to death and possibly also psycho-mangled. And yeah, that's that. So anyway, we've only seen Kasasagi with a gun, and this little girl, who's also probably a test subject of this facility, was killed by a gun. Who knows how many hours ago, so it probably was Kasasagi who killed her. And he himself sabotaged the escape cargo elevator so that no one could escape. Probably. That's my supposition, based on the fact that he only regained partial memories. We don't know what he did later. So yeah, that's him, Mr. Tenkawa. We don't know much about him yet. I suspect we will know a lot more about him a little bit later. But he's got psychic powers. He's been talking to Kasasagi on numerous occasions. At least I assume that's him talking, because who else could it be? Come on now, who else? So yeah, it's definitely Tenkawa speaking to Kasasagi through his brain. Tenkawa told him to rescue Yuri. Yuri, by the way, right, is a girl who's trapped here and who feels like she doesn't belong, and doesn't want to be rescued, doesn't understand why people are nice to her and stuff like that. Well, she's like an anomaly. She's got powers. She is an empath, meaning she can read people's minds and kind of influence them as well. She can like poke people's brains or something. I suspect that when she had her first encounter with the non-amnesiac Kasasagi, who I'm guessing left her to die in that room of fire, she did something in a bit of panic and maybe accidentally erased his memory in a fit of a panic or something like that, as she was trying to, make sense of something or whatever. In a stressful situation, she used her psychic abilities accidentally to erase Kasasagi's memory. Or like, not erase, suppress it. And yeah. So then we saw that, and I suspect that because much later, recently in the previous part, near the end of it, Kasasagi was chasing after Yuri, encountered her, had a bit of a flashback, but then after she like tried to read his mind or something, touched him or whatever, I'm not sure what happened there, I don't remember. His memory of the past few minutes of encountering her vanished as well, again, so I suspect that's what happened there. Right. And what else? I guess we're just moving on to the next chapter. So on the left we have Tachibana Kazumi, who is the kind of motherly, the stern aunt of the group, making sure people aren't doing stupid things and just generally being in charge and the cool-headed one, and generally competent person. She's got a bit of a tragic backstory to herself, like the girl who we saw shot reminded her of her dead sister from 10 years ago, so that's a bit sad and unfortunate. But she's holding on, she's soldiering on, she's doing the best she can underneath, despite the incredibly strenuous situation and circumstances. But yeah, she's good, people. I like her well enough. There's not much more to say for now, I guess. Yeah, not a lot to say. Jun Moribe. On the right here, she's a bumbling little busy bee, energetic, and a little bit silly. I like her. She's fun. Like, she's got full of energy, and she really likes the engine cut, a big giant saw, like a blade thing. Yee. And yeah, she's doing her best as well. She's a good kid. A bit of a little bit reckless, but she knows what she's doing. So there's that. And what else? Yeah, she's just reliable. That's about it. I haven't seen any of her tragic backstory yet. She has encountered the 3 school kids before, like a couple days ago, in in some kind of other incident or something like that. Oh, these are multiple CGs. Like we saw the faces moving, blah blah blah. Then that's those 2. Yeah, they did their magic stuff with the fire and whatnot, extinguishing it. All good, well and good. Yeah, there's Yuri. We found her in a fire. She was shocked to find Kasagi trying to rescue her, because, like, what? He trapped her here. Like, that doesn't make sense. But she's just generally been very timid and not telling us anything because she doesn't want to tell us anything. Because she knows stuff about this facility, about the stuff that's happening here, why is she here, and another girl who's basically the same age, so, or something like that. Dressed in all this frilly little dress, all fancy like. Who knows? Yeah, see, terrified. Big terrified face. Yeah, we've had, problems with her, I guess. She tried to run away once, she's run away again, because she knows things, but staunchly refuses to tell us, the audience. And that frustrates me. Or whatever, fine. Later, not that much later, we encountered this lady, Ena Tsubakiyama, who I mistakenly confused for the female researcher who showed up very, very briefly, like 16 hours ago at the start, who, based on knowledge from the past hour or so, a bit more, I think, and probably I'm correct, is a Miyuki Tenkawa, the protagonist, Mr. Tenkawa's mother, because she's doing all sorts of research on things on, like, beyond communication, the people's ability to have telepathy and empathy and whatnot, like, like empathic ability to read minds and stuff like that, doing research for like 10 years on that stuff, or something like that. She's probably also directly involved in, like, there was an incident in this facility, a very similar one, but not as dramatic, 10 years ago. So she's probably involved in that and learned lessons or something, maybe caused it. Yeah, Case N, what is that? Who knows? Well, psychokinetic people, gone out of control. And yeah, here we see Mr. Tenkawa. He's got glasses. Didn't notice that earlier. But yeah, he's the serious one, telling us what to do and what not to do. He told us to go after Yuri and not to go after Luisa Nomiya here. And the third girl, Tobe, I think that's her name. We don't know much about her. She hasn't been around much yet. But yes, we did encounter Luis Yui Sanomiya, and she has a, I'll be honest, kind of silly nickname of Salyu. I don't like it very much, honestly, but whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, she's been running around this facility. She's doing fine. She's energetic. She's a transfer student, if you couldn't tell, obviously, because of course she is. And honestly, I suspect she transferred here, like, only recently. So I'm betting that it's kind of very much has to do with the whole labo thing and, like, the psychic research and case, and, like, she's directly involved in that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she's some part of some kind of international secret anti or pro psychokinetic children organization, like some secret agent. She might not even be a child here. She might be, like, in her 40s, for all we know. Probably not, but, who knows. Yeah, that's just my assumption. That's just my wild, just throwing it out there theory. And that's about it. Yeah, she's running around. She is deliberately avoiding us, the adults, because she knows things. She knows more about this than we do. So that's irritating as well, that we don't know important things. Right. There's also... yeah, there were some moments of loyalty. Yeah, there's dead body. There's dead scientist who got shot at some point by a lot of bullets, and then there's the dead rescue worker. I think it was Dojima who died here. Yeah, he mangled up real bad. Then there's also the other dead body, Dojima, or Hiya, I don't remember, whatever. He did have the courtesy of giving us a level 6 pass, so we can go very far places. For some reason, we did not take that axe. I don't understand why we didn't take the axe. But whatever, yeah, he got burnt up and maybe a little crushed or something, who knows. Oh, we did take the axe. Did we? Oh, cool. Okay, I didn't notice that previously when we went through the scene properly. Good. Good, that's smart thinking. Yeah, there was a couple of heart-to-heart moments, you know, people like talking, you know, climbing downstairs, giving a little heart-to-heart, why are you helping me and all that stuff. Oh, duh, there's another character that hasn't got CG, a very important character, Keiji Ukita. He's a scientist at this place. Obviously, he's not telling us so many things because he's written, you know, signed off on like a bazillion NDAs, and is like probably under threat of, you know, government sanctions or just straight up murder if he talks about very specific things they are researching here. Although he's only got level 4 access, he doesn't know what's going on at the very, very top, which is fine, I guess. Sure, doesn't really matter to me that much, but whatever. But yes, he is suspicious of Kasasagi because he doesn't believe the memory amnesia bullshit, which I don't either, but it's kind of true, honestly. Well, it's a mess. It's a mess. We're dealing with psychokinetic people. It's weird. But yes, Keiji Ukita, he knows things. He's a scientist. He's a researcher here. He's suspicious. He's doubtful, within reason. You know, it's reasonable to be doubtful of things. And yeah, Kasasagi apparently trapped him in a security room, took away his clearance to go around places. Which he didn't, yeah, so yeah, and we know that things happened. God, this is such a mess, I'm not even sure what I'm talking about anymore. I've been recapping this for like 15 minutes now, I don't think it makes sense. Anyway, previously, we ended on Kasasagi finally, like, coming to terms with what is even happening here. No, what am I even saying anymore? He gave himself like a little pep talk. Came to realize, like, washed his face with radioactive water, sort of, so that's not a brilliant idea, but you know, kudos, he's trying his best. It's a stressful situation, they're not in a good spot here. But he gave himself a pep talk to go back to the group and figure things out. And try to... Oh, right, he remembered, he's his wife? Sister? Mother? From past? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure at all about what is happening there, but he's got memories. Some of them back, most of them not, which is not useful for us, because I think he's probably prime suspect in all of the bad stuff that's happened here. Although maybe not the sabotage thing. Like, the facility got sabotaged, and the nuclear reactor went haywire, and something else, Xtend, psychokinetic people got out. Or one of them. Or two of them? I don't know, I'll be honest. At this point, I'm not even sure anymore. It's been only 2 days and I've already forgotten everything. My brain is a complete fucking mess. But that's fine. That's fine. We have the archive footage to go back to if we want to understand things. It's not gonna be helpful, is it? Right, I've been rambling. Oh god, it's been so long now. Probably the longest intro thing I've done before. Let's move on. We recollected, we are the fugitive. I don't even know what that means anymore. You know what? I'm not even gonna try to question this anymore. I'm just gonna... Yes, it's complicated. Look, it's very complicated. I'm glad I put that there to remind myself. It's complicated and I am indeed a moron. Originally, that was intended for me if things fuck up and there's no video, but no, it's for my brain. It's for my brain and my ability to remember things. But okay, let's just move on. Let's just move on. The fugitive. So, Watase quickly checked his watch when he left the bathroom. The time was 1:19 p.m. 1:19. That's I haven't been keeping track of the in-game time. We've been advancing quite a bit. He realized his last dose of AD had already worn off. Yeah, AD. That's still such bullshit. Anti-radiation drug nanomachines. That's not what it is. It's called alone desire. It suppresses the psychokinetic stuff from the children so that they can't brainwash us and give us massive headaches and erase our memories and talk to us through the walls. Mr. Tenkawa is speaking to us through the walls. But yeah, it's worn off. I'm not even sure. Like, the AD and the radiation reading thingy, the Procyon, like, the facility gave those to us. This facility that's researching psychokinetic people. Like, I honestly don't trust either of those things. I don't trust the Procyon to be accurate about the radiation dosage, and I don't trust the AD, because it's called a lone desire and they said nanomachines. That's bullshit. Nanomachines, son, come on now. Anyway, moving on. God, I'll be ranting forever at this rate, without making any progress. Oh well, anyway. I hope everyone else remembers that they need to inject themselves with AD too. I mean... Okay, no. I did like 25 minutes of digressions. Let's move on to actual advancing the plot now. Watasa administered himself with one of the ampules he had on him. Oh yeah, they found a ton. But just 5 more hours or so to go until the lockdown lifts, eh? Who knows? So much stuff can happen in 5 hours, it's not gonna matter. The road ahead was still long. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, apparently. I've unlocked maybe 20... No, not even 20, like 15% of all the things that can happen in this game. So yeah, we're in the long haul. These next 5 hours are going to take like 30. Welcome! Welcome to the eternity that is my brain reading through stories. Like this. Actively commenting on them. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm having fun, so it's fine. Anyway, the road ahead was still long. To make things worse, he was so tired that his body felt like lead at this point. Now that he thought about it, Watasa realized he'd only accumulated 4 hours worth of memories since he woke up. Yeah, he's missing still a lot more. In other words, 5 hours was longer than the life Watasa could remember so far. It's all a matter of perspective. I mean, he does have other memories, plus his built-in memories, like stuff, the ability to speak Japanese and read, you know, that counts for something. And his general common sense? General. Yeah, he's got common sense. Enough. Watasa walked down the hallway as he felt frustration towards the whole situation. Then suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice. Ooh. Can't get any closer. The voice appeared to be coming from just past the corner in the hallway right up ahead. He then heard yet another voice echoing. Anna, why are you trying to run away from us? Ooh. It appeared to be Anna's. Who's Teach talking to? One of these cool kids. I think. I mean, probably has to be, because there's only like 9 characters. Plus Tenkawa's mom. And... maybe the monster, what I referred to at the start, is another character, though I kinda doubt it. It's probably just Mr. Tenkawa. He could tell from the voice that it probably wasn't Jun or Kazumi. Watasa peeked around the corner to see what was going on. Oh, it's Luis. Hello. Isn't that Luis? Yui Sanamiya. Only to find Salyu standing in front of Anna. Watasa immediately held his breath and listened in on their conversation. Sure. What are you doing? What are you even doing here in the first place? That is an excellent question. What is everyone except the rescue squad members and the researcher doing here at 6 a.m. Like, that's nonsensical. Come on now. That doesn't make any sense. Like, we better get some reasons for that. I could ask you the same. Fair enough. Like, that's totally fair. And also, yeah, she definitely knows a lot more. Salyu. I don't like that. I'm gonna call her Louise. Louise is a much better name than this Salyu nickname. Why are you here, Anna? I didn't expect to see you here after you paid no heed to the information we gave you yesterday. Okay. Okay, there we go. There's more tips on stuff that we don't know anything about. The information they gave her yesterday. That's a big hint. It's a big... That's... Didn't I tell you back then to leave the rest up to the adults? It's exactly as I said. Ah, there we go. There's the plot. There's the main plot. Like this whole rescue operation, that's just a side gig. Like that's just like basically what we've been doing here for the past 16 hours or so is mostly meaningless because it's just the side plot, it's the B plot. The main thing is what these kids are up to, because it's always these 16-year-old anime teenagers who are going to resolve the world's problems and crush the evil tyranny of the government, doing research on people and all that jazz, and whatever else they are doing. So basically, this is what you were up to. Fucking about. What are they talking about? That is a very good question. I can only guess at that, because it doesn't make sense. What are you doing here? Fucking Enneagram. I don't know what to do with you. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Like, it's a yellow one. It's potentially like going down a bad path that might lead us to death or something. Like, what do you want from me here? I don't know. Like, I'm neutral. I'm gonna stay neutral on this. If it kills me, then so be it. It didn't sound like Luis was talking to Enna the way a student would to a teacher, and the details of their conversation felt private. Watase almost walked out into the open on instinct, but he stopped himself at the last moment. Oh, so that's what we could have done. Okay. He remembered how Luis had abruptly run away from him last time. For now, I should trust Teach and watch how things play out. Enna then resumed the conversation. I'll tell you the details later. Anyway, why don't you come with us? It's too dangerous to act alone right now. Act alone, eh? I refuse. Why? Mashiro said your heart was closed. I trust her judgment. Ah, Mashiro Tobe, that's what her name is. Okay, she's an empath, and I mean, our hearts are closed because of the AD that we keep taking. Like, that's what that thing does. It closes off, like, psychic access. Yeah, that's, like, basically, as far as I'm concerned, that's been confirmed by this sentence. Wait, Miss Tobe is with you? Of course she is. Where is she? She's not with me now. Well, obviously. But, like, you know where she is, more or less. What do you mean? Falling out or something? Louise didn't answer. Enna soon started to grow impatient. I admit that I've been keeping my heart closed, yes. That said, I don't have a choice in the matter. Okay, so it's a different thing. Never mind, it might not be the AD. Well, it's still probably partially the AD. Maybe? I don't know. Man, I'm still a man with like less than a quarter of the facts. No, fuck that, I don't even have a quarter of the facts. However, I'm on your side. Can't you trust me on that? So Louise paused for what felt like forever, then spoke as if she'd made up her mind. Enna, I will warn you about one thing out of consideration for Natsuhiko. Natsuhiko, that's his name. Be careful of that captain. He's a dangerous man. Sure. Eh? Just then. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Dude! You jumped out of the conclusions or something. Goddamn you idiot. Watase instinctively rushed out from behind the cover. That's really stupid of you, but you could have got some information, but now you can't. Yep, and she's off. Salyu turned herself aside and started running off at the exact same moment. Miss Sanomiya, wait! Enna immediately gave chase. But Louise pushed her away a second late. Ow! Oof. Watase caught Enna before she hit the ground. Louise took that opportunity to run into the connecting passageway that led to the outer ring, and disappeared behind the security gate. Wait! Watase quickly picked up the pursuit, but then the security gate shut before his eyes. For crying out loud! Frustrated, Enna punched the closed gate. Watase quickly took out his card and opened that gate again, but Louise was already long gone by then. Watase and Enna ran into B2 of Area 2's outer ring in pursuit of Louise. I'm not gonna call her Salyu, that's a ridiculous nickname. I don't like it. But she wasn't anywhere to be seen. Where could she have gone? Let's look around. There's a high chance she's hiding in one of the nearby rooms. Alright. Watase and Enna nodded at each other, then searched the nearby rooms. Watase couldn't help but voice his thoughts as he kept on opening random doors. But what did that girl mean when she said I was dangerous? She did say that, didn't she? Do you have any idea about what she was talking about? Of course he doesn't. Sorry, but no. I see. But I'm sure now that something happened between you and her, probably before you lost your memories. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But I'm a rescue worker, you know? What would someone like me ever do to her? No point in asking me. Perhaps Miss Sanami is making some sort of misunderstanding or something. Who knows. Watase then remembered the wound on Salyu's arm as she said that. Oh, he probably gave her that wound then. That would make sense, that looks like a gunshot wound. And he did have a gun. I wasn't the one who gave her that wound, was I? I think you were, yes. But he couldn't think of any reason why he'd ever do that. Well, of course not, you don't have your memories, the critical memories of the things you found out about this place and these kids and whatnot. The pair finished their search of the floor as Watase pondered that. Louise was still completely nowhere to be found. Maybe she ran into another area? Teacher, let's go after her. We can ask her all sorts of things if we find her. I mean, she's just gonna escape from you again. Wait, first things first. Why are you all by yourself? I thought we said we should avoid going off on our own as much as possible. Oh, right. You see, Moribe was... Watase then explained to Enna how Jun had gotten hurt. Jun got hurt? Ah, right. There was a... Right. There was a thing that... somebody... pushed like a piece of concrete with iron sticking out of it onto... Yeah, we'll try to kill Watase, but then Jun got in the way and took the blow for us, and then she got injured. And we've left her alone in a safe room, while Ukita is off in the somewhere, doing something, I don't know. While they were at it, Watase and Enna synchronized their PDA's map data to share their search results. I see. So something like that happened to you guys too, huh? Oh, to them too, huh? Wait, what do you mean too? Miss Tachibana's leg got hurt in an explosion while we were searching Area 3. An explosion? Yes, though we don't know what caused it. Anyway, is Tachibana okay? She's resting in the surveillance room and keeping an eye out on the cameras right now. She should be better soon though. I see. Watase breathed a sigh of relief, but Enna frowned. But, you know, don't you think that the fact that 2 incidents like this happen in succession means that something really is going on behind the scenes here in Labo? Well, obviously. Good point. Both Kazumi and Jun had been wounded in the same hour. It stunk too much to be a coincidence. It feels like there's an invisible enemy that's attacking us. But aimlessly fanning the flames of his anxiety wouldn't help a thing. He decided to focus on the pressing issue at hand first. But let's go after Louise first. She might still be nearby for all we know. Yes. Enna nodded nervously, then broke off into a run with Watase. Bomb and gun. We're gonna find out about a bomb and a gun. Ooh, exciting. Watase and Enna were currently in Area 2's outer ring. Taking into account the state of things, Louise had to have run to either Area 1 or in the direction of Area 3, but they didn't know which way she had gone. We have no choice. Let's split up. Oh no, that's a bad idea. No, going alone is way too dangerous after everything that's happened. Exactly. Then what should we? Just as Enna said that, beep 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 beep, she and Watase heard a sound coming from far off. That sound was... It came from this way. Let's go. Watase and Enna ran towards the source of the sound, Area 1. On their way, they heard yet another noise. There's no doubt about it. It came from the connecting passageway. The two of them followed the sound as quickly as they could. They ran through the connecting passageway and entered Area 1. Ah, Captain Kasasagi, look at this. Bloodstains. Only to see red bloodstains scattered here and there. If they are still red, that means that's a recent thing. It's fresh. Is it Luis's blood? The blood trail continued all the way to the stairwell. Let's follow it. Yeah. Watase and Enna ran over to the stairwell. The emergency staircase was collapsed as it had been earlier, leaving only a room full of debris. But Luis wasn't here, or there, and at the end of the scattered blood trail, was a vinyl bag full of red liquid. Alright, they do have those things. They were blood packets. We did see those in like one of the rooms earlier. The bag's label read AB. Isn't this a blood transfusion pack? Yes, it is. What's something like that doing here? Someone needs a blood transfusion, and they found the infirmary that we found earlier as well. Watase and Enna stood there in confusion, only for the fire door behind them to shut a second later. Oh, someone trapped us here. Ah, clever gal. Taken aback with surprise, Watase tried to open the door, but nope. But he couldn't. It only budged a few millimeters, like something was propped against it. Eee. Damn it, we got locked in? What is this? Some kind of trap? A trap? Watase looked around for an exit as he tried to recover from the shock. He quickly spotted something that caught his eye immediately. That's a fire extinguisher. Something was lying in the corner of the stairwell. A fire extinguisher. A fire extinguisher, yes. A fire extinguisher. Captain Kasasagi, is something wrong about that fire extinguisher or something? That word is beginning to lose meaning. No. He didn't know why, but when he saw it, alarm bells went off in his head. It's basically a bomb. Hold on a sec, Teach. Watase gently walked over to the extinguisher. He picked it up and examined it. What are you doing? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this. He said the thing. He said the thing. He turned it upside... shit. He turned it upside down and checked it out, only to find what appeared to be smoldering marks on the bottom. Uh-oh. Watase picked up a piece of the debris. He pushed it against the smoldering marks and tried opening up the extinguisher. What? Why? He succeeded in removing the bottom of the extinguisher and found something strange inside. Oh, okay, well, damn. Shit, TNT! Watase gasped when he saw it. A cord stuck out of what appeared to be a digital clock, wrapped around several cylindrical objects. He could tell from a glance that it was a time bomb. Time! What the hell? Yeah, sabotage! That's clever though. Fire extinguisher bombs. Or bombs inside fire extinguishers. Cool. Well, that's terrible, but damn. Why was there a bomb planted inside a fire extinguisher? Because someone wanted to bomb this place, and that's a very clever way to do it. Fire extinguishers are by their nature heavy, because they're full of compressed like foam, like liquid foam type thingy. So no one really suspects if they're heavy. Just as Watase finished voicing his shock, beep beep beep, numbers appeared on the digital display. We only have 1 minute? Oh no, this 1 minute's going to take like 50 seconds. No, like 15 minutes. There we go. Let's mark the time, 45 minutes of recording time. A strange beeping sound began echoing through the stairwell. The numbers are ticking down. Shit, I think it's been activated. Watase knew for sure that the constant beeps coming from the timer were a countdown to their deaths. Was this what the one who trapped us in here was after? Probably. Captain Kasasagi, isn't there any way you can defuse the thing? Defuse it? Don't ask an impossible. I don't have those kinds of skills. I mean, you probably did before the amnesia, but you don't now. Anyway, we need to get out of here ASAP. But how are we supposed to do that? The staircase had crumbled and the fire door was shut. It was just as Enna said, there was no way out. The bomb's timer was ticking down by the second. And then, the time between the beeps gradually grew shorter and shorter as if to fuel Watase and Enna's fear. Uh-oh. Damn it! This bomb is gonna take... when we get back to it, it's gonna be like 47 seconds, a whole, like, whatever else. Watase's body slammed the door out of desperation. Well, good attempt. Open up, you goddamn son of a bitch. It's a door, but it didn't budge an inch. It's okay, fine. It's not as bad as the bulkheads, but come on now. Although it's probably possible, but it's still improbable. Is this it? Is this where it ends? Who knows? But just as Watase was about to give up, Captain Kasasagi, out of the way, she has a gun? What the fuck? Okay. So she's not teacher. At least not... okay. 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 Alright. Action! Stuff's happening. She has a gun. Anna shouted that and took something out from under her clothes. That object, shining with a black luster, was none other than a gun. A pistol. Ooh, terrifying. Anna pulled the trigger as that wave of sheer disbelief hit Watase. Yeah, she ain't a teacher. She's something else. The bullets successfully destroyed the door's hinges. Alright. Smash the door down, now. Hurry. Watase, smash. Right. Don't question the gun right now. Though Watase was still confused, he kicked the fire door with all his might. That should work. There we go. Ooh, oh, that's the fire door. Damn! That's a big thing. Alright, okay. I mean, I guess he is physically fit, but damn. It's a big door. I was thinking they were gonna go with the one on the left here, like, 'cause that's the door. I didn't... Sure, good on him. The door collapsed into the hallway, allowing the light on the other side to shine in. Yeah, better run out. It's open. Okay, we're super... Fuck it, she has a gun, she knows what she's doing. She knows so much more than we do now. I trust her judgment. Because I don't trust ourselves, because Watase's memories are non-existent at this, as far as I'm concerned. God, okay, so there's two guns at least. One that he had, maybe he had, before the amnesia, and one that Anna has. For some reason. She's some kind of secret government agent then too, because that's not something a teacher can get. It's open. Go. There's no time. Alright, I guess I was right to suspect her. No, did I suspect? I don't remember now. I don't know, I suspected for completely wrong reasons, because I misremembered. Anyway, there's no time. Watase and Anna rushed into the hallway without a moment's delay. They fled down the hallway as fast as they could, pursued by the sound of beeping from the room they had escaped. It's gonna blow! Watase dove towards Anna as that realization hit him. Teach, get down! Ah! Watase threw himself into the hallway in order to shield her with his body. And then, kaboom! The beeping finally stopped, and everything went black. Over 10 seconds had passed since the beeping had stopped. Was it a dud? But the only sound that filled the block was Watase and Anna's panting. Huh? The two of them got off the floor and timidly took a peek into the stairwell. Okay. However, no explosion had happened. It didn't explode? Why? Good question. I don't know, but it looks like we're still kicking. But it looks like we are still ticking. I guess that technically works, but kicking is the phrase technically. Still kicking, as in still alive. Still ticking is different. Was it a dud? Maybe, but something's weird here. Oh, you don't say, something's weird here. Everything is weird here. Let's start off with your gun. Why do you have a gun? Yeah, let's start with that. Let's not have multiple choice questions. If you want answers, you make a single focused question. You don't like do a two-part question, you don't do anything else, you don't like give the person you're questioning a way out. Like, you just don't. They either answer the question or they don't. They can't like muzzle around it. Anyway, something about this feels different compared to everything else that's happened so far. Yeah, someone's deliberately trying to kill us specifically. Previously was just chaos. True, there had been several bizarre factors so far, like the sprinkler system being offline, or the passageway blocked by the electric cable and puddle, or the cargo lift being broken. And those are like circumstantial, whatever. Coincidences, they can happen. But this is deliberate. But unlike all of those, there had been a clear malice behind this incident. But that was a bit of a sloppy job, wasn't it? And well, the fact that you're alive, that everyone here is alive, well, okay, except for the dead people. Except for the dead people. We'll give it that, but none of them matter, because they don't have portraits, they barely have names. So, overall, sloppy job on whoever is trying to kill us. Watasu looked at the kicked-down fire door. There was something that appeared to be a metal bar lying next to it. That must have been what been holding back the door. It felt very improvised on the spot for a trap. And on top of that, the bomb in question hadn't detonated. If the one who had set up the whole thing up had been trying to kill Watasu, then they had failed completely. Was there some reason they didn't spend much time on prepping it? Well, I'm guessing they didn't expect to be trapped here, or there to be other survivors. That's my guess. Although, fuck, I have negative facts. Honestly, at this point, I know less now, at least less confident about things than I did before, and I pulled out the gun. So, like, everything's up in the air. Anyway, Watasu's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. Who's there? Oh, hi, Jun. He turned around to find Jun running towards him. Ah, Captain, Mr. Bakiyama. Oh, alright, she recovered. Oh, it's just you. What do you mean? Hey, what's with the cold reception? I hauled my injured ass over here on the double as soon as I heard the loud bang, or whatever, and this is what I get? Fair enough. I like her. Jun's fun. Another set of footsteps closed in as Jun said that. Hello, Kazumi. They looked up to see... Oh, Ukita himself. Oh, no. Alright, Kazumi's injured. Right. Fair enough. They looked up to see Ukita running their way. Oh, you're all here. Yep. I heard a most peculiar sound. What happened? Oh, you recognize gunshots, eh? Jun and Ukita had both said more or less the exact same thing. Well, yeah, because there's nothing else to react. Come to think of it, oh, did you just remember the gun? You just remembered the gun. Watasu looked at Enna's hands in surprise. Ukita and Jude did the same, then gasped. Oh, she didn't hide it. Okay, cool. Answers! Can we get some answers, please? Come on. Mr. Bakiyama. What are you doing with a pistol? Oh, this is, Come on, don't squirm out of this. Tell us the fucking truth. We deserve it. We're in too deep to not get the facts. Come on. Enna's body froze, then she took a step back. Teach, you took that gun out of your clothes, right? Like it was the most natural thing in the world. What? What's the meaning of this? Why do you have something like that with you? Yeah, I thought you were a teacher. I mean, she might still be a teacher, but, gaslight as a... No, moonlight. As a secret government, hunting down psychics and, agent or something. Hold on a minute. You're all making a big misunderstanding. Really? This pistol isn't mine. I found it here in the labo. You did seem fairly proficient with it, though. You know. So that excuse doesn't work. Is Watasu going to pick up on that, though? That's important. Found it? Where? In the room with the cargo lift. It was lying in the corner there. And you didn't... Come on, that's such bullshit. Really? I don't believe you at all. Like this time I am absolutely certain I don't believe you at all. Come on now. Fuck that. You really saying you found and took that pistol while we were performing CPR? And didn't tell anyone? Didn't even raise an eyebrow? Come on now. Come the fuck on. But it's the truth. No, it's fucking not. It's not. I don't believe you. You're lying. I can't trust you at all. And the cringe at Kita and Jun's harsh glares. You're way too proficient with it? And whatnot. Watasu thought over the whole situation, and realized it was indeed strange. Enna had taken out that gun and fired without any hesitation in an emergency situation. And all 4 of her shots pinpointed the door's hinges with destructive accuracy. There we go. If she had never held a gun before, that was some nigh impossible beginner's luck she had. Yeah, good. We picked up on the correct things. Teach, have you ever fired the gun before? Hell no. Okay, now you're just lying now. Okay, there we go. Alright, what's your story? But, well, you might laugh at me when you hear this. Here's some bullshit excuse. But I'm a big airsoft aficionado. Okay, so that's not the same as a real gun? Or is it? I've never used an airsoft. I don't know if those are similar. in terms of like how they function, and the recoil, and the weight. Maybe they are. I mean, that might be the point. I don't know. Airsoft. Yes, also known as survival games. It's a grown-up version of playing soldier where you shoot each other with air guns. Or like paintball. That's an equivalent, isn't it? So while I've never handled a real gun before, I got good at shooting from that. Well, as good as you can get. You can get, I suppose. Let's wait. Wow, never took you for such a kid. But isn't there a complete world of difference between holding an air gun and the real McCoy? McCoy. I know that. I was just answering Captain Kasasagi's question, that's all. Sorry for asking so, but Ukita interrupted before Watase was done. Then you're still sticking to your story that you found the gun and took it with you. Yes, though I admit I can't prove it. I see, but let's just trust her for now. Really? Wait, you believe her? I don't? Well, we can't prove otherwise, so yeah, nothing we can do about that. Okay. Watase admonished Jun, then turned back to Enna. But why did you keep that thing hidden up until now, teacher? That's the real problem here. I didn't feel like I had a choice back then. What? We'd just seen a body and found out that the escape route was a no-go. So I felt that I had to protect myself no matter what it took. No matter what it takes. Now that she mentioned it, Enna had mentioned the killer several times right after that incident. She'd kept on insisting that the killer was still in the facility. Was that because she just found that gun? And because she was preparing to protect herself? Maybe. Anyway, it's complicated. Enna continued as Watase pondered that. Then after that, it just never felt like the right time to bring it up. I'm sorry. Could you all please trust me? That's really, that's a hard ask, honestly. I don't know if we have a choice. I don't know if we have actually a choice. We need all the people we can get to try and figure things out. Enna said that in a feeble voice. Ukita and Jun replied with their voices laced in bitterness. Well, let's put aside whether I trust you or not. The fact is that there's a gun here, right? Indeed. Now that we know that, there's absolutely no way we can let you keep that pistol all to yourself. Matt, who would I trust with the gun? Then how about I hold on to it for now? Yes? I guess? Sure. I trust Jun more than I trust Watase. I'm the oldest one, so it's only logical that I should keep it. Yes, no, fuck seniority, that's bullshit. That doesn't work. Just because you're older than someone doesn't mean you're automatically more responsible or, wise with things. You can still be a fucking idiot and useless. And also, you have more life and possibly more agenda. Plus, you have... Mr. Ukita, you know things that we don't and you refuse to tell us. You know things that would be very, very critical for us to know, but you're not telling them us. And I don't know what those critical things are, but you're gonna reveal them later. Are you two out of your minds? It's strange for me to have the gun, yes, but it's also too dangerous for either of you to have. No. Jun is reliable, she's responsible. Sure, she might be, very active, but she's actually responsible and capable. What? Jun, Ukita, and Enna were all glaring at each other fiercely. Watase felt a shiver run down his spine when he saw that. Here's the thing, Jun, a bit less on him, and I don't trust her right now. Watase felt a shiver run down his spine when he saw that. What are they saying? Are they planning to start fighting each other for the gun? It was likely that a fight would really break out if he didn't act soon. Watase frantically rose his voice. Then you hold on to the gun, Moriba. Eh? Why Miss Moriba? Cause she's actually you and the old man are civilians, right? So leaving it up to a professional like Moriba is the right choice. A professional? Now, look here, you may be a professional rescue worker, but that does not make you professionals at handling a gun. It does make them more reliable, they understand the dangers of guns. Enough grumbling. No, just give me the gun already, no! And thus a quarrel broke out. Fuck me, children! The four of them were soon shouting whatever they liked back and forth at each other. God. After having wasted more than enough time, Watase finally interrupted them. Wait a minute, guys. This isn't getting us anywhere. Ah shit, the red enneagram. God, are we gonna die? Are we gonna die now? I don't know. God. Fuck. Red one means imminent danger. I don't know. I don't know. Stop giving me choices. Gameplay thinking. My brain's not meant for this. Come on. Fine. Fine. I don't know what to do with this. Fine. If we die, we die. I don't know. Then it'll just tell us what to do correctly to advance the story correctly. Then what do you say we should do? Hold on, guys. If you're not gonna accidentally shoot him, then I'll just take it myself. Watase then tried to snatch the pistol from Enna, but then Ukita intervened. Hell. No, it'd be safer for me to hold on to it instead of you. Why? Mr. Bakiyama, give it to me. Now, fuck's sake. God, this is such a stupid scene. God, hold on. I said I was the one who was going to hold on to it. God damn it, these idiots. They're all acting like idiots right now. Cut it out, you guys, and pull the trigger. Ukita and Jun reach for Enna's pistol, and accidentally, maybe not accidentally, the three of them began fighting over the gun. God, what kind of dumber situation could you be? Hey, that's enough. Stop fighting, guys. Watase grew impatient and tried to tear his three companions, now practically wrestling each other for the gun, off of each other. Just then, bang! Oh, it's a silence pistol. Watase heard a dry sound, followed by what felt like something punching him straight in the heart. Oh, we died? Okay. He looked down and saw a small hole had been bored into the dead center of his chest. Oh, okay. Good job, me. What? Fourth death. Alright. This was a really stupid one, by the way. I mean, the first one was... I mean, we didn't see it because I did that previously, but whatever. The first one was rushing in, reckless, but, you know, whatever. This one's the dumbest death so far. Like, come on. Come on. Wrestling over a gun. Like, it's a classic scene, I guess, but it's a really dumb one. When he said that, a gurgling sound echoed from his throat. Something welled up and clogged his trachea. It hurt. Watase coughed it up. It was a lot of blood. Why? Well, because all you were acting like fucking idiots. Just then, he felt the heat slowly but steadily spread around his lungs. He was then assaulted with scorching pain a second later. Painful groans. Watase groaned and grabbed his chest. His palm was soaked with warm, dark red blood. Captain! Fucking dumbasses. No, this can't be. It is, but it won't be once we go back in time and fix this. Watase looked closer to find that all three of their hands were wrapped around the gun. And that the muzzle was pointed straight at him for some reason, because it's just chaos. Ugh. Dying, Watase vomited blood again. He felt strength leaving the core of his body a moment later. He fell to his knees. His body then lurched forward. When his cheek came into contact with the cold floor, a chill rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Watase's energy grew fainter with each time he vomited blood. Jun was desperately shouting something right above him, and was doing the same, but their words merely sounded like white noise ringing in Watase's ears. Just then, the light suddenly faded from his eyes. His consciousness sank into darkness. And then, as Watase lay there, not knowing if he'd been shot by accident or on purpose, his heart stopped. Game over. Bad ending 17. Holy shit, there's a lot more bad endings than I thought there were. Fucking hell. The result of Watase mishandling the gun situation by trying too hard to have things his way. You may be able to revert this fate by settling with other members since it's higher than Watase's at the SS branch. See what I mean? I don't know what the fuck that means. I don't understand this system at all and I never will. Fine. Alright, let's go back in time and fix this. Let's think higher of the others than ourselves. I guess here? I guess that's reasonably... There we go. Alright, let's just do the thing. There we go. Fixed. Apparently. Anyway, wait a minute, guys. This isn't getting us anywhere. Then what do you say we should do? It's too dangerous to keep this thing around. Let's destroy or throw it away. Really? But if we destroy it, then none of us will have a way to defend ourselves and a chance that there's a terrorist hiding around down here, alright? Yeah, I don't support destroying the gun, or getting rid of it, that's... Although apparently this group is completely dysfunctional and will just kill each other accidentally if they have a gun, so I guess we don't have a choice there. I mean, we obviously don't have a choice, we just went through that other option. And throwing it away is not an option either. Someone else will just pick it up eventually. Then the gears in Bottas's men rotate at a high speed, and then produced him the best result. I know, what about this? First we'll take the magazine out of the gun, then we'll take all the bullets out of that. Okay? Then that'll leave us with three parts: a gun without bullets, an empty magazine, and bullets with nothing to use them with. Okay, fair enough, and then give each part to a different person. That's fair. That's a good solution, actually. Good job. Then we'll give one of each to the three of us for safekeeping. You're saying we'll split it up? Yes, that way it's safer. Although, it's useless in an emergency, but, you know, okay. At least it doesn't get us shot. Everyone's eyes widened at Watas's proposal. Watase may have sounded composed on the outside, but he was panicking on the inside. This gun just had to show up when everyone was already unstable as it was. It's too dangerous to keep around. I've got to resolve this without this whole thing peacefully. Watase kept speaking in the gentlest voice he could in order to hide his fears. Gentle, that's right. Then, in the extremely rare chance that a terrorist or something does show up, we won't have time to assemble the gun. We can agree to put the gun back together to defend ourselves, right? But it'll be too late because we'll be ambushed and surprised. Yeah, that's a good point. It really isn't, though. And likewise, if a terrorist doesn't show up, then none of us has an advantage over the other. We can all rest easy this way, relatively easily. But, please go with it. I want to get this stupid issue over with as quickly as possible. It is a very, very stupid situation. It was so stupid. It was the dumbest one so far. Silence reigned over the group for a while, and soon let out an exasperated sigh. Alright, I'll do as you say. Then took the magazine out of the gun. She then awkwardly took the bullets out of the magazine and the gun's chamber. There were 11 of them in total. Will this do? Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. But who'll hold on to what? That's less important. It doesn't really matter, but how about this? Old man, you'll get the gun, Teach, you'll have the magazine, and Moribe, you'll hold on to the bullets. Moribe does have the most pockets, so that makes sense, I guess. Let's go with that logic. Wait, what about you? He doesn't need anything. I'll pass. I'm the one who suggested this, so it's better that I don't take any of it. I see. Then I suppose we can indeed relax. I'm cool with that too. I agree. Then let's split it up. Enna then gave Ukita the gun, then the bullets to Jin. Okay, problem solved now, right? Well, relatively, I guess. Yep, we're A-okay now. I still don't believe Anna's explanation for why she's so good with a gun, but I guess we have to believe it for now. Again, another thing we have to believe because we don't have any other actual information. We just have their word for it. It's gonna be like this for another 20 hours. Until we get some bits and breadcrumbs of information. Indeed, I feel better this way. Yes, right. The three of them seemed placated for the time being. But Watase was thinking about something completely different. Why did the gun already have bullets in it when Teach found it? Because... What do you mean? Why would anyone bring a gun if... Like... What? That doesn't make sense. Your thought... Because someone brought a gun with a fully loaded magazine. You don't... Like, what's the point of bringing a gun if you're not gonna bring it with a fully loaded magazine in the thing? You're intended to kill. Like, this gun has been used to kill people. Or at least shoot at them already. If the gun had belonged to the terrorist Jun mentioned, then why was it lying by the lift? If it had been completely empty, then it would have made more sense. That would have meant the terrorist had probably discarded it on purpose. But who would ever get rid of a loaded gun? then that would mean the owner hadn't gotten rid of it, but rather dropped it. Or maybe they left it there. Was it in order to give it to us? Who knows? It's a very, very fucking weird and annoying and complicated situation. Not really. God, it's so... I don't know what... honestly, I have no idea what to think of it at all. But anyway, the gun was now split into 3 parts. Watase wondered if this had all been a trap someone set up to drive a rift between the group. Well, in an alternative timeline, it worked. He got killed. Alright, but everything was stable for the time being. Now the group had to pull themselves together and continue with the search, whether they liked it or not. Watase addressed the others with that thought in mind. Okay then. It looks like all of us except for Tachibana are here then. Yes. Our team got here from circling around from Area 6. Teach, your team find anything? No, we couldn't locate Miss Yuri or the others, and we didn't see any AD either. What about you, old man? It's only been 20 minutes since I split up from you guys, hasn't it? Of course I didn't find anything. I mean, fair enough, you don't have to be so defensive, dude. Like, you know, accidental finds can happen. 20 minutes is a long time. Like always, their search had yielded nothing. I see. Did any of you notice anything strange? Watase said that as a way to basically say, did anyone spot Louise? God damn it. Fucking Sal, you, I don't like that. I'm not gonna use that. No. But then June gave a surprising answer. Ah, now that you mention it, I did. It's nothing major, but that floral scent has suddenly disappeared for some reason. What? What floral scent? I don't remember that. What? Watase was totally confused by her comment. Likewise. I'm with you there. What floral scent? Well, you know, it's been hanging around here and there in the facility. You didn't smell it? First time you're bringing it up as far as I remember. Wait, was there something like that? Watase then glanced at Tukita and Ena. Ah, now that you mention, I do recall smelling that. I don't think I ever did. Two contradicting statements. I mean, it's just a smell. You don't have to necessarily pay attention to them. You know, it's a stressful situation. Not everyone's going to pay attention to that, to smells. Especially someone like Anna. She seems like she would probably wear perfume and wouldn't notice that, maybe. Maybe she has perfume on her. Who knows? I mean, she's dressed like she might. Although that would have worn off by now. But who knows? It's complicated. Anyway, moving on. Confused. It just didn't make sense to Watase. The 4 of them, plus Kazumi and Yuri, had traveled through the entire facility together, yet Watase and Anna didn't smell anything while Jun and Ukita did. Who knows? What are you talking about? Where did you smell that? No, seriously, it's no big deal, so forget about it. That's a clue. Anyway, what about you guys? You notice anything? Yeah. Yes, we did. Watase said that and changed his train of thought. Actually, Teach and I spotted Louise earlier, but she ran off again. Again? Why? I don't know. Louise's words crossed his mind for a moment. Be careful of that captain. He's a dangerous man. Why did I give her that accent? I don't know. Just feels like those kinds of words would come out of like some kind of roughshod cowboy. But Anna didn't bring that up, perhaps out of consideration for Watase. I don't know why she ran off, but she still looked lively from what I could see. I think she's been regularly giving herself AD. Yeah, that's a silver lining, that's for sure. Indeed, that was the one thing I was worried about. Everyone nodded at Ukita's comments. Though that said, that doesn't necessarily mean she has enough AD. Well, we don't either. She probably ran off in the direction of Area 6. Let's look for her together. What should we do about the lieutenant? She said she'd head back to the neuroscience laboratory once she got better. Then that's perfect, seeing how Area 6 is right next to the neuroscience laboratory and all. Then let's continue the search, shall we? Yes, let's get going. The group then started to walk off. No. Anna was walking in front of the others. She was fiddling around with her PDA, probably to check the map, maybe. Watase walked up to her and whispered into her ear. Teach! Eh! Anna turned around in surprise. She put away her PDA and spoke in a sharp voice. "Don't sneak up on me like that. You scared the living daylights out of me." "Oh, sorry. But anyway, I couldn't help but notice you didn't tell Moribe or the old man about what Louise said." "You fool. Of course I didn't. It would just make things unnecessarily complicated. That's the same reason I didn't tell them about the bomb." "Oh right, I forgot about the bomb." "Because it was a dud and didn't do anything. After all, it seems it was my pistol that made everyone so furious." "Oh no shit. I see. But you know, we need to constantly keep that bomb incident and what happened with Masanomiya in mind. Yeah, those are big clues. Because those are... There must be a reason behind Miss Sanomiya's running away from us that we don't know about. Someone had to have planted that bomb, that's for sure. Well, yeah, it was inside the fire extinguisher. We might overlook something vital if we lower our guards. Something that may cost us our lives. Like being goddamn children. That cost us our lives." Anna was speaking with a type of intensity that she had never used before. Sure, a silent edge different from all her backtalk and hysteric shouting could be felt from her. Anyway, didn't really ever get the sense that she was hysterical about anything. Or whatever. Maybe hysterical means something else to these writers, or translators, I guess, than to me. Anyway, Teach, what are you? I'm telling you to doubt everything around you, including yourself. That includes the people nearby, this facility, and occasionally everything you see. Don't trust your lying eyes. Your own preconceptions may be tricking you after all. I mean, we are dealing with psychokinetic people here, so yeah, it might all be a dream. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Now that's a good boy. That's what I like to see in a student. God damn you tease. I'm not your student, you know. But since you don't have any memories, that means I must have more life experience than you do for now. I guess that's logic. Maybe this will make me sound arrogant, but just interpret it as your elder's opinion in that case. Right. Cheeky little lady. The group arrived at Area 6 while they were talking. Watase began handing out orders once they arrived at the factory. "We're forming up into teams again. Moribe, you're with Teach. Old man, you're with me. Search whatever you can. Once you're done, return to the neuroscience laboratory for the time being." "Roger that. Then we'll cover the factory, okay?" "Got it. I suppose I have no objections?" "Alright then. Be careful, guys." With those words, Watase then parted ways with Enna's team. Area 6 in a ring B2. Test subject. Ooh, we're gonna get information, right? The chapter title is Test Subject. That's important. That's big. Watase and Nukita were searching the area, but they couldn't find anything. There's nothing here. Then I suppose all we can do is check B1, yes? Yeah. They headed for the emergency staircase, which was... Alright, they had... Okay. Fine. You get to keep... Fine. The statement about the rope. Not taking the rope. No, I still stand by it. The staircase in that dim stairwell had collapsed, but you had put your rope there. But the rope Watase had used to climb up earlier was still right there where he had left it. Does this mean that we have to climb this rope in order to get upstairs? Yes, obviously. What else could it mean? You're a smart man. Use that noggin of yours. Yeah. Can you climb it? That's actually a good question. He's not exactly the fittest person here. Highly unlikely. I have absolutely zero confidence when it comes to climbing. Okay, well, at least he's honest about that. Good on him. Well, that's okay. Just get on my back and I'll... Or, how about you just climb up and then just pull him up? But Watase realized something before he finished speaking. He was feeling quite tired. Could he really climb up the rope with Kita on his back in this shape? Probably not. If the two of us fall together by any chance, we'll both get badly hurt. Actually, I think it'd be safer if I didn't climb with you on my back. I see. Then what do you propose? Use logic. I'll go by myself. You go back to the factory and help Moribe and Teach with their search. No. I'll climb up first, then you tie yourself to the rope and I'll pull you up. That's the correct answer here, but no. Roger, oh, they're just agreeing. That's bad. Don't leave. No. Roger, then rendezvous with us in the factory when you're done. Leaving him alone. That's real bad. He's gonna find information that's gonna trigger his memories and cause him to suspect everything and maybe be consider killing people again or something. Fuck. Yeah, you be careful yourself. This. Watas is gonna be the only one with critical information that's going to change his perception and attitude towards everyone. He can't trust anyone after what he finds up there. Stumbles upon it. It's like, god damn it, that's what's gonna happen, isn't it? Isn't it? Of course it fucking is. That's just... Fine. Okay then. Watase promptly climbed the rope to the upper floor. Area 6 in the ring, B1. Watase began searching the block by himself. But he didn't find Yuri or any of the other survivors in the rooms. Time was passing by, and he still hadn't secured any more AD. And after all that work to get up here, he figured he should go to the factory and meet up with Akita and the others, but just as he thought that, the PC monitor in the room suddenly caught Watase's eyes. Oh, he hadn't noticed it the last time he had been here. The monitor was still on. It appeared the PC was frozen. Oh no, Windows blue screen of death. Or not. On screen was what appeared to be a text file that someone had been editing. Test subject and IGF2R gene type. Subject A, hereditary gene abnormality type S, deceased. Subject N, hereditary gene abnormality type S. Subject Y, gene type 4, show no signs of genetic mutation via WX particles. Discarded. WX particle, we've heard that before, but in what context and in relation to what? I have no memories. Discarded. Right. Discarded. I don't like the word discarded. They're talking about a person, by the way, obviously. Test subject. Test subject Y2. Acquired IGF-G abnormality type S. Natural IGF-G abnormality type C. Right? Y is discarding. No precedent regarding releases, expected problems, memory recovery, etc. Ha. Okay. Expected problems. Memory recovery. That's a problem. Them remember. Okay, so they're not dead. They didn't kill the person, discard them. They just wiped their memories or something. Okay, at least they're not, pure comic book villains. Still, this is super important information. So we know subject N is all well and good, and subject Y2, which I'm guessing is Yuri, she's got the S abnormality and the C type abnormality, whatever those mean. Hereditary. That means they inherited that. Subject N. What was the Tenkawa's name? What's his... Hoshimiya? No. God, I don't remember his name. If his name starts with N, then that's... Natsuki? No, that's... I don't... Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. Me. Memories. My memory's shit for this. Damn it. This is important. I could piece things together and know things, but I don't, so I'm just guessing now. Anyway. Observation targets and gene type. Special observation target NA. Hereditary abnormality. And observation target NA2. Acquired gene abnormality type S. Natural gene abnormality type C. Special observation target U. Okay, so that's... Jesus Christ. Okay, bunch of technical stuff that's very, very, very important. Very important. But we don't know what any of it means, so it's not useful. Anyway, blah blah blah. Hereditary abnormality type D. And target Ma, abnormality type B. Ma is level 5. Consider irradiation test. Okay. Na becomes subject N as of April. Oh, after the incident, the first incident. So she, ha, 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 ha. Subject Y becomes U, September 10th. Wait, we currently is September 16th. That's Super recent. So Yuri's been here for only like 6 days or something. No, wait, no. Ah, fuck me. Complicated. I don't know what any of it means. Fuck, that's... Yes, it's overwhelming and confusing, especially since we don't have concrete names. Fuck me. Nothing he saw on that screen meant anything to us. It means... But it means so much. It means so much, yet I can't piece it together too. That's very important. That's very... Goddamn, that's so important to know. But what does it mean? God damn it. And yet he felt a mysterious chill run through him the moment he saw all those entries for some reason, because it's very the most... That's the plot. Test subject, well, obviously. If you're gonna do atomic biological research, you're gonna need test subjects. At that exact moment, he muttered that strange images flickered through Watasa's brain. Hello. I think it's because they're basically scared of those people. She was ostracized by others because of that power, even before that incident. Who are they talking about? What in God's name is this? Akira? Okay, someone's gone insane from having psychokinetic powers. He didn't recognize any of those images. Perhaps they were remnants of his memories of the past. Oh, it's that woman he saw in the mirror when he was trying to calm himself down, and like, who told him not to overthink things. She was one of the test subjects here, wasn't she? She's the one who went insane, did the whole laughter just now. That's gotta be the connection, right? Because we saw Tenkawa's mom here, she was perfectly in control. She was doing the tests. Oh god, it's all connected. It's all gonna be connected. They're gonna reveal the connections. But they were accompanied by intense fear and unpleasant feelings that assaulted him, and I struck the microphone there. I apologize for that. He didn't know why, but just being there was terrifying and made him disgusted enough to throw up. Ugh. Watasa left the room as if he were running away from it. I've felt this before. He headed for the stairwell as he pondered when that was. As he descended the rope, he slowly began to realize it. It was fairly recently, wasn't it? Yeah, just like probably around 7 or 8 a.m. No, a bit earlier than that. He searched for the truth behind his fear, and then he finally remembered just as he had descended the rope. Does he have his full memories back? Come on. It was when he entered the contaminated zone to look for Yuri after she had run off. Ah, not those ones. Why did you do something so horrible to me back then? I mean, here's subject you. He remembered her saying that. Okay, that's not relevant. That's right, now that I think about it, Yuri said something strange back then. He had felt the same strange sense of dread back then for some reason. Why had he forgotten about it until now? Shocked, Watase watched as the Yuri in his memory spoke. Do you really not remember? No. Oh, right, this conversation that was erased from his memories, well, suppressed for a moment. No. A minute later, and I would have died. I was really scared when I found myself trapped alone in that sea of flames. Yuri, what are you talking about? If you don't know, then I don't know either. That doesn't make sense. I don't know what to believe anymore. So, Captain Kasasagi, please let me know your mind. She's an empath. Yuri said that and turned her palm towards Watase. And then parts of his memories came back, and screams of agony, and la 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 la. We went through that. A strange image spread out right before him. That sight overlapped with Yuri. And then he panicked and ran off. Which is not useful. Good job, man. You could have obtained information, but you panicked. Good job, thumbs up. Huh? Don't start panicking again. You went through that already. Come on now. That was right. Yuri had indeed said all that. He had completely forgotten about that encounter with her, even though it had only happened about an hour ago. Why did I forget about it? Why did any of that happen? Why did I run off like an idiot? He thought about it, then suddenly gasped after a few seconds. Could it be that my memory impairment isn't actually healing with time? Now it's been suppressed, it's psychokinetic people, but only getting worse instead? No, it's psychokinetic people doing things to your brain. It's not responding well. You might have been a test subject here at some point. Because you were, like they said, they discarded somebody. And, you know, possible problems, memory recovery. That's entirely... Like, yeah, I'm gonna throw my guessing game here, and Watase used to be a subject here, and probably was discarded because of the 2021 incident. Watase shuddered at that thought, but that wasn't the only thing that horrified him. There was also the fact Watase had felt a clear fear for Yuri in that memory he had just recovered. Why would I ever be scared of Yuri? Still can't connect the dots. Just then, even more incomprehensible words passed through Watase's brain as if to only confuse him further. Good, we need him more confused. We need the protagonist not knowing anything. Test subjects are dangerous. Yes. What the hell was that? What the hell were those words? The test subjects are dangerous only because you treat them like test subjects. You try to take away their humanity, and like... for fuck's sake. I don't know them. I've never heard those words before. Yes, you have. Stop lying to yourself. Watase drowned out those words along with the unpleasant feelings he felt. Now, fearing the darkness and seeking light, he opened the door to the stairwell. That's poetic. But when faint light shone in from the outside, Watase felt a horrible shiver down his spine. What now? What are you panicking about now, dude? He got the feeling that in the shadow of the debris of the emergency staircase, a blind spot that he hadn't paid attention to when climbing, something was hiding. Who's there? His heartbeat skyrocketed. Who's there? It appeared to be lying on the floor. Another dead body? Or is someone alive and we can actually get somewhere? Watase timidly peeked behind the shadow of the debris and found himself face to face with an unbelievable sight. Oh, it's Yuri herself. Hello. No. Watase's voice sounded empty. A small body lying on the ground. Eyes that had lost all light. Watase saw all of that. Oh, shot in the head! Okay. Fuck me. That's... Okay. Yuri. He's dead. Or is she? Because they're psychokinetic people. She didn't respond even after he had called her name. Well, because her brain's been split open. Her body didn't twitch. No, it won't. A single streak of dark red blood adorned her pale face. That blood had long since gone dry. What? 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 That... So... Okay, what? Okay. Watase ran over to her. All the fear he had been feeling a short time ago vanished in an instant. Yuri. She's dead, dude. He set Yuri up as he shouted her name, but her head dangled feebly. She wasn't breathing. Her body had gone cold. That was, without a doubt, a corpse you're holding now. Yuri's corpse. Indeed. It can't be. Why? Because somebody shot her in the head. Why did something like this have to happen? Because the writers wanted drama. There was no one who could answer that question. Watase instinctively held Yuri's ice-cold body close to his chest. I mean, someone can answer that, obviously, but we don't know who it is yet. And it's also possible that you did it at some point, somehow. But then it was erased. So, who the fuck knows? Watase instinctively held Yuri's ice-cold body close to his chest, and at that moment, memories of her passed through his head. Don't stop, save her. Well, we failed that objective. We failed you, Mr. Tenkawa. We failed you. He heard that voice in his head when he had first seen her. It was at that moment that Watase had decided to do everything he could to protect her. So then, what's your name, Missy? But she was wary of him at first, preventing them from reaching a mutual understanding, but they got better. Yet despite that, she started opening her heart to him little by little. Watase acted all in accordance with his desire to keep her safe. It feels like you're always worrying about me. Why is that? But when I first met you, I felt this mysterious yet powerful desire to save you. Those had been Watase's honest feelings. Thus, when the factory's ceiling collapsed, Watase acted without a moment's hesitation. Captain Kasasagi, don't worry, Yuri, I'll save you. You can bet on that. He kept trying to protect her no matter what was thrown his way. He had tried to escape the facility so he could get her out to safety. But she had run away. Then Watase had left her out of his sight because of some incomprehensible fear he had felt for her. And now he had finally found her again, only to discover that the Yuri he had last seen was gone forever. Why? Just when she finally started opening up to me a little. Fierce regret raged within him. Sorrow then filled his heart. The sound of a watch's hands ticking filled the otherwise silent room. And thus, before she could ever tell Watase anything about what she had meant back then, the source of his fear for her, and what she had been feeling about him the whole time, Yuri hadn't fallen into eternal silence. Dreamlike. Watase was in a daze for a while. He had no clue how long he'd been like that. Soon enough. Hey, get a hold of yourself already. How long are you gonna space out for? Hurry up and get back to the others. Oh, he seems unfazed. What? Watase finally came back to his senses after hearing the now familiar auditory hallucination. Now, hallucination, you know there's telepaths. He realized he'd been strolling like a zombie through the inner ring's hallway without even being aware of it. He turned around and saw the door to the stairwell behind him. That's right, I have to tell everyone what happened, no matter how painful that may be. What are the chances we're gonna run into Yuri? Alive and well. I mean, she's one of the main characters here, and we're not even halfway through the story. I'm betting we're gonna meet Yuri again. Like, and we're gonna be the insane person, because there's no corpse to go back to. We don't know where the corpse went. Watase mustered his nearly torn heart and headed for the factory. When he got there, he found Jun, Enna, and Ukita. Oh, Captain. You're looking really pale there. What's wrong? Everyone ran up to him. Ukita looked at his watch and spoke. You sure took quite some time. Did something happen? Maybe. Watase answered in a shaky voice. Guys, please don't freak out when you hear this, but Yuri's dead. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Impossible. How can she be dead? Was it an accident? Was she murdered? Yes, she was murdered. I don't know, but I found her body. That's a fact. I mean, you clearly saw a bullet hole through her forehead. That's a murder. Where? Where did you find her? Come with me. It's this way. Her body's not gonna be there. Watase took the others with him and headed back for the stairwell in the inner ring. She's right in here. Watase stopped in front of the stairwell. His companions all gulped. Miss Yuri's here. She's not. I'm opening it up now. Okay. Watase paused as he felt cold sweat roll down his back, and then opened the door. But... what? See? She's not there. She's not dead. It was all a dream. Nothing but the wreckage of the collapsed staircase. You're going psychotic. Eh? Didn't you say there was a body here? Ukita and the others looked puzzled. By the time Watase could speak in, his voice was leaden with disbelief. This can't be. You're going insane. The psychokinetic people are making you think you're going insane. Watase searched the cramped stairwell, but he couldn't find the body no matter how hard he looked. The body's gone. Are there any bloodstains? Ukita let out an exasperated sigh when he heard that. Good grief. Are you sure you just weren't seeing things? He's not. I'm not lying. There really was a body here. I swear. There was a girl with blood pouring down her head. She was dead no matter how you looked at it. Blood. They're fucking with him. His brain's being fucked with. Royally. blood, but I don't see any bloodstains anywhere. Watase was rendered speechless at that. Yeah, he had just confirmed with his own eyes that there were, indeed, no body or bloodstains anywhere to be found. Perhaps the absence of the body eulogy found can be explained as your perception itself being wrong. What? You hit your head hard enough to induce amnesia. That means your brain has been damaged in some ways. Yes. Yes. Can't argue with that. Watase felt shivers down his spine. Furukita's theory made total sense. Yes, it does. Then did that mean that the auditory hallucinations he'd been hearing for the past few hours, and his constant headaches and nausea, were the result of the brain damage? Maybe. No, yes, no, yes and no, yes and no. It's complicated. To make matters worse, he had also been suffering from radiation damage on top of that. Well, allegedly radiation damage. I don't trust the radiation things at all. Like, the radiation is a cover-up, I'm gonna say. It's just a cover-up. Like, it allows them to perform really high secrecy stuff without anyone really questioning it, because nobody can really understand it without being a nuclear scientist themselves. So they can just do whatever the fuck they want in this laboratory. Because, you know, nuclear is the highest level of things, so they can get away with a bunch of stuff. Has my brain been damaged past the point of no return? No. Watase desperately tried to find another plausible explanation for everything, but psychokinetic children aren't a plausible explanation. You know they're real. I can't think of anything. You're not thinking hard enough. Or maybe I'm thinking too much. Maybe. In the first place, he didn't even have any clue why he had amnesia to begin with, or what had happened before he lost his memories. Meaning that thinking about his condition wouldn't help him at all. Nope. Shit, if only I could remember what the situation just before I lost my memories was like. Well, then things would be very, 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 very different. If only I could remember what happened a few hours ago. Then I might be able to finally answer some of my questions. We need other people to give us answers to everything else. We need Luis to tell us things, we need Mr. Tenkawa to tell us things, we need Mashiro Toba, I think, to tell us things. We need to meet her first as well. We need Enna to tell us things, we need Ukita to tell us things, and we need Yuri to tell us things. Kazumi and Jun don't know much more than we do, honestly. But if for all information, that's not that important. Although, you know, everyone tell us things, please. I would like that. Like the truth behind my condition and what's been happening in this facility today. Oh, not just today. For decades now. It felt like he was totally lacking in the knowledge he needed to understand all that. So are we. And we will continue to lack that knowledge for quite a while. Just then, Ukita's voice interrupted his thoughts. Captain Kasagi, are you listening? Not really, no. Watase gritted his teeth and mustered the response. No, hold on. This still doesn't make any sense. How so? Maybe I only thought Yuru's dead, but she was actually still alive. That's some hefty hallucinations. She must have started breathing again and went off somewhere after I left. That's such a... Do you really think she could have done all that in just the span of a few minutes? No. Maybe? No. Look, let's just split up and search the area already. Moribe and I will cover B1. Teach, old man, you take care of B2. Okay, well, if you say so. Then of course I'll obey, but you're not making any sense. Do we even have time to be wasting on this? I mean, it's still searching around, so who knows, the others are still moving around, so... Fine, just for 5 minutes. All of us will gather back here in 5 minutes. Though they were reluctant, Watase managed to persuade everyone. Thus they began the search for Yuri, yet again. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find Yuri anywhere. Or any body, or any blood, or anything like that. The group reunited at the stairwell 5 minutes later. We didn't find her. Watase couldn't say anything in the face of everyone's stares. That was clearly a waste of time. No matter how you spin it, Kasasagi was either lying, seeing things, or just misunderstanding something. Fourth option, he was brainwashed. Captain Kasasagi, there's this old saying. Ghost was just withered grass. Okay, I think I understand the metaphor. I'm sure you were desperate to find Yuri that you just mistook a shadow or something for her. No, that was a very vivid hallucination. I guess you're right. He couldn't press his own belief on them any longer. Either way, it's true that we wasted time. Watas reluctantly withheld his opinion and changed gears. Thinking about it another way. It's actually better if I was just misunderstanding things, because that means she's not dead. Well, not confirmed to be dead. Indeed, I'm sure she's still alive somewhere. Well, yes, she has to be. Yes, precisely. Watas said that to convince himself. But something was clearly happening here. Watasa continued talking as he felt that ominous premonition in his mind. Let's head back to the neuroscience laboratory for now. Yes, it's already been over an hour since we left after all. Indeed, that would be for the best. And the lieutenant might be waiting for us there, you know? The group thus headed on over towards the neuroscience laboratory. And this is a good spot to take a rest, take a break, take a little musical break. Wait, what do we have? Today for this moment. Skid Row, Monkey Business, Auto One, Hands Up, Give Me Your Heart, Beat Van Men, Crosstown Mall. Oh, that one's from like Mega Sexual was a good show. I like that one. I got that song from there. That's a good show. I would recommend it. Everyone digs giant robots, don't they? Well, most people, I would assume. Anyway, Rainbow, Difficult to Cure, Beethoven's Ninth, and Michael Jackson, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Those are the current intermission recommendations. We shall be back at some point. Anyway, what has happened in between? Well, the stream went down at some point early on because reasons. I don't know why. Connection's bad. Stupid wire keeps falling out when it gets too hot. It's weird. But it's such a pain to rewire the thing. It goes through the floor, well, under the carpets and everywhere. Blech. Irritating things indeed to fix. Anyway, I hope you're having a good time and a good day. And remember to stay hydrated. Drink your water. It'll make you feel better. And that's it currently. Unless I'm missing something else from somewhere. Which I don't think so. Haven't seen anything. There's nothing in the chat. There's nothing in any updates, although I have notifications turned off for basically everything, so it's very, very difficult to actually contact me on the spot randomly. I have to be looking at the thing directly, you know, to get notified about anything happening, so I don't even know. I don't even know how to check, like, the thing, if the stream is happening. I mean, I do see it on OBS. There's like a yellow, a green box that says it's good, and it turns red, and I sometimes notice it when it goes red. I don't know how long it was until I actually noticed it, but whatever. It's fine. I guess. I'm not even sure anymore. But that's neither here nor there right now, I suppose. And yeah, I guess. I suppose that's it. Let's not waste any more of your time and just end this for today. For now, for the next few moments. For those watching the archive for anywhere between 1 and 3 days, if you're watching live. I do these when the fancy strikes me, and I feel like it. So it's kind of inconsistent, but generally the times themselves seem to be. It's 3 weeks. Work days, it's around 8:30, something like that. When I start, 8 my time. Whatever it is, your time, about 2 hours ago. That's fairly reliable, seems to be. 4th week, starting about the same. Yeah. And anything else is Saturday or Sunday in the morning. I like to do it in the early morning when I'm bright and sunshine and happy and everything else, and I don't have work, so I can just laze about and do things like this. Well, I still don't do them for more than like an hour and a half. I don't know. I feel like keeping these relatively brief. But anyway, yes, let's cut the chat and move on. Move on to the next day, move on to other things to do until we return at some point. Anyway, ta-ta for now. I'll see you in some moments. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Hello there. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. Now then, properly. We can continue from last where we left off. Where did we leave off? Somewhere. We'll do the recap in but moments, in mere moments. It will not be 25 minutes like last time. God, that was very, very long and incoherent and rambling. But I mean, that's what I do. So that's what you're gonna get. I mean, I'm not sure what else you're expecting, honestly. Expect more of the same. I mean, if you watch that and you watch the other things, if you're going through the archive, Mr. Person from the future, then you already know. I don't need to remind you of this at all. There's no point. Because you have made your decision about 18 hours ago. Nothing is going to change 100 or 1,000 hours from now as well. Hopefully. I did come create these things for a purpose. Deliberately, so it's not like I'm some teenager just, ooh, I decided to start doing this, like, oh, what's this? I don't know anything about. Nah. I decided, deliberately so, what I'm going to do, what I want to do, and I am doing it. Like, you're never gonna see anything less than 6 months old on this channel. Like, ever. Ever. I'm not gonna cover things that are new or mainstream or anything like that. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not interested in doing that. No. This is hyper niche content that I'm here to deliver because this is what I want to listen to later down the line myself. But enough about that. Enough of that. Let us warm up my voice a little bit. Now then, where is the thing that I am? There we go. It's an intermission, therefore, another short little story that I wrote years ago at this point. Many, many years ago. Now let's get you out of the way and let's get you there. These are no longer titled, these are just short story 1. Like, this begins a small era in my life where I just wrote something every day and lasted for almost 6 months. And let's just begin. Short story 1. One summer's day, a man came by a tree. It was great and tall, with birds chirping around. But another curious thing caught the man's eye, a panel made of wood and a slight thumping noise. He began to ascend, the noise getting louder, until it stopped, and a whisper he heard. "Quickly now, get inside," said a hushed, grisly voice. A second later, an ear-splintering whoosh and a thunderous tremble took the man's body and mind to the core. Shook the minds. Goddamn. Even if I reread these, I still mess it up. Anyway, after finally ascending, nobody he found, but a device not unlike a bow. The platform was crude but sturdy, and almost he stepped in jutted-out nails. Once back on the ground, the man continued to town, mail to deliver, and no time to ponder. The gates were ever on vigil, but no guards in sight, and a ruckus inside, unheard of in years. Moments passed, with nobody to greet, until the gates opened to a terrible view. "Out of the way!" a booming voice said, followed by a punch and a fall. The same grisly tone, this time strong and dominant, led other such voices out of the town. The man laid in the warm summer dirt, until a familiar voice woke him to his feet. A prisoner riot, it was. Came from the sky, the leader did. He learned and paused. "I think I know how." Thoughts collected, he finally exclaimed. With guards by his side, the man showed the device. They thanked him and said goodbye. Back in town, he returned to his life. I am but a postman, let braver men go this path. And the man lived on as he did, but a new tale to sing with a mug. Yeah, basically this little story I wrote a little bit inspired by one of my D&D sessions that I sometimes run. Something. It was orcs there that built like catapult to shoot goblins at unsuspecting people or something like that. It's always orcs and goblins. I mean, it's the easy thing to do. It's, you know, it's easy. Orcs are fun, honestly. They're just brutish, simple, and you can have them do whatever you want because they're orcs, and who cares? Alright, enough with that. With that stuff out of the way, let us continue on with the story, with Root Double After Days Root. Previously, what happened previously? Okay, I think I can recap this in less than 20 minutes this time around, I promise. So, previously, Watas and Enna got, after they reunited, after searching the place a bit, they reunited and were kind of led astray by a strange sound into like a stairwell. They got trapped in there, and there was a fire extinguisher there, but it wasn't a fire extinguisher, it was a trick. It was a bomb inside of it, and as they panicked, Enna pulled out a gun. Like, she just had a gun, somewhere, somehow. And she's a crack shot, because she, like, fired 4 times, shot out 4 hinges of the door, and they escaped and all that jazz. Later, a bit later, when confronted about that, she said, oh, I just play airsoft. Like, you know, as if that's gonna explain. Like, that sounded like a made-up excuse on the spot. I don't believe it one bit. But we don't have any other information, so we kinda just have to accept it as fact, I guess, for now. Oh, goddamn. Before that, even, Watase eavesdropped on a conversation between Luis and Enna. And it's like, damn, Luis is here. And she said something very peculiar, like Luis warned her, like, use this information somehow. But then Enna was like, alright, thank you for the information, now let the adults take care of this situation. And that was just the day before they got trapped here. And that's very suspicious. And that bolsters my personal theory that Luis is part of some kind of secret organization, and now apparently Enna is probably part of some different secret organization as well. So that's a load of confusion and potential mysteries. But anyway, then we reunited with Kita and June. Then there was a bit of a kerfuffle over the gun. In the bad ending, the 3 Stooges shot Watase. But in the good ending, they split the gun up into 3 parts and gave 1 to each. So rendering the gun useless in an emergency situation. Brilliant decision making on their part, I must say. And afterwards, Watase had split off from the group searching some area, and he had like a hallucination or something of finding Yuri's dead body, shot right in the forehead. And he believed it thoroughly. He held her, it felt cold and all that jazz, everything felt. But when he got the group together to come and check it out, she was nowhere to be found. No blood splatters, nothing. Not a zilch anywhere. So I'm guessing one of the psychokinetic children is fucking with him. Maybe, or his brain is doing something else. Who knows? But here's the most important thing that happened last time. We found a document that listed the test subjects of this facility, dating back to, 9 years, even the previous incident. And while they didn't give proper names, the code names, there was a code name N, the code name Y, and some other ones, I already forget. One of them is definitely Yuri, because it was like dated as being like just September 10th, so just 6 days before this incident. And then another subject N, which I believe is Natsuki. I think that was his name. I kind of looked it up going through one of my streams, like skimming through it. I think I heard that. I think that was correct. So it's Natsuki and his mother who works here and is very dedicated on this. So she's got something. Like, that's all connected. It's all connected somehow, in some way. And back in the past, the previous incident, before something around that, there was another test subject who they discarded, but they didn't kill him. And one of the risk factors they mention is that the subject might regain memories, which is a very interesting hint. A very interesting hint indeed, which might be Watase. He was a test subject here as well, but he's been erased, and like this continues even to this day. His memories are just getting fucked with. Maybe. I don't know. We will see eventually. But yeah, that's all the important stuff that happened last time. And I believe with that out of the way, we can just straight up continue properly. I think, yeah, there's nothing else for me to recap this time around. I think that's all correct. Okay, good. Let's proceed. After Chapter 5, scene title, Dream-alike. Yes, things are about to get really fucky with this brain. Alright, and yes, after they confirmed that nope, he's indeed hallucinating, there's no corpse, they decide to. The group thus headed on over towards the neuroscience laboratory. But Kazumi wasn't there. Alright, Kazumi got injured, but then they in a different room, and if she got better, she should head back to here. She's not here, so that's interesting. Instead, the group was greeted with a shocking sight. Oh, starting strong. A shocking sight. What the hell? What? It wasn't what they saw that was strange. It was what they didn't see that was strange. Oh, something's missing. Eh? The 8... okay. Well, fair enough. I mean, you did leave it unattended, and you do know there's, like, children running about, so of course, the stuff you leave unattended is gonna go missing. Because why wouldn't? Because the kids are not on your side. They have their own agenda. So when they learn, like, hey, this is the thing. I mean, we don't know actually what it does properly. We don't know if they think it's important to use or to destroy. We don't know that thing. But anyway, the AD they had left in the neuroscience laboratory was all gone. This can't be happening. Oh, but of course it is. Of course it is. All they found were torn scraps of paper scattered on the floor. Watase picked up one of them. It read, "To Mr. Tenkao." Ah, it's the bit. They were the ripped up remnants of Enna's note. Yeah, the kids wrote, the kids are not happy with you. Why? Because they know stuff, and you don't know things. Enna knows things. She's not telling us either. Like, come on, connect the dots, connect the dots. You overheard their conversation, Watase. Think. But he's not going to be able to think. He's the protagonist. He has to be a little dense when it comes to actually progressing the plot. Otherwise, we would get through this very quickly. And obviously, we can't have that. Everyone was frozen in shock. Oh no, now we only have one AD each. Without AD, we'll be exposed to the radiation. But it's not radiation. Well, it is, but it isn't. We don't know that yet for certain. I mean, I don't know that, but come on, it's obviously not that. I mean, as the audience, we know more than any individual character here. Watase couldn't speak. He quickly checked his Procyon to find that it read 5958 MSV. The radiation levels throughout the entire facility were all probably past the first danger standard by this point. Kazumi had indeed managed to survive for an hour on only half of an AD before, but she also mentioned that she hadn't been feeling well during that time. Plus, the radiation levels were completely different then. If things didn't turn for the better soon, it was most likely only a matter of time before they exceeded the second danger standard. And the last time I was in the contaminated zone, what happened to him? Did he pass out? Oh, I guess that happened. He'd suffered from intense headaches and nausea after only a few minutes in there. Fair enough. Fine. Fine, I will stop doubting that there is some radiation. But I still don't fully believe it. Like, it's just... We're dealing with psychokinetic children and, like, nonsense research about future magic. We've got magic. Come on. Oh yeah, right, the other thing. Before I forget, in the document that listed test subjects, they mentioned at least 4 different genetic types. We know of only telepathy and empathy, but there's at least 2 other things, like the genetics enable people to have superpowers, like that they've researched. So, yeah, it's not just telepathy and empathy, there's more stuff going on. There's telekinesis and brainwashing and mental manipulation and probably some other bunch of nonsense that we'll discover that these kids have and have been using on us the whole time. Or there's maybe some kind of like, like that giant brain over there. It's like a big brain in a jar that's constantly emitting some evil brain waves trying to dominate humanity or something. That's case N. Like subject N's brain is in the main facility, and the AD is constantly just trying to like, hey, don't let this brain interfere with you or something. But anyway, he shuddered at the thought of that happening to everyone else. Damn it. How the hell did this happen? Because we lack information. We don't know shit. Bizarre events just kept happening one after the other. Watase gritted his teeth. Ukita then spoke up. How, you ask? It's obvious. Someone stole the AD. That's how. I mean that's not what he's... obviously, that... he's right. And what's more, the important thing is who and why. That's what we don't know. The what is simple. The culprit must be one of us. No! Why do you think... fuck's sake. No, there's 3 other people at least running around here. Jun scanned the others with a sharp look in her eye. Wait, just a minute, Mod. Do you realize what you just said? Like we've been here the whole time. But that's the only possibility I can think of. Oh, so you don't suspect the children? I mean, there's no one else here aside from us and those kids, right? Yeah, and we haven't encountered those kids much at all, and they have been wary the couple times that we have encountered them. Well, Luis only. And it's been twice, and only Watase has encountered her, really. So, come on! Come on! Why can't you suspect the children? Children are evil sometimes in these stories. I mean, they're... we just lack information. There's just not enough... but I don't think Natsuhiro and the others would go steal the AD without saying a thing. You haven't spoken... Oh, wait, no, she did. She did encounter them a couple days ago in the previous incident off-screen. Okay, fine. She does kinda know them. Everything is complicated. I know them. They're good kids who would never tear up a note like that. You know, like, you still only met them a couple days ago, only like a couple of times there. You don't know them that well. Come on, don't be naive. So it's only natural to think that one of us is the culprit. That's kind of faulty logic. Hey, who was in it that went off on their own? Can you all prove your alibis? Like, Jun's being a little hasty here, a little firebrandy. Watase was dumbfounded at the fierce look Jun was giving them all. Just then, Enna sighed and spoke. True, we don't have alibis. Teach, I mean, sure we don't. Me, Captain Kasagi, and Mr. Ukita were all off on our own for a period of time. But you know, you don't have an alibi either, Miss Moribe. Fair enough. Enna gave... yeah, pointless conflict here. Enna gave Jun a pointed glare. Eh? There's no one who can prove what you were doing between the time you got hurt and when you regrouped with the rest of us, correct? What are you talking about? I was resting in that room. The captain can back me up on that one. Come on, using your own logic against you, not a fan of that, eh? Are ya? Not really, are ya? But what if you got back on your feet right away? And besides, they often say that the accuser is usually the most suspicious one. I guess. What? What are you getting at? Are you actually trying to say I'm the one who hid the AD? We can't deny that possibility. Fair enough. Don't screw with me, you bitch. Pushed some of her buttons. I mean, we're all in a stressful situation here. It's very easy to push people's buttons in these kind of situations. I don't like being called a bitch, do ya? Enna trembled in the face of Jun's mad roar. What would I possibly have to gain from that? I'm a rescue worker, for God's sake. base? I mean, what would anyone gain from this? Like that. The pay is shit, the job's hell, and it's the most unappreciated line of work there is on top of that. But you know why we do it? I guess she's making pretty good points there. It's because we want to help people. Fair enough. I can't deny her passion. That's great. This is great. I love it. Every time we go to work, it feels like we're driving straight into hell itself, and we faced countless near-death experiences. But we do this job because we want to rescue people. Yeah, you go, Jun. And yet you have the goddamn nerve to imply that I, Jun Moribe, a member of Sirius, stole the AD? What the fuck's wrong with you? Jun gave Anna the deadliest glare she could, then started panting heavily once she finished talking. That's excellent, I love passion like that. Yeah, you go, Jun. It's fucking excellent. Excellent! Little teardown of that. Tears were pouring down her cheeks. Hard to argue with passion like that, is it? Anna was absolutely speechless. She looked away in regret. I'm sorry. You really are putting your life on the line in that job, aren't you? That's right. We're always prepared for that risk. I mean, yeah, 2 of them have died. So, just as Jun said that in a shaky voice, but you can't say for sure that all rescue workers think the same way. I mean, this is Sirius Squad, it's the best of the best, supposedly. Ukita interjected. Old man. Work ethics and personal ideology don't always coincide, that is very true. There are those who value their own principles and stances above work. I guess. Oh, goddamn, this is the gun. What do you want from me now? Oh, it's about the kids? Jesus Christ, the fucking kids. I don't know any of them. I mean, no? I don't know any. No, I don't trust any of these kids right now. We know nothing about them, and we know that Louise is running off, and she knows things. So it's yeah, no, I have zero confidence in the kids right now. So anyway, that preemptively deciding on that. Just moving on. I don't know why that was a yellow one, but I guess we'll see. If we die, we die. I guess. Then are you trying to say that there's a traitor in Sirius? I mean, Watasa doesn't have memories, and he is responsible for a bunch of things that, because he lost his memories, we don't know why he did. I mean, we don't know what he did at all, but I mean, as an audience member, we have suspicions. Perhaps. You ungrateful bastard. Are you forgetting that we saved your damn life just last week? Oh, that happened? No, hold on. What I'm doubting is... An enraged shout erupted from Watasa's throat as another quarrel began to break out. Cut it out already, guys! Woo. Why are you doubting each other so much? You guys just aren't thinking straight because you're all tired to death, right? I mean, that is true. When you're tired, you don't think straight. I mean, look at... we've got about 19 hours of me exemplifying that. I'm not thinking straight at all. I do most of these after work. So it's like, I don't know, my brain's power is drained. Yeah, no, and I like it that way. I don't need my brain power to do these. We don't need that. Just think about it this normal and you realize there's only one answer. What? The culprit is one of the survivors, obviously. They decided not to wait for us here, then tore up the note, took the AD, and left. Yeah. That's the most logical assumption to make. Everyone's faces froze over at Watasa's suggestion, because I mean... whatever. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear me when I said that those kids would never do anything like that? How can you know that? How can you know that? She's right. Are you doubting my students? Yes. Especially Luis, because you had that conversation that we kinda eavesdropped on. Like, come on now, Anna, you are withholding so much information. Like, come on now. I'll cut with the crap. I don't want to, but it's dangerous to trust them unconditionally without any sort of solid proof. My, such a level-headed opinion. One could even call you cold. Well, it's essential. But do you even have a way to get that so-called proof? Probably not. But neither do any of you. So, like, it's back to square one in that regard. Like, so... It's no different from your accusations regarding each other? Well, no, I don't. But neither do you, so it doesn't matter. What the hell? How can you be so irresponsible? You were... Irresponsible? You're the one saying irresponsible, yet you were the one who hid the fact you had a gun. Uh-huh. Yeah, nah. You don't get to say that, Miss Anna. Irresponsible? Me? I'm the one trying to be the voice of reason here. That is actually true. He is doing that. He's trying his best. In the end, Watase had ended up only fueling the fire of the quarrel he'd been trying to stop. They all argued for a little while longer, until Anna suddenly raised her voice. Enough, people. We can complain all we want, but it's not going to make the situation get any better. That is true. Is there any way we can prove who stole it? Probably not. I mean, that's why you're arguing. If you had any proof, someone would have come out with the proof. That's how it works. If you have proof, you just present it and case closed, basically. If you keep arguing about something, then you clearly don't have any proof and you're just talking out of your ass. So, like, you know, if someone asks you to provide proof and you have it, just do it. That's the easiest thing in the world. I'm flailing about too much when I talk. I get too animated. I'm knocking things over and stuff like that. A light bulb went off in Watasa's head at that comment. Wait, there is the security room, isn't there? Is that what he's thinking? There is. Yeah, there we go. Haha, brilliant. All we have to do is go to the surveillance room. That's correct, like... The surveillance room, yeah, it's got cameras everywhere. Some of them work, we know that. Teach, Tachibana's checking the cameras while she's resting in the surveillance room, right? Yes. Then she's probably watching over this facility with those cameras. But most of the surveillance cameras are broken, remember? I mean, as long as a few of them are operational, it's still valid. Most, not all of them. Exactly. Which means that it's worth a shot to check them out. At least it's better than sticking around here and yelling our heads off. Jun and Okita were all silent. You got nothing. All you got is nonsense complaints and arguments and accusations, so yeah. Eventually, Jun spoke up in a soft voice. Yeah, you're right. Let's go on over to the surveillance room, guys. But if I ever find out that one of you is the culprit, I swear I'll use the goddamn engine cutter. No, she won't. She might threaten someone with it, but yeah. Jun surveyed the others with a fierce glare. No, there's no way that one of us did it. We're going there so we can find proof that we can trust each other. The group then hurried on over to the surveillance room. Watasa suddenly felt an unpleasant sensation in his skin as he ran on over to the surveillance room. It was just like the time he'd been in a contaminated zone. Ah, shit. Watasa checked his watch. It's running out. He then realized that it was already past time for them to take their AD. Crap. Everyone, take your AD. Oh, on it. The group then enlisted themselves with AD. Psst. Now they had none left at all. I felt the pain in my skin as soon as the AD wore off. Likewise. Now they really were in an environment where they couldn't live without AD. Let's type on it. We need to find out where the AD went, and fast. The group nodded and started running again. Area 3 in ring B2. The group were now right outside the surveillance room. Watase moved to open the door, but then... Stop. Don't want to hear. No, Kazumi's confronting someone. He heard a voice from inside. Was that Tachibana? Yes, it was. Just then she started talking again. How do you know that? Don't tell me that. He couldn't hear the voice behind the door all that well, but it seemed like she was talking to someone. Captain, quit staring off into space and open the door already. Shit, I bumped the mic with my mug of water. Keep hydrated, people, it's very good. Anyway, alright. Watase restrained his confusion and opened the door. Wait! Huh? Kazumi shouted at the same time Watase opened the door. She then looked at the group and her face froze over. Captain, and everyone else too. Tachibana, are you by yourself? Kazumi was the only one in the surveillance room. That is correct. Why? Does it look like someone else is here? We heard you talking. No, I don't see anyone. Well, Watasa heard her talking. Oh, don't tell me Watasa was the only one who overheard though that. I could have sworn that I heard you arguing with someone. Okay, he's bringing it up. That was... Come on, spit it out. I was talking to the radio, okay? The radio? That makes sense. Yes, I got in touch with someone on the surface just a short while ago, but the reception broke up right away. It didn't sound like it broke up right away. It sounded like they gave you some information. What do you want from me, game? I'm just gonna stick with neutral stance there, I guess. So I shouted wait by myself when the connection went dead. Alright. Kazumi looked at the floor as she relayed all that in a feeble voice. Like, why do they keep lying and not telling the full thing? I mean, okay, fine, she's not lying per se, I guess, but she's not telling the full truth. Why can't they just tell the truth? This is literally a life or death situation. Why can't they just put their petty little nonsense aside? Their whatever. It's so frustrating every time. Like, just communicate. Just like, if you're like delaying the advancement of the story through these arbitrary means of like, I don't want to say this. That's such nonsense. I dislike that. I do dislike that, honestly. But anyway, is that true? No, it's not. Watase looked Kazumi dead in the eye and voiced his doubts. Tachiban, are you hiding something? Yes, she is. Huh? I'm sure I heard you talking to someone. As I said, it was the radio. Sure, but the conversation felt like it was going on for a decent bit. Kazumi said that in a low voice as if to ward off Watase's questioning. Nah. Don't be intimidated. Are you doubting me? Yes, I am. Watase thought he saw a dim light burn in Kazumi's eyes for a second. It's personal, related, but this is... Oh, no, not at all. You should be. I was just thinking that maybe we'd need to test out the radio to see if we could get in touch again, seeing as how it was working for just a second. No, I believe that was merely... You're dodging a thing. That's dodging the circumstances. Don't do that. That's nonsense. Now you're being very, very suspicious. I'm doubting you even more. But you still got through, right? Yeah, flukes can happen twice. You don't know if it's a fluke, you don't know what caused it. So it's worth trying out again. Yeah, that's how that works. Just because something is 1 in a million doesn't mean there's no reason to not try it again. That's random chance. 1 in a million could, randomly, because it's random, happen twice in a row. Because it's pure random happenstance. Huh? I mean, that's how gambling addictions happen, actually, isn't it? Because there's always the idea that it could happen. It could. There is the chance, the possibility that it could happen just now. Yes. But anyway. He felt he was being a bit mean, but Watase still asked. Good. Keep the pressure up. Things were bad enough as it was. He didn't want to doubt Kazumi of all people on top of all that. Yeah, I didn't want to either, but she's hiding something, so we have to. So he kept the seeds of doubt from sprouting as much as he could. Let them flourish into a mighty oak. If you think it's necessary, then please go ahead and try it out. Watase nodded and took out his PDA. He felt he was wasting everyone's time, but he tried radioing the commander just to be safe. But he couldn't get in touch with him no matter how hard he tried, because she wasn't communicating with the commander or upside, she was communicating with someone else within the basement areas. I think. Obviously I have no backing for that. Again, I'm making assumptions as a man with zero facts, but still. All he ever heard was the sound of static and nothing more. It's fun to speculate. So does that mean Tachibana really was lying? But Jun and Nikita impatiently spoke up before Watase could think anymore. Captain, this isn't the time for this, right? Indeed, that's not what we need to be checking now. I mean, it's always good to check, though. Right. Watase still wasn't satisfied with the situation, but he put his PDA away nonetheless. I mean, he could keep fiddling about with the PDA while the others check the surveillance camera. It's not like the video footage is gonna change just because it has, like, 3 pairs of eyes instead of 4 on it. So, like, it doesn't matter. I was trying to douse my suspicions, but it feels like all I did was make them worse. Watase glared sternly at Kazumi, and then spoke. By the way, Tachibana, you didn't bring the AD here, did you? What do you mean by that? I haven't taken a step out of this room ever since I got here. I see. Did something happen? Actually, it looks like someone took the AD that we left lying around in the neuroscience laboratory. Huh? So we came here to check the surveillance camera footage to see if it could help us out. Watase looked at Kazumi when he said that. She's obviously shocked. Knowing her, he figured she'd readily comply with their request. However, the ADs... I see. So AD's gone, is it? Tachibana? Huh? Kazumi then answered without looking at Watase. Captain, my apologies, but none of the cameras near the neuroscience laboratory are working. Okay. Is that so? Is that so really? I've been checking the surveillance footage in thorough detail. There are 2 cameras working in Area 1's outer ring, 2 in Area 2's inner ring, 1 in Area 3's outer ring, 2 in Area 4's outer ring, and 2 in Area 6's inner ring. That's all. Wait, Area 6's inner ring? Yes, 1 in the emergency staircase, and 1 in the hallway. Oh, wait. Is that where we were ambushed by someone who tried to kill us with the bomb? With the dud of a bomb? Oh, that's useful. That's useful. See that. Then did you see Yuri on them? Oh, that's where he saw Yuri's fake corpse, which wasn't there because he only saw it. Eh? Miss Yuri? Unfortunately, I haven't seen any footage of her wandering around by herself. That's an interesting phrase of words. Wait, she should have been near Area 6. Why do you believe that? Ukita answered in Watase's stead. Well, you see, he claims that he saw Yuri's corpse in the Area 6 emergency staircase. Miss Yuri's corpse? He was hallucinating. We were shocked too, so we went over to check it out, but there was nothing there. But we can check the cameras to see if what I saw was real or not. Huh? Play back the footage from around 20 minutes ago. Understood. Kazumi said that, then replayed the surveillance camera footage. Archive footage showing the emergency staircase in Area 6 inner ring played on the monitor. Watase and Ukita soon showed up. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the monitor. That's right, the old man and I split up here. The footage showed Ukita walking away from Watase, followed by the latter climbing the rope. Watase soon finished up his search of B1 and came back. It's right after this. I stopped right there and saw Yuri's body. Watase leaned forward. However, his actions differ from what he remembers doing. The footage showed Watase heading straight out the stairwell without stopping. Ah, his brain got really fucked up. What? Your brain's fucked. Someone's fucking with your brain, dude. The timestamp displayed on the monitor was 13:55:16. The time matched up with Watase's memories, but the actions don't. He didn't find the body. He imagined it all. He's insane. Why? 'Cause you're going psychotic. Watase muttered that, then heard a low voice behind him. Captain Kasasagi, what is the meaning of this? Fuck knows. Watase turned around in surprise to find Ukita scowling right at him. I mean, that's reasonable. What the hell? So not only did you not find the body, but you didn't even stop like you said you did. Why did you lie? Because he does. His memory's being fucked with so bad. Maybe it was a... okay, no speculation. Watase couldn't answer that question. That's not all that's strange either. There's also the video's timestamp. 1:55 PM. It seems you left the stairwell at this time. However, you did not return to the factory until 2:01 PM. What? Mitsukit, is that true? It is. Yes, I checked my watch when he came back, so I'm sure of it. Now that he thought about it, Ukita did say, you sure took quite some time. Did something happen? When they regrouped in the factory. He did say that, yes. Watase had thought the time lag had been because he'd been shocked and out of it from finding a body, but there is no way that it takes 6 minutes to get from the inner ring to the factory. He was body snatched or something. Oh. Where were you and what were you doing in that 6-minute blank? He has no idea. We have no idea. I love this. I love when there's mysteries like that. And it's established there's like mindfuckery happening, so it's like totally legit. Well, I was really out of it after seeing that body, after thinking I saw that, but you didn't stop to see the body, so what the fuck are you talking about, dude? The footage is really... When I came to my senses, I was walking down the inner ring's hallway, but as for where and what I was doing... But that's not true. The archive footage even shows that there was no body in the first place. Yeah, that's I don't know. Watase, you cannot trust yourself, absolutely not. I know what you remember, but it's not true. It's not true at all. You can't trust your lying eyes. Well, your memory. Ah, jeez. Poor Watase, he's going through so much stuff. It's not... Yeah. Watase instinctively fell quiet. Well, yeah, what is he supposed to think and do? His memory of finding the body was crystal clear, but his subjective memory had been smashed into pieces by the objective video footage. Yeah. What's the meaning of this, Captain? Why would you ever lie like that? He has no idea. Why, you ask? I believe it is quite obvious. Oh, now these accusations. Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough. He doesn't have memories to disprove anything, and the video footage shows stuff, so yeah. He's the prime suspect. He stole the AD and all that stuff. He used that as an excuse to show up late to the factory, because... Then probably took that opportunity to steal the AD under our noses. That's possible. He was body snatched. That's great. Everyone gasped at Akita's accusation. It makes sense. No, I never did anything like that. Then what were you doing for 6 minutes? You knew we were in a race against time, yes? He has no idea. Watase instinctively felt quiet, overwhelmed by confusion. Yes, he is. What's wrong, Captain? Say something, but he's got nothing to say. Where are you? Are you lying to us? No, he's insane. That's even better. No, I swear that I don't know what happened. Again. I see now. So you can't even trust yourself. No, he can't. He really can't. So you're chalking all this up to your memory impairment. Very well. So be it. Oh, that smug grin on your face, Ukita. Ah, smug bastard. But you know, that is also an admission that nothing you have said up until this point can be trusted. That's a good point. You can't actually trust him. Because he can't trust himself. Because psychokinetic children are doing things. Ah, that's amazing. What? Yeah. When we were arguing over the disappearance of the AD earlier, you were the one who scolded us. You looked confident that you weren't the culprit. Well, yeah. Of course he did, because he didn't do it. At least as far as he knows. But how are we supposed to trust the words of a man who hallucinated seeing a body? Isn't it possible that you hid the AD somewhere and simply forgot about it? Yes, it is very possible. That's impossible. No chance in hell. I'm sane. No, you're not. Sorry, dude. You're not. I mean, you are, but you're not. Oh dear. Sane? Then that must mean you're a liar instead. Oh. You lied about finding a body, and you're probably lying about not stealing the AD too. It was then that Watase realized it. Whether he was sane or not, it didn't change the fact that either way, his words were no longer trustworthy. Yeah, you can't trust yourself. Please wait. The question here is why he would ever tell such a bizarre lie like that. Who knows? But if you think of it that way, then that makes everything about him suspicious. I mean, that he is on the right track, honestly. Like, for example, were the memories that he claimed he got back really true to begin with? I mean, some of them were, and confirmed it. What? You claimed you went down to the basement to rescue survivors, but perhaps that's yet another lie. And in reality, you came down for a completely different purpose. I mean, that is partially true as well. Ah, memory loss. What different purpose? How the fuck should he know? Isn't it obvious? To kill. There we go. Nice. Yeah, there are dead bodies and stuff like that. Watase gasped with shock. Ukita continued. Yes, this was not an act of terrorism, but rather a systematic murder. Take this theory for example. You wanted to kill your coworker Dojima for some reason. So you decide to murder him during a dispatch to a disaster site. If he died at a site with a particularly nasty fire, his corpse would have been burnt up. Then his death would have been dismissed as an accident. Once you came up with this scheme, you took this incident as the perfect opportunity to put your plan into motion. That's a little far out there, dude. Come on now. I thought you were gonna have some kind of reason. You're the more... Alright, fine. Everyone's dehydrated, everyone's malnourished, everyone's, like, stressed the fuck out. There's corpses everywhere, there's, like... And he has knowledge partially of stuff, like, yeah. He's not thinking straight. Nobody is thinking straight. Nobody. Especially not me. But those two researchers witnessed what you'd done, so you killed them to silence them. I mean... Hiyama barely managed to escape, but in the end he got burned to death. And if we think of it that way, then perhaps Yuri and that girl who died by the lift were also witnesses. Oh, and that's right, Louise. You know, the one who runs away from you every time she sees you, may also be a witness. It's very, very inaccurate in a way. Are you serious? No way, that can't be true. Can it? Some of it is true, it must be, but it's not that simple. He's not factoring in the psychokinetic children's power into all of this scenarios. Ukita, you are really missing the ball here. You know what this research facility does, at least somewhat. You should know better. Come on now. Oh, does this mean that you even suspect that it's the truth? Well, it could be. It had been for a second, only a mere second, but he had indeed suspected that. That's right, now that I think about it, a lot of things were strange from the beginning. The reason Louise kept running away from was because she was running from me. I mean, she did call you dangerous, you did, like, you know, that got under your skin and you jumped out, interrupted the eavesdropping between her and Anna. No way. Is that true? Watase looked around, seeking help, his heart beating, but no one here is here to help. It's suspicious. It makes a little bit too much sense. He locked eyes with Kazumi. A troubled look arose to her face. Tachibana, did I hate that Jojima guy enough to kill him? Doubtful. I don't know. Then do you at least know if I ever acted like I might? I really don't know. You should. You should know a little bit more than you're letting on. I don't know because you never once talked about yourself. Right. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. He is, you know, the previous test subject here. Memory loss, manipulation, stuff like that, definitely. As far as I'm concerned, that's been confirmed. Through these incidental dialogues. Kazumi looked at Watase with sad eyes. I never talked about myself. No. Before you lost your memories, you were a man who put his distance between others. You never once told anyone what you were thinking, nor did you even attempt to. No one. Not even me. Kazumi said that in a pained voice. Jun then spoke up. Now that you mention it, I don't know anything about the captain's private life either. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable to separate, you know, work from private life. That's totally reasonable. Like, I don't really disclose much to my coworkers because that's unnecessary. There's no point to it. I just don't like talking about that. I just know him on a work basis, and that's totally fine. Heartbeat. Watase was astonished. He had thought that Kazumi and Jun would trust him, just as he trusted them. Yet they didn't trust not only the Watase without his memories, but even the him from when he had his memories. This isn't happening. Oh, it's happening. Watase's feet started shaking. Jun glared at him and spoke. Captain, tell us the truth. He doesn't know the truth. That's the problem. That's the problem. He doesn't know. Why did you really go down to the basement? He has no fucking idea. You normally would have never left the command post to begin with. So why? Come on, tell me. Tell us. But he doesn't know. Captain, did you really come here to save lives? If you didn't, then I swear I'll make you pay. You hear? I do love when Jun gets serious like that. Fired up. Anger was slowly building in Jun's eyes. No, it wasn't as simple as anger. It was the intent to kill. Oh, really? Jun glared at Watase with bloodthirsty eyes. No, you're... He wanted to say she was wrong, but he couldn't, because he doesn't know if he's wrong. She's wrong. He knew anything he said here would sound hollow. Yet he tried to say something. But just then... Hold on, you two. Right, are you gonna finally spill some information? Enna? Enna spoke up. What? You guys are acting a little weird. I mean... Duh? Of course everyone's acting weird. Again, we've been over this. Super stressful life or death situation. Hours without food or water. Completely isolated inside. And the basement floors below ground, everything. Of course it's not. You know, no one's gonna be able to maintain their rationality and sanity here forever. Huh? How so? What do you mean, weird? You're weird. Indeed, I believe we have made a truly sound argument. Nothing about this is sound. Didn't Captain Kasasagi risk his life on multiple occasions to save you guys? I mean, he did. And yet you turned your backs on him the moment the AD disappeared. What kind of sane person does that? That has nothing to do with this. I mean, it kinda does. Why are you on the captain's side after hearing everything we just said? I mean, you barely know the guy, right? Unless the two of you are in cahoots or something. Ah, good lord, come on. Completely just throwing wild theories out there, even wilder than mine. What are you talking about? That sudden accusation left Enna with a confused look on her face. But Ukita kept up the assault before she had time to counter. I see, now I get it, you're just accepting that as... I always did think you were acting strange. What? Now I finally understand. You two are planning to just save yourselves and leave the rest of us to die. There were plenty of opportunities to do that earlier, and without raising this kind of suspicion. Come on now. If they were planning this kind of whole thing from before, then do you really think you would be alive this long? Seriously? Seriously, dude? Come the fuck on. Come on, you're not thinking straight at all. You were the ones who hid the AD, weren't you? All so you could have it all to yourselves. Ukita and Jun were glaring at Watase and Enna. It was then that Watase finally realized it. Their eyes were full of madness. Oh! Damn, those are some freaky eyes. That is so. This bit of the video is absolutely worth looking at like that. So, like, the pupils are dilated to such tiny things, and they look insane. Like, Ukita looks like he's just about to crack his pod, and Jun's just like a psychotic murder intent. Their eyes were full of madness. This isn't good. They really are out of their minds. I think you're hallucinating, though. I think you might be hallucinating. Now that he thought about it, there were numerous factors that could be behind it. Like the telepathy and empathy people. Come on now. Their hours of built-up fatigue? Sure. The multiple strange happenings in this place? Sure. The feeling of entrampment from being stuck down here? Sure. The despair of not finding an exit? Absolutely. The fear from finding all those bodies? Oh yeah. And then, the fact that there's psychokinetic children running about who are fucking around with your minds. I mean, they're speaking to you, Watase. You can't know that they're not speaking to someone else. We can't know that at all. We don't see inside any of their brains. The loss of the AD had driven the final nail in the coffin. That one act had dramatically shortened the group's lifespan. It's impossible to expect anyone to remain sane in these circumstances. Ukita and Jun prowled towards them. Just then, a voice echoed in Watase said, "Hello, Natsuki." "It's too dangerous. Take Professor Tsubakiyama and run." "Okay, Natsuki." Following orders from God. Watase came back to his senses and took Enna by the arm. Just like that, not even questioning. The voice of God. And like a 16-year-old anime boy. I mean, that wouldn't be the first time there's like a 16-year-old anime person that turns out to be God or something, right? Wasn't that the plot of like Melancholy Haruhi Suzumi or something? I've only heard of it, I've never seen the series though. Probably should, it is on my watch list. But at that moment, trying to run, not good, hold them down. Jun and Nikita sprung at them. I mean, Watase is the most physically able-bodied here, and Ukita, you are not. And Jun is pretty spry, but she's also tiny. But Watase and Enna barely managed to dodge them in time. Ouch! Oof, someone bashed into a piece of metal. And oh dear. Oh dear. I need to let the cat out of the room. There we go. The doors are shut because I'm being loud. And other people live here. And a little disturbed in the evenings. Jun and Nikita slammed into the monitors. But they quickly turned around and glared at Watase and Enna. Watase instinctively looked away, only for his eyes to turn to Kazumi. Nothing. Kazumi is looking towards the exit. She then gave Watase a glance as if to say, "Run." Teach, let's get out of here. Right. Everyone's confused, nobody knows what's happening. Watase took Enna's arm and Enna ran out of the room. Tip tap, tip tap, tip tap. After chapter 6, 2 p.m. Chapter 4 hours until a rescue thing. Call. Damn it, lost sight of him. Sounds like they're gone. Yes. Now then, Watase and Enna had escaped their pursuers and now are hiding in a room in Area 2's inner ring. I didn't expect things to turn violent so suddenly. Well, it's not that surprising. Not when you consider the number of dead bodies we've seen. By my count, it's 5? 2 researchers, Hiyama, Dojima, and the girl. Yes, that's all. I can understand how the anger and impatience are driving them crazy. True, but that really was a close call back there. If they had caught us, then they might have very well killed us for all we know. Killed us? Wait, are you serious? You don't honestly think they'd go that far, do you? They're still our companions. Who knows? A stern expression appeared on Enna's face when she heard his protests. I mean, who knows? They might actually have gone insane, or that might have been a hallucination. Who knows? God. When you're dealing with, psychic people, it's always... You can never know. You can never know what anyone's thinking. Are they brainwashed? Are they mind-controlled? Are they actually genuinely feeling this way? Nobody knows. You still don't get it, because nobody's telling him anything. The thing that's truly frightening in this hell isn't the fire or radiation. It's people. I mean, it's always people, obviously, in every situation, but there's people with psychic powers. Why isn't this being brought up a little bit more? You know about it. You know about it, Enna. Come on, tell us. You know more. Tell us. Yes, nothing is more terrifying than the raw malice of someone with their back to the wall. Watase gasped. He had thought that their only hope in this death-ridden facility had been the human will to survive. But now that things had gone to hell, it was likely the other way around. What happens when the human will to survive transcends human morals? Oh, if you want to know that, there's... Okay, not really the human will to survive, but there's what transcends human morals. There's an entire amazing podcast called Behind the Bastards. It's got hundreds of episodes of all the horrible things humanity has done and continues to do to this very day. I would recommend it. Unless you're feeling in a bad mood, then you shouldn't. I mean, it talks about... Look, that series has... Dead babies come up a lot. Like, you've been warned. Check it out at your own discretion. Anyway, moving on. Does it become the will to survive, even at the cost of killing others? Difficult to say. Or maybe it becomes the conviction that killing others is justifiable if it means protecting someone else. That, yes, absolutely. That's pretty often the case. Yeah, In any normal situation, Ukita and Jun would probably never even dream about considering those things. But now everyone's lives were at risk. Their morals were most likely being shaved down to a layer of thin ice. Possibly enough to justify murder in their minds. Damn it, how did things come to this? Why? I thought we were all on the same side here. Oh, everyone's on the same side until they aren't. Until personal feelings transcend something else. The problem was whether the others felt the same way, and they probably didn't. Watase breathed a heavy sigh and turned to Enna. Hey, can I ask you a question? Sure, is it a smart question about more information or is it just some personal thing? What? Why did you stick up for me back there? Oh, that's a bit both. Regardless of what I remember, that video footage proves that I am suspicious. Weren't you the one who told me to doubt everything? So why are you, faced with the others having seemingly gone mad, and beginning to doubt even his own memories, Watase wondered what Enna was truly after. Enna then spoke in a somewhat hesitant voice. Because I want to know what your real motives are too. I mean, I do too, he does too, everyone wants to know what Watase's real motives are, because that's the whole plot, that probably is the driving force behind everything. Probably behind the corpses, definitely behind Natsuki's encounter, or something, I don't even know, god damn it. Hey, you said that you saw Miss Yuri's body, right? That's what he believes, yes. How do you explain that? I think it was my eyes playing tricks on me, just like the old man said. Too vivid to be just a hallucination, dude. You picked it up, and also, you didn't go there, you didn't stop. That's more than just that, come on now. Think. I'm suffering from memory impairment, and I've been in contaminated zones a few times. It wouldn't be odd for me to be seeing things. It's more than seeing things. He was reminded of something Kazumi had said way back then. Radiation exposure causes severely negative effects on the human body. This includes skin inflammation, nausea, organ failure, brain cell damage, vision impairment, neurological disorders, genetic disorders, and cancer. Vision impairment, neurological disorders, and brain cell damage. Any of those could have caused Watase to hallucinate seeing a corpse, but you didn't stop to examine the corpse you thought you saw. That's the thing. Your memory has been altered. And to be honest, I've been hearing this auditory hallucination from the time ever since I woke up. An auditory hallucination? Yeah, I figured you'd all think I was nuts if I mentioned it, so I've been keeping quiet about it this whole time. At first I thought it was being caused by that BC thing you mentioned, which it is. But the auditory hallucination side, there's no such BC out there that can cause someone to hallucinate, right? Oh, there probably is. There's at least, we know there's a bunch of genetic types for this kind of stuff. You're right, as far as you know. So maybe I've just gone crazy. Simple as that. Difficult to say there. Feelings of abandonment seized Watase. The Procion's reading was at 5326 MSV. They had less than an hour until their next AD injection, which they didn't have. At this radiation level, they would instantly show life-threatening symptoms of radiation exposure once their AD wore off. I mean, think about it. It's been a real long time since it passed the first danger standard. It's been a few hours since the AD has stopped being enough to protect us from the radiation here. So it's not surprising I've been hallucinating. That's way too simple of an explanation. Watase shuddered. Enna then quietly spoke up. True, but you know what? There's something else that's been bothering me. You said that it's not surprising that on top of your memory impairment, you've been hallucinating thanks to your trips to the contaminated zones, alright? But what if radiation wasn't the cause of your hallucinations? Which it isn't. They aren't hallucinations. What? I remember reading something about this before. It's true that radiation can cause vision impairment, but that only refers to your sight getting blurry and becoming nearsighted. There was nothing in there about seeing things that aren't actually there. Then what's really causing my hallucinations? Got any ideas? He's asking you. Nope. Enna's words only served to confuse Watase further. But I could be suffering from brain cell damage and neurological disorders. Come on, those things don't cause you to have vivid memory like that. If my brain and nerves got all messed up, then it's not implausible for me to be seeing things, right? Eh, true, but there's something else bothering me. Take a look at this. Anna took out her PDA. She then fiddled around with it, causing words to appear on the screen. What's this? You remember how Mr. Ukita was yelling at me when I was looking around the neuroscience laboratory all by myself? Yeah, now that you mention it. The truth is, his anger was more justified than he thought. Great, what else are you hiding? I secretly copied data from the neuroscience laboratory's computers onto my PDA. That's... Either the lab doesn't have a lot of data on it, or you copied a very specific amounts of data, or that PDA has just a fuck ton of memory. Although this is 2030, we have, like, you know, tiny little memory sticks like the M2 slots, like there's like multiple terabyte ones. I got 2 terabyte one in my computer right now, and that's tiny little thing. It could easily fit in like a tablet thing. 2030, a decade from now, technology like that leaps and bounds. Quantum technology, perhaps even, who knows? Could store petabytes even. So yeah, doable. Doable, anyway. Forget what I said. You did what? Why? Why are you even here at 6 AM in the morning, Anna? I was already convinced by that point that this accident was no ordinary accident. It's odd that it would take 9 hours for them to lift the lockdown, isn't it? So I was wondering if there was some other reason for that. Good question. But the data I copied was all encrypted. Ah, of course. Obviously. I've tried decrypting it by myself for the time being, but most of the data's damaged. Damn, you still got a super spy. She is a super spy. Perfect gun handling. Knows how easily copy data from like, probably protected servers. Is able to at least somewhat decrypt it to know that it's damaged. Fucking hell, what else is she hiding? So much. God, why can't they just tell us? Fuck's sake, it's gonna have to be told anyway, because the situation is such. What does I remember that Anna had indeed been fiddling around with her PDA from time to time in the last few hours for some reason. So you weren't actually checking your map, but instead trying to decrypt the data. Yes, I was able to discover some barely readable data as a result. Anna then handed over her PDA to Watase. On screen was what appeared to be sentences from a report of sorts. Case and specifications alteration. Kashiwagi. Subject and attempted escape. As you already know, blank at the same time, blank. This chance to revelate the danger of something. This document talks about problems hinted at by this in leading the accident. Researcher S. Proper took his chances. BC witnesses as communicator, his ability to target the brain, such as contact subject N and area 0. Damn it. That's not helpful. This, paradoxically, when something will just by at subject N wants to run, chance to run, person for alteration, gene type S is worried, resistance, X particles event, monitored no problems, rather, alerting to the aforementioned subject N, WX thing, particle, something been said of A shows that, just by in the area 0 up, although subject was born in Labo, subject somebody was born in Labo. Which one could that be? Subject. Damn it. Okay, that's an important word. Subject something was born in Labo. To let out something, if it is subject indeed, be careful about it. Okay, from those 2 pages of garbled text, we have a very critical piece of information to add to the previous test subjects document we saw. One of them was born here, and they've been a test subject since birth. That is very important. Remember that. There were several words there that caught Watase's interest. Subject was born. There we go, good. It is subject needed to be careful, but in spite of that, none of this makes sense. What are they even talking about? Well, the title is Apparently. Case and specifications, alteration, proposal. But as you see, the data is so encrypted that you can barely read any of it in this state. The same goes for the rest. I don't know if we call it encryption or it's just damaged, garbled. But I've managed to extract several lines with the tools I have on hand, and I found several strange words. Well, they're out of context, so that's not actually reliable. This is the part I really wanted to show you. Okay. Do any of these mean anything to you? To Watase? Probably not. To us as the audience? Maybe. And I fiddle with our PDA again, this time bringing up a fully comprehensible list. Okay. String, search results, case N, 22 hits, area N, 21 hits, meltdown, 20 hits, subject test subject, 19, NBC, non, something beyond communication, WX particle, particle amplifier, subject N. Okay. String, search results, brain dysfunction, gene malfunction, area 0, some WX particle proliferation, subject Y, Y2, alright. IGF2R, G de novo abnormality type S, subject A. Yes, we did see the test subject's document. Wattas felt chills run down his spine with each phrase he saw. There were multiple unknown phrases in that mix. He felt a strange yet severe sense of discomfort, but was soon cast aside for another emotion. Subject N, IGF2R gene. His heart shook from those phrases. He could feel a pitch-black emotion, a mix of fear, anger, and hatred, welling up from the bottom of his heart like a geyser. Captain Kasasagi, do you recognize these terms? Oh yes, he does. Yeah. They did seem familiar to him. You saw the document. But a second later, a headache. A violent headache tore through him. God damn it, Natsuki, let us try to remember things. Don't interrupt us. It was as if his brain was refusing to let him remember. Or that. He is one of the test subjects, definitely. So his memory is like they built in a safety valve thing so that he wouldn't be able to remember things easily. Anyway, he still tried to search through his brain in spite of the pain, but no relevant memories would come to him. No. I don't remember. I see. Anna let out a truly disappointed sigh. What do you know? God damn it, tell us you know something about him. About this thing. About everything. Damn it. What about you, Teach? Got any ideas? Yes, she does, but she's not gonna tell us. No. It just bugged me. That's all. Lies. God damn it, those are lies. When I saw the phrase brain dysfunction, it got me wondering if it had anything to do with your memory loss and hallucinations. I don't believe you. I mean, I partially do, but I don't. I see, but I don't remember anything. I believe that the hallucinations I've been having truly are due to abnormalities in my brain, including my amnesia. It did seem like the cause of Watasa's frequent headaches and memory problems really did lie in his brain. Well yeah. That's where headaches and memory problems happen. Like, in that case, maybe I really did steal the AD, and don't even remember it. I can't confidently deny the possibility that a part of me is okay with letting everyone else die so long as I survive. Watasa suddenly began to get scared. Very scared. Perhaps there was a wicked side to him that he was not aware of, one that was deciding all his actions on his own and driving everyone to their deaths. That thought was much more frightening than the prospect of his own death. But Anna spoke to Watasa with a kind voice when she saw him trembling. Get a hold of yourself, Captain Kasasagi. You're not that kind of person. Eh? You are indeed suspicious. Your amnesia and the security footage attest to that. But even when I take that into account, I want to trust you. I mean, he has been risking his life now. He doesn't remember why he wouldn't. So he is doing that. Anyway, why? Because the indisputable truth is that you have been pushing yourself to your limits to save people. You even ran into a contaminated zone to save a student of mine, even though you didn't even know her. It's not important that you have an amnesia or that you had a hallucination. As long as you stay the way you are now, as long as you are Captain Kasasagi, I am on your side. Well, that's reassuring, I guess. I suppose. Anna gazed straight at Watase. Watase couldn't bear to look her in the eye. He hung his head and answered. Thank you, Teach. There was something out there, someone out there who would say they were on his side when even he didn't trust himself. That is reassuring, at least. A bedrock of some kind of mental stability. Watase was grateful for that more than anything else at the moment. But what do we do? Moriba and Old Man Ukita don't trust me at all, you know. That's true. So that's why I'll go convince them. Okay, how? I don't think you'll succeed. What? You're not saying you plan to go alone, are you? I mean, that's the only way. Of course I am. If you came along with me with things being the way they are now, all you do is make things harder for me. Ah, damn it. But, damn it, she's gonna utilize information she has against them, but that she hasn't shared with us. Maybe, I don't. Damn. Not knowing things is a little frustrating, but it's also exciting. That's what keeps me going at this story. It's got me hooked, line and sinker. Well, yeah, I guess, but I'll be right back. So wait here, okay? Oh, don't. Oh, that's a problem. And with those words, Anna left the room. She could have been faking all of that as well. Maybe. I don't think so, but yeah. It's confusing. We don't know anything. We know nothing. We know fuck all. Honestly, at this point. Teach. Hesitation. Watase tried to follow her right away, but she's gone like a ninja. Only to be stopped by the image of Okita and Jun's faces, full of hostility towards him, flashing through his mind. Damn it, she's right. If I go out there, all I'll do is rile them up. Watase decided to give up on following Anna after he thought that. However, anxiety welled up in his chest. But will Teach really be able to persuade them all by herself? What if they doubt her because she defended me back at the surveillance room? But it was too late now. Teach, please get through to them. Watase waited for Anna to return, desperately praying for her success. Yet, as time passed, there was no sign of her. She's late. What's up with Teach? She said she'd be right back. I mean, when you're dealing with people that in this kind of situation, things can take a turn and you might get delayed a lot. Could something have happened to her? Yes. The past several hours have proven that anything could suddenly happen. Someone might have tried to kill her along the way. She might have been brain-jacked, and she's off somewhere God knows where. They got in a heated argument or something like that, or they knocked each other out cold. Who knows? Don't tell me she failed to persuade them and they then got... That thought ignited the anxiety that had been smoldering inside of him up until now. Damn it, I knew I never should have let that Teach go alone. Having finally reached the limits of his patience, Watase went running out of the office. There was no trace of anyone in the hallways. In fact, it was so quiet that it sent shivers down Watase's spine. He began shouting at the top of his lungs without any regard for his current plight. Teach, where are you? Say something if you can hear me. There was no answer. Shit. Watase urged himself onwards and ran down the hallway. Area 2, outer ring, B2. Teach, where are you? Can you hear me? But there was no answer. It seemed this block too was cloaked in silence. The chills running down Watase's spine only intensified. Teach, old man, Moribe, Tachibana, someone, anybody, please say something. Natsuki, speak to us in our brain. The bad feeling he had only got worse. He wanted to make sure Anna was safe as soon as possible, even if it meant getting caught. Where is she? Where did Teach go? Watase went recklessly running around a labo. He soon found himself stopping near a connecting passageway. Isn't this? It was the place where they had all first met Anna. Yes, in the air ducts. There was a corner up ahead. That's right, we found Teach right after we rounded that corner. It was a memory of only a few hours ago, but one that made him even more anxious for some reason. His mouth was parched. Oh yeah, Watasu gulped deeply, then slowly headed down at the passageway. He then peeked around the corner, and Wata's eyes went wide. Anna was lying on the ground. Oh god damn it. Did we fuck up somewhere already? Way back when? Teach! Watas ran over to her and frantically helped her up. And when he did, oh god damn it, did we find the dead end? Or is he hallucinating again, like with Yuri? Could be. Okay, yeah, this is hallucination. His brain is being fucked up. Another shot in the forehead. Yeah. This isn't real. This is not real. Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe they'll... Like, they tricked us once, maybe they'll trick us again by making this the real death. Ooh, who knows. Anna's head dangled limply. Ah! Again. Her body was still warm. Watasa pressed his fingers against her neck. No pulse. None. Well, I mean, yeah. A gunshot to the forehead will do that. Right through the brain. He checked her pupils. They were dilating. And also the bullet hole in her forehead. Like, that kind of gives everything else away. Come on now. He then took off his vital check and wrapped it around Enna's wrist. All 5 reds lights shone red. There was a bullet hole gouged through her forehead that exited out at the back of her head. Yeah, you didn't need to do anything else. Come on now. Come on now. There was no need to check anything else. Like, I'm being really like whatever about this because I don't believe it's real. So I mean, yeah. Like, the music can be all dramatic and sad all it wants. I mean, you can hear it and be sad by it. But it doesn't work on me. It doesn't affect me. It's not going to. I don't trust you. We're not even halfway through this story. I think, maybe. I mean, we're about 20 hours in at my rate of going through this. So, I don't know. Enna was dead. But not really. Watas found himself utterly speechless. This is just in your head. Before long, a sound escaped from his chest. Big shout, big scream, big no. Darth Vader, no. Again. That wasn't as long. I think one of the previous shouts he had was much longer than that. Why? Why? Because someone is really fucking with your brain, that's why. And they don't like you. Why is Teach dead? She's not. Don't worry about it. Someone's deliberately trying to make you go fucking insane. Oh, actually, I think it might be the Kasagi of the past. Like his persona of the, before the memory erasure, lockdown, whatever happened to him. Like, is trying to revive itself by making the current Watase go just batshit insane and lose control completely, and so he can, the past him can take back control and do everything properly. Actually, maybe that's what is happening. While the past Kasasagi is in control doing whatever the fuck he's doing, the perspective Kasasagi that has no memories is being just shown this traumatic memory, just to keep his attention away from what his body's actually doing. All of his senses are diverted to this drama and pain. Enna's now dull eyes... Wait, did I read the previous line? Why is Teach then? There was no one there to answer his question. Enna's now dull eyes were staring off into space. Well, into the ceiling. There is no space. I mean, we're underground, dude. Why? I know it's a poetic phrase of speech or something, but come on. Why? Teach. Watasa held Enna's body to his chest. He could feel the remaining warmth in her body slipping away little by little. He lost track of the passage of time again. Once the heat from Enna's body had completely vanished, that would have taken quite a while, Watasa rose to his feet and lifted her body in his arms. Let's go, Teach. You'd probably hate to be left in a place like this. Watasa left the connecting passageway, carrying Enna on his back. She had been trapped in that passageway when they had first come across her. So he wanted to take her out of there and lay her to rest in a quiet room at the very least. I mean, he didn't hear a gunshot at any point there. I mean, sure, he was running around the facility, but it was dead quiet everywhere. And he found her when her body was warm, so that, would have happened very recently. The room where he had last spoken to her. Watase kept walking as if he felt her weight on his back. He didn't want to think about anything. And yet, for some reason, memories of her came rising and vanishing in his head like bubbles with each step he took. So you're the captain. You're not exactly instilling much confidence with that whole "sorta" business. She told him that when they had first met. How can you be so unprepared? Aren't you guys supposed to be a rescue squad? I mean, that's valid criticism. At first he had thought of her as only an unpleasant woman who just complained all the time. But before long, her attitude began to change little by little. Oh my, you're finally starting to sound like a man of your station, Captain Amnesia. God damn with that ara business. Every single time these types of characters do that. I like it, but it's very silly. God damn it, it's become like a meme or something. She began looking at Watase in a new light after witnessing him put his life at the risk of time and time again. Don't be modest, you're both manly and incredible. Over time, they had gradually come to understand one another. What are you doing, Captain Kasasagi? You have to get a hold of yourself. Though she would scold him at times, her words would help Watase press onwards. Trapped in this hell with death hovering behind them, they looked for the survivors and a way to survive together. But then, as long as you stay the way you are now, as long as you're Captain Kasasagi, I am on your side. Just when were we finally getting through to each other? But she was no more. Her sharp tongue, keen eyes and smile had been forever lost. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He wanted to cry, but he didn't. He felt like Anna would scold him if he did. So Watase just cursed himself. The only tears he shed were in his heart. He had made it to the room soon enough. He laid her on the floor there, and then quietly left. He then smashed the door's opening mechanism so no one could get in, and confirmed that there is a corpse. For with no coffins in the facility, this was the only burial for her he could come up with. That's not smart. There's no way to confirm now, is there? Watase stood there in a daze for a while. He eventually came back to his senses, only to have the weight of the life he had just lost crush him once more. Yeah, he'd been just in that room the whole time. God damn it. Watase gritted his teeth as he stood in front of that sealed room. Why am I so damn powerless? If only I were my true self with all his memories, then I just know I would have saved Teach for sure. Doubtful. He had no AD. His time limit grew shorter with each passing moment. Has he checked? I don't know if he checked it. Can we see the time? Go back to it. No. Seeing the... Okay. Doesn't matter. Anyway, scrolling down. Speeds up as well. Interesting. I didn't know that. I had never tested that. Anyway, he had no AD. His time limit grew shorter with each passing moment. Even if he started searching now, he had but a slim chance of finding more AD, and he knew that. He couldn't find an exit, he had lost the trust of his comrades, and to top it all off, even Anna had been killed. Is this the end of the line? Would it be better to just give it all up and call it quits? I mean, no. What else are you gonna do? Just lie down and die? Come on, while you're alive, try something. Try and do something. Watase was assailed by his powerlessness. His heart felt as if it would sink into darkness at any moment. So in the end, I can't save anyone the way I am now. But at that moment... Hello, Anna. Oh, no, our memories. That works too. He remembered something the commander had said in one of his transmissions. It seems that due to the meltdown, there's still a huge fire going on in Area N, which is where the reactor is located. The security system's gone haywire thanks to that, which means that we can no longer access it externally in theory. I get it. So if we could just put out the fires in Area N... Gonna be the goddamn hero that he wants to be. But if he got his memories back, he wouldn't be. Then the security system would stabilize, the lockdown would lift, and we could all get out of here safe and sound. Well, except you. He's thinking about doing the Spock thing in, what, The Wrath of Khan or something? That movie? What was the other one? I don't remember. I haven't seen those in a very long time. I've only watched a couple of those. But yeah, you know the scene I'm talking about. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. As he shuts himself in the reactor, as melting down to shut it down, dying in the process, but letting everyone else survive. Spoilers, I guess, for like a 50-year-old movie at this point? Or something like that? Or 40-year-old. Whatever. It's been spoiled for you a million times by now, thanks to the power of the internet, and I just added one more time to that. But there was a melted down nuclear reactor in Area N, allegedly. That place was filled to the brim with radiation. Once he went in, he was most likely never coming out. So what? He had been lying if he said he wasn't scared, but Watase no longer valued his lone life at all. He would end this nightmare as soon as possible and ensure that at least one person escaped to the surface. That was the only way he could atone for letting Enna die. You fool! What good's that going to do? Watase heard Enna's voice scolding him in his head. Sorry, Teach, but this is the only course of action I have left. Yeah, and the music's all energetic and positive and everything else. And as I say that, the music... Okay, now it's picking up again. Alright, anyway. Watase muttered that and walked off. He headed for Area N, home of the burning reactor. Watase's Procyon started beeping. Oh dear, there's the beeping. So yeah, we're turning that down for you. Quite a bit. You don't need to hear too much. Watase's Procyon started beeping louder than he had ever heard it before when he opened the connecting passageway gate to Area N. The Procyon's display was giving off a reading far greater than he had ever seen before. Ooh, like what, 20,000? 11,550 MSV. It's quite high. He was then assaulted by an intense headache and severe nausea. His skin was numb, and his vision grew blurry. Watase turned his Procyon off, then kept on walking. Good, we don't have to hear the beeping anymore. We can just enjoy the background music ever so faintly. The nuclear reactor is right behind this gate. A melted down reactor, raging hellfire, and extremely lethal doses of radiation. In theory, you shouldn't be able to make it like 10 feet if you open the door. Watase shuddered as he imagined that hell on earth waiting for him right up ahead. But I'm ready. Watase kept himself from shaking, then pulled a hose out from the nearby fire hydrant. He held it with his left hand, with the security card in the right. Extinguishing preparations all set. Let's roll. Though genuine danger lay just up ahead, Watase did not falter. Grim determination was coursing through him. He suddenly broke out into a smile. I've been smiling pretty much the whole way through, because this is exciting. And by that I mean like what? Where are we now? Like 93 minutes? For the most part. Yeah. Teach, perhaps I finally become a true rescue worker. A rescue survivor? What the fuck is that? I mean that part. Anyway. He then took the card in his hand, opened it up, and opened the gate to Blinding Light Area N, while awaits behind the white light. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped into a raging storm. An invisible force broke over his body with ear-shattering power. Yet Watase stood his ground and opened his eyes, then saw what lay on the other side of the gate. Ah, it's the scene from the very beginning. Ah, this is the Area N. Aha. That's not a nuclear reactor. That's not a nuclear reactor. That is, what is that? That's like what? That's like the Hulk containment unit from like the Avengers movie or something. Like it's a big glass dome with a thing on top of it. Yeah. That is not a nuclear reactor. This is where he confronted, probably Natsuki. Earlier I called him a monster and said, not you too. I still remember that 19 hours later. Because I said I would remember that. And I have. I mean, okay, I kind of cheated because I do occasionally skim through the streams, especially the first one, to remind myself of the old things, but still, I mean, that's the purpose of the archive. That's why I have it. Otherwise, I would completely forget, and these recaps at the beginning would always be just completely incoherent, more incoherent, babbling nonsense. Drivel. Watase gasped in the face of that sight. Standing on the other side of the door was a gigantic hall filled with the faint sound of a running machinery. What the hell? Yeah, there was supposed to be a melted down nuclear reactor there. There were supposed to be fires causing the security system to go haywire there. Yet all he saw was a cold, empty room. What's going on? Where's the burning reactor? Nah, psychokinetic people. Watase threw the hose aside and looked around. A transparent cylinder stood in the center of area end, surrounded by 6 towering spire-like installations. Those installations all connected to each other near the ceiling, forming a hexagram. What is this machine? Brains! It's brains! It's brain power, that's what it is. Watase staggered over to that device. Now that he thought about it, he didn't really know what a nuclear reactor looked like. But he had a feeling that what he was looking at was no nuclear reactor. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Laboratory of Atomic and Biological Research. Come on. You keep forgetting the biological part. Come to think about it, wasn't there something like this in that data Teach showed me? Watase strained his brain to remember the words he had seen earlier. Let's see, the words in that search list were K-Sen, meltdown, brain dysfunction, subject and WX particle amplifier, WX particle spread. This doesn't make sense. No, without context nothing makes sense. That's why context is important. Like random, complete nonsensical things with context can make perfect logical sense. I mean, that's what most comedy is. I mean, well, structured jokes and stuff like that. Without the context, the punchline doesn't make any sense. It's the context that builds up to it that makes it funny at the end. I'm not gonna tell any jokes. I don't know how to tell jokes. I'm not a funny person. I'm not one of those. Like, fuck that. I'm not gonna attempt that. That would be just cringe. Because here's the thing. There's according as Red Letter Media has pointed out, there's absolutely nothing worse than bad comedy. Because bad comedy is just dreadful. It's painful. It's miserable. Like, bad drama is hilarious. Take The Room, for an example, as in the movie called The Room. Tell me why so. That is goddamn hilarious, just nonsensical garbage movie that's just funny. It's terrible drama. It's an excellent parody, satire of itself, or something like that. God, you should watch it with other people. Don't watch it alone. It's a kind of a creepy movie on its own. Like, there's just some. Anyway, moving on. He finally realized what had been the source of that uncomfortable feeling he had gotten back then. Though K-Sen and Meltdown had shown up on that list, terms that should have been there weren't. There hadn't been not a single sign of the terms nuclear reactor, radiation, radioactive material, or radiation exposure. That's an excellent point. I didn't think of that. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Instead, there were mysterious terms like WX particle and particle amplifier, which we are looking. Right, at the start the scientist did say the amplifier was something. I even mentioned that. That is like, just like said, okay, or something like that. Like, whatever that means. Nonsense gibberish words, but now, I mean, it still doesn't make sense because I don't know what it means or does, but there's a little bit more context. A little bit. At that time I didn't know that psychokinetic children were a thing, but now I do. It was clearly strange. Watase couldn't explain it. However, he felt the answer lied in this room. It's not just that there's no fire here. Could it be that there was never a nuclear reactor to begin with? Watase's shout was full of astonishment. What's going on? Were we tricked? Again with that, were we tricked? That's come up like 3 times now. Like, no, it's just a miscommunication, lack of communication. They never... I mean, they never clearly stated that they Or did they? Did Okita say that there is a nuclear reactor here? I guess they did. I think they actually did. So yeah, okay, fair enough. Tricked. Yes, you were. I mean, obviously, because they don't want to admit that they're researching psychokinetic children. That would be really morally problematic for them. But by whom and why? I think that's exact same I think that is exactly the same words and phrase used previously as well. Huh. His confusion begot more questions. He felt like he had heard the same words being screamed at some point in the past. Yeah, even they. Yeah, of course they. Did the commander lie to us? No, this facility is lying to us. The people running this place are lying to us. The AD is a lie. The Procyon is a lie. Everything is a lie. Like this rescue squad is, you know, they're just victims here, basically. But why would he ever do that? No, the ones I should be doubting are the staff of Labo. There we go, correct. So does that include Old Man Okita too? Absolutely. He even said that he knows things that he's not allowed to tell you. So of course you can't trust him. From what Watase had seen from how everyone had acted, it seemed the entire city believed that Labo housed a nuclear reactor. Then why did the people running Labo lie about that? Because you're not gonna admit that you're doing like a psychokinetic research on infants that are born here, maybe even just grown here. Like, just like cloning technologies perhaps. Like they did talk about generational, hereditary things and all sorts of, like, they're doing... God, biological research is always, in fiction, just the worst kind of atrocities ever, because, like, you know, look at, like, the Umbrella Corporation and their T-virus or something. That's all pure, that's pure biology or something like that. And magic, obviously, because it creates mass out of nowhere, and it's like, yeah, here, this man injects himself like a, you know, like a 2-ounce ampule of something, and he grows to weigh more than, like, a goddamn tanker ship. But, you know, don't apply logic to magic. That's a fool's errand. What meaning was there in putting on such an elaborate ruse to fool the townspeople? What does his head hurt again when he thought about that? It felt far worse than any of his other headaches. All his wounds and skin also began to hurt at the same time. Pain! To make matters worse, his body started shaking for no apparent reason. Wait, are these convulsions? Shit. He frantically looked around, hoping to find an exit. I mean, just do a 180, right? But instead, he spotted a strange object. Oh? The terminal? Something was lying on the ground further up ahead. He staggered on over to it and picked it up. It was a security card that had been split into two. Ah, so it's useless. The name on the card was Miyoko Tenkawa. Obviously, of course she has level N access. Its security level was level N. What's this doing here? This is area N? You can't get in here without a level N card? Obviously. This is the perfect place for it to be. Just then, an unpleasant stench suddenly took hold of Watase's nose. Ah, it was a familiar stench about 100 times worse than any past experience he had with it. Oh, there, Mrs. Tenkawa's corpse. Ah, sorry Natsuki, your mom's dead. Maybe you know, maybe you killed her, or maybe Watase killed her. Ha, yeah. The stench of blood. Oh, yeah, I mean, this place did have... Oh, wait, no. It was a different area. I think that area that had the two corpses at the start had greenery in there, so it's not this one. A bad feeling rose in Watase's heart as he took a look close... Where did I even get the word closer? As he took a look behind the device. Oh, it's Natsuki himself. Hello. Hi, dude. What? Too late. Damn, are we on a bad ending? Is this like a super elaborate bad ending that's been going on for like 40 minutes? A boy garbed in a school uniform was lying there. You know him. His body was collapsed in a vast pool of blood. Isn't that Natsuhiko? Okay, Natsuhiko, not Natsuki. I'm missing 2 letters there. Natsuhiko Tenkawa. His name and face matched up perfectly with Watase's memory of him. Hey, are you okay? Clearly not. But Natsuhiko didn't respond to his calls. Natsuhiko. Ugh. Natsuhiko. Word to say. More difficult. Watase took off his gloves and pressed his index finger against Natsuhiko's carotid artery. He couldn't feel a pulse, and Natsuhiko's body was growing colder and colder. Is he dead? Watase took off his vital checker and strapped it on Natsuhiko's arm to find out. All red. Vital signs flat. But again, is any of that true? Has any of the past, like, 30 minutes or so actually happened, or is it all just a super elaborate, like, brain attack on him by Mother Brain or something? Like the incident with Yuri makes me question literally everything, and I can't be absorbed in the drama and the sadness because I can't know if it's true. Like, I can't possibly believe that any of it's true, that the writers aren't just fucking with me now again. Watase looked over Natsuhiko's body to find there were several small holes and wounds here and there behind his uniform. Gunshot wounds. Well, yeah, you were assaulting him with a gun at the very start there. The sight of them, but you don't remember that, the sight of them was no longer as shocking to Watase after having seen so many of them before. The blood oozing from those wounds hadn't dried yet. Does that mean he only just died right before I got here? Damn it. Don't die on me. I won't let you die, but he's already dead. He's dead, Watase. Watase laid Natsuhiko flat on the floor and began CPR. Just do it like Tachibana and Moribe did. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. Please, stay with me. I'm begging you. Watase withstood his headaches and convulsions in his desperate attempt at CPR. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 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 However, no matter how many times he tried, the boy's heart remained still. He was dead. He had passed away all alone in this vast, empty hall. Damn it! Again! Watase hung his head feebly as he stayed where he was. The boy had undoubtedly been alive just a few minutes ago. He had probably been struggling to hold on to life as he awaited a rescue. No. He wasn't awaiting a rescue. He's been running around for fuck knows how many hours. He has his own agenda. They were with Luis. We saw them in the security footage way back when. They had their own agenda, they had their own purpose here. Yuri was the purpose, I'm guessing. And, who knows? God, we still know nothing. Again. Man, I don't even know if anything has actually happened. It's a little... I don't know what to think. I don't know if anything is real. I don't know if anything has happened in this story. Maybe everything has happened. Maybe it's all been true. I don't know, but we haven't encountered another living person yet. So I can't actually be certain that anything's real with this guy. But Watase hadn't made it in time. He had failed to save a life he had been charged with saving. Again. I think this was slightly longer than the cry he did for Anna. Maybe. Why? Why, goddammit? I finally found you after coming all this way. You can't die on me. Watase's shouts echoed through the hall. Damn it, I failed again. Just then, Watase spotted something out of the corner of his eye. Something with a black luster was lying next to Natsuhiko. There was no doubt about it. It was a pistol. It was probably the weapon that had robbed the boy of his life. That doesn't make sense though, why would it still be here? Much like how Enna had been shot through the head with one of these, he didn't know who had killed him. But Watase felt like that pistol was the cause of all of it. Well, I mean, technically, yeah. Damn this piece of shit. If it weren't for this damn thing, I mean, they would have just been stabbed then. Otherwise, I mean, someone wants to kill, they can find a way to kill. I mean, guns are the most efficient way to kill. I mean, that's literally what they're built for. So, I mean, yeah. But, like, if someone really wants to kill someone, there's literally countless ways to do it. Like, you can weaponize anything if you put your heart into it. If you get a surprise on anyone, you don't even need anything. You could just surprise smack someone with, with your own hands. Probably. I mean, yeah. Watase picked it up and was about to throw it to the ground, but then... Area N. Shot. Watase felt a presence behind him. Hello, Luis. He turned around, then saw her. Someone with a tiny frame was charging straight at him, with a baton. In the hand was... a fire axe. Yeah, that looks charred. That looks like Dojima's axe, even. Or was it Hiyama who had that axe? I don't remember. Those two were faceless. So it's... I don't remember. Sorry. I apologize to dead people, to those two dead ones, but I mean, you didn't have faces. I can't put a memory to that. An axe. Just as Watase realized that, swoosh! The figure swung the axe down towards the crown of his head. Oh, whoa! Damn! Battle! Damn! Excitement! I was about to, honestly, like start wrapping things up, but no, we're keeping going. Like, this is exciting. We can't end on, you know, the start of a battle. This isn't DBZ. We're fuck that. We're going for it. We're completing this. Hell yeah! We're not spreading this across multiple episodes. Fuck that. He desperately put distance between him and his attacker, then confirmed their identity. Standing there was none other than Luis. Your action pose. It was Luis. No, it's fuck the nickname Salyu. It's a shitty nickname. I hate it. I hate it. The more I see it, the more I hate it. I don't know. It's just a thing. Sometimes there are things I see, I feel, dislike towards it, and that's it. There's no changing my mind on that. It was Louise, the girl who had run away from him twice now. A light as cold as ice shimmered in the depths of her eyes, because they're blue. Gripped in her hand was a burnt axe. That axe, yeah. It was the one that had been clutched in the hand of his deceased co-worker, Hiyama. But they had left it behind in Area 4, so why did Luis have it? Okay, so I was wrong when I did the recap, when I was looking through the CGs in the album. I thought they did take it, but it was oh, god damn it. I can't trust my own memory, because I did remember that I was complaining, like, take the axe. And then I was, like, upset that they didn't, but then the CG made me think, oh, maybe they did, but I just didn't remember. But no, they didn't. Fuck me. God damn it. God. But they had left it behind in Area 4, so why did Luis have it? Because she went there and took it? Obviously. No way. Did you well, obviously. Luis ignored Watase's question. Oh, another action pose. Damn. We're just sliding through these. She charged straight at him. Whoa. She was aiming for Watase's neck. She's very proficient with that axe, by the way, to be able to swing that thing around, because like, a fire axe isn't really designed to be used as a weapon like that for long reaches. It's like meant to be held two-handed and like strike with the full body force against, like, you know, broken piece of wood or something like that in the way. She's very proficient for a... Well, I mean, she's an anime character, so of course she's proficient. Little girl, super proficient with oversized weapon. Typical tropes. I do like those. They're fun. They're silly. The juxtaposition between this tiny little thing and this gigantic weapon of doom and destruction. It's fun. It's a fun one. He barely leaned back in time, leaving the axe to slice only through air. The weight of the weapon was throwing her around, causing her to sway forward heavily. Now, he immediately grabbed for Louise, but she swung her leg up a second earlier. Yeah, she's very agile. Ouch. That's a broken bone. She made use of her centrifugal force to launch a swift kick, connecting solidly with his temple. Ow! Jeez. Watase's brain rattled and his vision grew dark. Despite that, he still managed to quickly thrust Luis away. He then jumped back and put some distance between them again. He was greeted with a cold look on Luis's face when his sight came back. What she's trying to kill you, obviously. She attacked without the slightest hesitation, using battle techniques that didn't befit a girl of her size and age. Yeah, she's definitely part of a secret organization. Like, she has to be. Obviously. She's a foreigner. She's super skilled, like, things really dramatic things start happening right after she's transferred here. That's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences here. Worse, Watasa's headaches and the convulsions were only getting stronger. It was likely he died for real if he fought in this condition. And fighting with the pistol, his first natural choice, was simply not an option here. Damn it, I've got to find a way to subdue her without getting her hurt. Just as he thought that, he noticed that Louise's body was faintly trembling. I mean, she is reaching her limits as well. She was convulsing the same way Watasa had been for a while now. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a headache too, would you? Ah, she does. Little Then get out of here right now. What good is fighting me if it means putting your body in such extreme danger? Louise suddenly stopped in what appeared to be surprise. That line again. Again? You said the same thing last time as well. He doesn't remember last time. What? Watasa's body froze with surprise and confusion. When was this last time? When did this girl and I... That moment of confusion left Watasa wide open. Swish! Louise charged at him yet again. Shit, I can't hold out. Next time, I'll be done for. When Watasa thought that, his body moved on its own. He's gone. Watasa then lowered his body as if he was putting himself into a crouch start for a 100-meter dash. He filled his legs with strength, then released it all at once and sprung at Louise. Oh yeah. You do have the overwhelming physical stature. You can just body slam her like that. Her face was filled with shock. Watasa tackled her with the force of a bullet a second later, hitting her right in the waist. Oof. The axe slipped out of Louise's hand as she fell on her back. Watasa used his remaining momentum to straddle her. Watasa came to his senses, only to realize he was pinning Louise down. I mean, that's the point. What? Your body acted on its own. She's very upset about that. The actions he had taken just now had clearly been etched into him instinctively through training. Not rescue worker training, this is martial arts, like self-defense, offense even. But they were obviously not skills needed to save lives. No. Where did I even pick up a skill like that? We will find out in, I'm gonna guess like 17 hours? Let's go with that. Louise glared up at him, her eyes seething like cold blue flames. Watasa shook off the chills running down his spine and tried reasoning with her. Why did you attack me? She's more confused why you're asking that question. Please tell me. I don't have the slightest idea why. Louise's eyes moved just then. Oh yeah, Natsuhiko's corpse. Her gaze was now focused on Natsuhiko. Okay, so he is there and maybe dead. Wait, was it because you thought that I attacked Natsuhiko? Well, she... No, not thought, she saw you attack him previously, in the past, at around, what is it, 7, 8 a.m.? Something like that. If that's what it is, then you've got it all wrong. Louise then spoke in a near inaudible voice. Stop it. Watasa brought his face closer to hers to hear her better. Oh, no, that's a trick. Even I can see through your thinly veiled lies. Stop it. No, he's not lying. He literally doesn't actually remember. What? What are you? But Louise moved her right hand as fast as lightning before Watasa could finish. Ouch. Donked right in the head. She poked him in the eyes, temporarily blinding him. Watasa felt Louise slipping her body out from under him at the same time. Crap, I've got to put some distance between us. Watasa had no way of dodging any axe swings at this time. Shit, Watasa blindly stretched out his hands in the darkness. His left hand came into contact with something. It was the sensation of cloth, a sleeve. Watasa grabbed onto it and focused solely on pulling it towards him. Ah, surprised. Louise's gasp echoed through the darkness. Watasa kept clutching onto her with his left hand while his right hand remained free. I have to defeat her right here and now. Decker in the face. Watasa's body, spurred on by his ever-growing fear, filled with fierce strength. He then used his right hand to grab her wrist. Oh shit. Scene title Murder. Oh no, I don't like that. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Who's gonna get murdered? Or accused of murder? That would... Ah, jeez. Louise still tried to move the axe in spite of that. Not on my watch. Watase filled his right arm with as much strength as he could muster and flung Louise in the opposite direction of the axe. He found that her body was lighter than he'd imagined. Well, she is an anime girl and you've carried 2 people before. She weighs like maybe 40 kilos. Donk. He then heard an extremely unpleasant sound reverberate through the darkness. Ah shit, did he actually just accidentally murder her? Oh dear. An unnatural silence then filled his surroundings. He did. Fuck. God damn it. Well, shit. This is really not going to plan at all, is it now? Oh dear. Oh dear. Ugh, everything's getting fucked. Oh dear. I mean, we did confront a real-life person this time around, so I don't have a reason to doubt that this is actually happening now. Ugh, fuck me. Anna might still be alive, though. That one, like, corpse locked in the room, no one can see, no one saw that, no one interacted with it, but this... Well, thus I had no clue what had just happened, but you can piece it together. However, he felt goosebumps spread over his body and cold sweat traveled down his spine. His vision started to slowly fade back in line, like a focusing camera. Ow. Watase was rendered speechless by the sight that greeted him. He found himself face to face with Louise, or rather, Louise after she had hit her head hard on one of the 6 giant pillar-like devices that surrounded the hall. Blood was spreading by the second at the base of the device. Louise's body convulsed over and over again, then soon stopped. No. Shit. Watase staggered on over to Louise, but all of her muscles had gone limp, and her now dull eyes were staring off into space, into the ceiling. Are you kidding me? I killed her. Yes. Watase knew better than anyone else that there was no other possibility. The sensation of when he had flung Louise away still lingered in his right hand. And now he's a sobbing mess. Well, it makes sense now. A lot of sense. Well, it made sense every time. Scream of anguish and desperation. With nothing to vent them out on, Watase's feelings emerged in the form of a scream. He had never meant for this to happen, but he had more or less been filled with a killing rage just before he had flung Louise. What have I done? You acted on instinct, self-preservation, and secret training to kill and be a killer from your past that you don't remember but your body does. How could I, a rescue worker, have killed someone? I suspect it's not the first one, and might not be the last one. He had crossed the line from which he could never come back. His guilt overwhelmed him, and tears began streaming down his face. Louise, I'm sorry, but no amount of apologizing he did would ever bring Louise back to life. Watase staggered out of Area N in a stupor. He then started madly muttering to himself. I'm sorry, Teach. I killed 2 of your students. Well, you don't know if you killed Natsuhiko. You don't know that. Watase had no clue where he had eventually ended up. He was clutching the gun from Area N for some reason. Why in the world did I take this with me? Was I planning to blow my brains out with this thing? It wasn't implausible. The guilt of having murdered someone had cast dark clouds over Watase's thoughts. Just then, well, if it isn't Captain Kasasagi, what are you doing all the way out here? Eh? Oh, he has a gun too! And he's gone completely mad! As well. Okay. He turned around and found Ukita standing there. God, this has taken a real drastic turn. Everything's going to shit. Everyone's got guns, everyone's killing everyone else. With a warped smile on his face and a gun in his hands, Watase saw him and started muttering in what almost sounded like delirium. Old man, what's with that gun? I mean, he took the gun from Anna, the bullets from June and assembled it. Oh, this? Isn't it obvious? It's the instrument that I plan to use to bring you to justice. There is no justice in this kind of thing. Bring me to justice? The word justice targeted Watase's recently born guilt and tormented him. Then does that mean the old man saw me kill Louise? Is that why he's come to pass judgment on me? That thought crossed Watase's hazy mind for a moment. No, wait. That all went down in Area N. There's no way the old man could have seen it. He doesn't have a level N card. That we know of. And now that I think about it, doesn't the old man only have the gun itself and nothing else? So how is he planning to pass judgment on me without any bullets? Oh wait. Anyway, I forgot who had which part, but he could have gotten them. Ukita started talking in a gleeful voice just as Watase pondered that thought. Whoa now, I wouldn't move if I were you. This gun's all loaded and ready to go. I wouldn't recommend trying to pull any stunts. So are you gonna moralize him before you shoot him or something? I mean, he's gone mad apparently, so who knows. Loaded and ready? What are you talking about? I mean, if Enna did actually die, then he killed her. During that conversation, he overpowered and took the parts. I mean, we gave the guns bullets and magazine to Moribe and each so that two wouldn't. But just as you said that, yeah, puzzle pieces clicked together. The sight of Enna's dead body flashed through Watase's mind. I see. So it was you. You're the one who killed Teach. So what if I did? You guys crushed my hopes. Hope? What? So it's only fair that you receive retribution for that. Wouldn't you agree? Retribution? He's talking like a religious zealot now. Then you deserve retribution just as much as I. Watase muttered that as he slowly raised the gun in his hands up. I told you not to move. Oof, silenced guns, they didn't... Ukita's shot grazed Watase's face. Watase felt a hot stream roll down his cheek. Blood was slowly seeping out of the wound. But Watase ignored it and fixed his aim on Ukita. What? I mean, you're not trained to handle a gun? Of course you missed. This is for Teach. God damn, everything's happening, fucking hell. And with that low growl, Watase pulled the trigger. Eek! Ukita screamed as he curled into a ball. Watase had missed, no shit. Watase gritted his teeth and got ready to shoot Ukita again. I mean, it's a semi-automatic, it should be like a matter of less than a second. Okay, that's a very silly scream. Ukita fired blindly at Watase as he frantically ran about in an attempt to escape. The second shot veered past Watase's. Those were like 3 or 4 shots. But the third shot hit him right in his left flank. Watase grunted from the impact of the bullet. However, I don't give a damn if I die here. I mean, that's true, he was ready to go and die in the nuclear reactor fire. Watase ignored the pain and shot at Ukita again. Confronting gun is like nothing compared to that. Like, it's just a gun. Ultimately. He could never forgive Ukita for killing Enna. That rage spurred Watase on to pull the trigger again and again, but he couldn't hit Ukita no matter how hard he tried, because you're also not trained to use a gun. You're like a martial artist. Oh, that's very silly screams that Ukita's doing. Watase kept mercilessly shooting at Ukita's back as the latter ran away pathetically. Fading to black. However, I mean, you're gonna run out of bullets soon. He failed to land a single shot on Ukita, and by the time Watase was out of ammo and came to his senses, Ukita was long gone. God damn it! Damn it! Watase angrily tossed his unloaded pistol onto the floor. Even at the very end, he couldn't do anything. Not even take Ukita's life. Why? God, I have a feeling that this is just a massively elaborate bad ending path. Like, because like everything's just going to shit. Everyone's dying, and no information's coming through. It's But I don't know that. I don't know that for a fact. God, this is brilliant, by the way. I do love this. This is really fucking with my mind. Where the story's going, the pace that it's going at now. Ah, I've already killed Luis, haven't I? Then what difference is another murder or two? Oh, that's a very terrible way to think about it. That's a very, very terrible way to think about it. So, why couldn't I? Because you're not trained to use a gun. Even now, he was still as utterly pathetic and useless as he had been at the start, despite everything he had been through. You have to do it, Kuratasuka Sasagi. That bastard killed Teach. He's lost it completely. Killing someone as pathetic as him should be a cinch for even you now, right? Watase steeled his resolve and tried to pursue Ukita. But just then, he heard footsteps echoing from right behind him. And a second later, donk. A dull pain ran through the back of his head. Sparks flashed in his eyes. He felt all the strength in his body give way right after that. His face was closing in on the floor, second by second. He tried to place his hands on the ground, but his body wouldn't move. Too late. Watase crashed onto the floor, cheek first. Who hit me? It couldn't have been Ukita. There was no way he could have had enough time to circle around Watase. He then heard a voice calling to him from above. Sorry, Captain. I didn't want to get so rough with you. Hello, Jun. Isn't that Moribe's voice? But it'd be best if you slept this one out. A bullet in the side ain't the most pleasant thing, after all. So just leave Mr. Ukita to me. What? 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 Oh my god. But it's getting late. Pass out, and we're gonna conclude for today. Because good lord. Over 2 hours. Watase tried to say that, but his voice wouldn't come out. I'm real sorry about everything, Captain. I had it all wrong. Oh, she found out information! Oh my god, we want information. I want information. God damn it. It was all that bastard's fault. And yet I doubted you like you were a criminal. So don't worry. I'll make sure you don't have to stain your hands in this. Ah, she sounds like she's absolutely lost it too. Oh my god. It pains me to do this, but I'll be sure to kill Mr. Kito. Everyone's saying insane shit, and I'm none the wiser. We missed out on information. Man, we have so little information. Jun then stopped talking and walked away, the sound of her footsteps gradually growing fainter and fainter. Watase desperately tried to call out to her. Wait, you don't have to do that, Moribe. My hands have already been stained, so you don't have to kill the old man. But he couldn't put those thoughts into speech. Watase rapidly blacked out as he heard that unpleasant sound. Alright. And with that, with Watase passing out, we shall conclude for today, because bloody hell, that was, that was so much happened. I think so much happened. There's still a bit of it in the back of my mind that's telling me that, like, it might all just be a brain fuckery. Like, that none of this is actually happening, then we're all in some kind of simulation. Oh my god. I don't know what to think. I'm excited. I am very excited to continue, but I do need a rest. I do need food, I need water, I need sleep, I need to prepare for other things as well. So in the meantime, as I take the break, I am gonna try and continue tomorrow, because this is way too exciting to just skip a day because I'm either tired or have other things to do. Nah, fuck that. This is the other thing that's gonna happen tomorrow. I mean, quickly for the archive viewers, but whatever. Anyway, in the meantime, we have some music here. Neil Young, Rockin' in the Free World. Miracle of Sound, Welcome to the Family. Dynamedium, En la Calle 24 de Septembre. And Styx, Mr. Roboto. and The Who, Baba O'Reilly. Who are you? From that show. The meme thing that was going on like a decade ago or something. I don't remember. I don't remember. I've been. Ah, God, the internet makes things pass by so quickly that you don't even know what's happening, what's real, what's not real. Reality, like the stuff that's popular and well known, everything else changes so quickly. God, 1 year on the internet is an eternity. But yet, it's really not that much. Like, I can just wait. I have patience. I have near limitless patience for anything that's like internet related, like, or entertainment wise. Like, fuck, if I have to, like, for example, getting hyped over upcoming games or something like that, those AAA, like, for instance, to date this video somewhat, like Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know if it's been announced or not, I haven't really kept track, but it doesn't really matter because when it comes out, I'm not gonna look at it, I don't care about it. It's gonna be a buggy piece of shit like all the other Elder Scrolls games at launch. Because that's just the reality. I'm gonna wait like at least a year and a half before I try it out, because then it's gonna be fixed mostly by the developers, and on PC at least it will have been, patched and modded by the community to an extent where it's just like, now that is the first time experience you want. Like, I mean, good for you if you want to do the whole like chipping in and be a trendsetter or like follow the trends immediately and do all those things. Like that's fine, all well and good, but I'm not into that. Like, nah, I want my first experience with things to be the best that they can be, instead of as soon as they can be. Because I can wait. I've got a massive backlog of things that I can be looking up, reading, playing, listening to, enjoying in other ways, whatever. So I don't need the latest thing. I can wait. I can wait. Patience is a virtue, especially in the realm of entertainment. Ah, God, I've been going on for quite a while now. Anyway, yes, it is indeed time to stop. Yes, indeed. Thank you for being here for all this time, if you're still listening to it. I mean, if you're here, then you've probably been here for the past like 20 hours as well. So you're gonna be here for the next 40 as well, aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah. Like, this kind of content you don't get in to like 20 hours in without, being into this niche type of stuff. You either give up on the first 5 minutes, or you continue on all the way to like hour 200 or something. There's kind of no in between, I think. Because I'm gonna keep doing the exact same thing that I've been doing since the start, because I planned this out, sort of. Like, this is the stuff I want to do. Go back to the first one, it's exactly the same. And the future ones, like 2 years from now, are going to be the same. If I keep doing this, that is, 2 years from now. It's going to be roughly the exact same as it is right now. I can pretty much guarantee that, because why would I change things? I'm doing what I like. Anyway, I keep rambling on about it. It's time to end. Bye-bye for now. See you later. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye now, bye-bye now. Everybody can say goodbye now. Yeah. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-da. Da-da-da-da, da-da-na-na, da-da-da-da. Ba-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-na-na. Okay, the background music's actually kind of nice. I do like it. It's very calm and everything else, in a way. Yes. Anyway, hello there. Welcome back. God, these transitions must be very jarring for the archive viewers, though. Where it's like, I say goodbye and then I say hello. Kind of like that Beatles song. Which will come up eventually in one of these intermissions, but it's just the random nature of these things. But anyway, yes, it is indeed the next day. As I promised, hey, I kept my promise, so that's good. Good on me, because, well, I'm fucking hyped. I'm excited to find out what happens next. Because, Jesus, what the, damn. That previous bit, so much. Too much even. A little bit too much. It's unbelievable, and I'll give my thoughts before we dive back in. But is there anything to address? No, it's been a single day and nothing's happened. I've just been a little bit giddy and excited about to find out what happens later. So, let's just get on with the voice training exercise. A recap. The next short story in this seemingly never-ending series of short stories, but it is going to end eventually. There's only like 180 of these, so it's not that big of a deal. I mean, it'll be like probably 2024 before we run out of these, but it's whatever. It's fine. It's fine that they are there. But anyway, let's before we recap the things quickly, let's do a little short story. This one's a little bit different from the other ones, although each of them is kind of different from the other ones, so I'm not really sure if that means anything. But anyway, short story 2. 4 walls, floor, ceiling, 2,400 tiles, perfect cube. 6 are cameras, 12 microphones, 80 traps, 1 locked exit. Permanent lighting, randomized meal times, disabled bionics, but a constant hum. Regular maintenance. It's been exactly 48 days since I came here, and today is when my party arrives. Cut off the head and the body dies, only when you don't sever it yourself. The lights go out, my arms work again. Time to find the captain. Maze-like corridors, each ship designed separately, but regulation demands certainty, an oxymoron the system fails to properly address. I know where they should be. Dark red lights, running heads, shouts to stop. Obstacles I avoid where I can, eliminate when necessary. But this is not the right kind of panic. Something else is here. Something I do not want to find. But I will if I move towards my goal. I advance. Fleeing has become a top priority for everyone. I consider if I should too. Too much invested. Not enough information. Need to... The Xenos. Dread almost overwhelms my senses. Blood and viscera now engulf nearly every passage. I run. I am now like everyone else on this damned ship, desperate and fearful. No point to the original plan anymore, but the timing can't be a coincidence. I tuck that thought away for later. Now is the time to survive. The military crew accept my aid, even those who know me and my past. Hundreds lay dead behind us, but no time to mourn either. Their death just might ensure that we live. I lose an arm. It hurts long enough to remind me why I lost the original. I instinctively shut down the pain receptors. I will heal later. Many escape pods remain. Some already left. A few with uninvited guests. Only a couple dozen of us remain. What some expected to fight over, we easily share, with space left for twice as many. A grim and silent flight. However, much shorter than foreseen. A familiar pull and a rusty clank. They think they are saved, but it's me who is most shocked. A flash to the horrors and a question. How? The doors open and I greet my men. Take them to the brig, and bring me a new arm and a drink. Some look terrified, others dejected, but most just accept not being on that ship. A quick respite later, I find my lieutenant. Not quite as planned, shame about the ship, but we got you out at least, eh? I nod and look over the exploding wreckage I once thought to claim as my own. Then I ask what worries my mind. They had special reasons to be out this far, I gather. More special than even our guy knew about. Not surprised, but still unnerving. The only thing I'm sure of right now is that we kicked the hornet's nest. Time to go. Drop them off someplace to retire, then take us far away. From everyone. He tilts his head the last bit. I crack a smile. Time to rebrand ourselves. Alright, I'm not exactly sure what that was supposed to be. Some kind of sci-fi thing, I don't know. My mind wanders about places I don't... Typically, everything I write is a first draft, so it's just whatever the heck creeps in my mind, that's what I write about, and I don't think about it ever again. Until now, apparently, like 5 years later or something. Now, anyway, enough of that. The voice has been thoroughly tested. I forget words. Anyway, we are excited to go back to Urdouble after days. Now, last time, a whole load of shit happened. Like, oh boy. Okay. God. So, people start dying. There was an accusation. Oh God. Okay. In order. I'm gonna try to remember this in the correct order. So, after the people regrouped once again, they went to the security footage because they figured AD was stolen, so they decided that they need to find out who did it. They threw accusations on each other, but decided that, hey, there might be video footage showing who did it actually. So they went back there. They found Kazumi in the surveillance room. She says, didn't really see anything, but one of the cameras showed where Watase was when he saw. When he thought he saw Yuri's corpse and everything, but it showed that he just kept on walking, didn't stop to see anything, didn't stop to like mourn over a dead body, nothing. And that raised a ton of suspicion because from our perspective and from Watase's perspective, he stopped there, he mourned, he was in grief, he lost track of time. And I suspect that his brain was hijacked or something. False memories were implanted, but time still progressed forwards. So yeah, I think one of the genetic abilities these psychokinetic children have is like brain jacking people or something like that, in implanting false memories to stave off any inconsistencies of like time should have passed and it did. Here's some fake memories while we use your body to do whatever the fuck we want to do with it. So there's that. So after seeing that, Ukita and June a little bit hesitantly, but eventually decided that, yeah, that's super suspicious. Captain, you need to be restrained. Tell us where it is, you're lying, and all that jazz. And the group just kind of broke apart. There were a couple of those enneagrams appearing, I believe, and I am 100% convinced, I don't know this for a fact, but I suspect it for a fact, that because of those, we are now on a wrong path, like a dead-end path. Because there's just too many characters dead, there's not enough information. Like, we can't get information. The way this story has progressed so far is we have been steadily getting information. There have been character moments, there's been tension and all that stuff, but you can't really get new information when key characters die. Especially when there's only 9 characters in the story and they've killed off 3 of them. First Anna, then Luis, and Anna, Natsuhiko, then Luis. 2 of them off screen even. So that's not acceptable. That's not how you tell a good story. Now, as a side path, as a what if scenario, what if the group broke apart? What if suspicions flew high and they all just went mad with the stress and the paranoia and just not trusting anyone else? And so, like, this is that path. I think. I'm very convinced that it is, and we're gonna end up on a dead end and we're gonna have to go back and make some correct choices. The alternative that I thought of as I was heading home today from work is that all these psychokinetic, the case N thing, is fucking with everyone's minds and making us think, making Watase think that this is happening and none of it's happening. Like, either way, I can't accept that, characters just dying like that is the correct way for this story to progress. I can't accept that. I'm not going to accept that. That's shitty. That's not right. That wouldn't work for this story. As a side path, excellent, brilliant, fun, exciting, thrilling. As the main path, unacceptable. We're not getting information. We're going to be left with so many unanswered questions. That would be absolutely no way. But anyway, after confrontations and characters dying, June knocked us out and went after Ukita, who's gone mad, and she decided to be convinced that he's wrong or something like that. We don't know what she knows. We know nothing. We continue to know nothing. As always. Now then, let's just continue. After Chapter 6, scene title Ringleader. The story date 5:49 p.m. That's getting close to when the lockdown's supposed to end, isn't it? Now then. I am very excited for this to continue. Now then. Let's settle in and let's continue properly now. Emergency power supply has hit operational limit. Uh-oh, that's bad. No more lights. How long had he been passed out for? About 3 hours, apparently. Now switching to uninterruptible power system. Watase woke up to the sound of emotionless artificial voice. He sat up and looked around to find his surroundings buried in darkness. What's going on? Was there a blackout? Well, the nuclear reactor ran out, even though there is no nuclear reactor. As far as we know here, it's the psychokinetic chamber, the Hulk chamber thing, to keep the people in, the test subject in. Who wasn't there? No one was in there, by the way. So case N is loose, and that's bad. That's real bad. Maybe. Who knows? We don't know anything. Anyway, Watase shook his throbbing head and glanced at his watch. The time displayed on the faintly glowing LCD was 5:50 p.m. It appeared he'd been unconscious for 2.5 hours. What am I doing here? He remembered everything up to getting hit in the back of the head and passing out. Lots of bad memories there, lots of dead memories. He killed Louise in a confrontation. She was going at him with an axe very adeptly and skillfully. Like, as, secret government agent, spy, 16-year-old girls with the body weight of like 35 kilos do in anime, Anyway. Yeah, he instinctively, with a surprising deftness at martial arts and stuff like that, threw her away and did that. So he's hints at his past as well, a past that he has no recollection, probably didn't even before when he had his memories as a rescue worker. So there's a lot going on here, and I like that. I just need all of it to eventually be answered. It's fine if it takes another 40 hours, but I just need to know that there are answers for all of that, and there should be. And there will be. Because we saw the tips screen and all those other things, there's so many pages left to unlock, so there will be answers. This path that we're on where 3 people are dead so far, that's not real. I can't accept that. I can't. We can't have dead characters, main characters. Anyway, did I even read that line? I forgot. He remembered everything up to getting hit in the back of the head and passing out, and that it was June who had been responsible for that. There we go. His blurry thoughts then soon gradually became clearer and clearer again. So don't worry, I'll make sure you don't have to stain your hands in this. Yeah, and she doesn't know that he accidentally killed Louise, so his hands are stained. Potentially way more stained than even anyone knows. What with his potential, likely, past self as whatever he was there. It pains me to do this. She does want to be rescued. She did give that super passionate speech about being a rescue worker and helping people, and it's not about the pay, it's not about the recognition, it's all bullshit, but we do this because we want to save people. Passion, emotion, I love that. That was great. That was a great little speech she gave. Fantastic. But I'll be sure to kill Mr. Rukita. Oh yeah, he went insane and got the gun. And killed Anna, maybe. Although he did say simply so what if I did? Not really confirmation, but no denial, so who knows. And that's right, and that sound I heard right after that... Oh, you heard something? A drill? Oh, it was the engine cutter. Nice. Of course she took the engine cutter, she's gonna... Oh, jeez, that's a brutal way to kill somebody. Oh, very brutal. But I approve in this alternative, not canonical timeline. Go for it. It's fun. Alternative timelines and stories like this are fucking fantastic because you get to let your characters go loose and do some crazy and inhumane shit while still in character. Just what if they were insane? What would they do? Obviously, June's got the engine cutter. Of course she does. Why did I hear something like that back then? Because she's gone crazy and she's gonna kill Ukita with it, of course, duh. Oh no, yeah, you put the pieces together, there we go. Don't tell me she wanted to kill the old man with something like that. Well, obviously. That's the best way to kill somebody. In fiction. Like it's just blood splatter. If if you're into gore and blood splatters everywhere, which I kinda am. I think. I don't know. I although I do like RoboCop. The scene where that thing, the Mark II thing, or Ed 209, what's it called? Yeah, I think that's the name. Shoots up that guy and there's just gibs everywhere. That's a fun scene. That's ridiculous. It's just so much explosions everywhere. That's great. Although that movie had also some nasty scenes. Like where the spine gets ripped out or something. God, that fucking traumatized me a little bit. I should not have seen that when I was like, what, 7, 8 years old? God. Oh, whoever made me watch that, like, that's dumb. Don't show RoboCop to like 7-year-olds. Wait until they're like, I don't know, 12, 13 when they're ready to see something like that. A little bit more. I mean, I guess it's an R-rated movie, so technically you should show children that, but come on. Children need to see stuff like that sooner rather than later, but not too soon. You need to be somewhat responsible, and I mean, it's a case-by-case basis. Some kids are way more resilient than others. You know, blah, blah. Anyway, I'm not good with kids. Don't ever leave me with children. I don't know what to do with them. And that's it. That's the end of it. Anyway, terror overcame Watasa when he made that connection. He then felt a pain in his side. He looked there to find blood oozing down. It was the bullet wound he had gotten from Rukita. Moribe, you dumbass. The old man has a gun, but he's not good at shooting it. And he might have ran out of bullets that time, and he's a scaredy cat. Although a lucky shot might happen. Also, actually, yeah, come to think, he's a terrible shot. And so is Watasa, apparently. So how did Rukita, manage to get a perfect bullseye in the middle of Enna's forehead? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, a pistol versus an engine cutter. Jun was at an overwhelming disadvantage no matter how one spun it. I don't know. Just because it's realistic doesn't mean anime logic doesn't apply. Like, who brings a gun to a knife fight? Someone who wants to lose. Especially, like, I mean, bullets... whatever, fine, this is realism, so... Realism. Come on, now we got psychokinetic children. Fuck realism. Watasa looked to the side to find the pistol he had picked up in Area N lying there. God damn it. It was out of bullets. Now Watasa had no weapon, so he can throw it. You can makeshift weapons from debris. His head was still swaying from Jun's blow. But if I leave things the way they are now, then Moribe will also die. He didn't want to see any more deaths. Not his comrades, nor any innocent people. Well, we don't know who's innocent anymore. Nobody's innocent at this point. Maybe. Except Kazumi. I don't like Kazumi. I hope she stays innocent. She's a good person. She doesn't deserve any of this nonsense happening to her. Although nothing's really happened to her, who knows where she is. Watasa put a hand against the wall and stood up, then started walking as though he were dragging his body along. He soon found himself approaching a connecting passageway, when all of a sudden, he noticed something lying in front of him. Oh no. Huh? Oh no. It's gonna be Kazumi's dead body, isn't it? God damn it. Just as I said, I jinxed myself, didn't I? Watasa studied it carefully as his nose was assaulted by a stench akin to rusted iron. Yeah. The stench of blood. God damn it. I was right. I'm way too genre savvy for these kind of things. I'm predicting too many things. I mean, someone's dead body. Watasa felt shivers run down his spine as he realized that the air around him was saturated with it. It can't be. Watasa cautiously approached the object. He could make out more and more of its features the closer he got. The thing he had spotted lying in the middle of the hallway was a small woman wearing a rescue worker out uniform. Moribe. Watasa staggered over to her and held her in his arms. Does she also have perfectly in between the eyes, shot in the forehead? Because that's not Lukita. Oh, no. Just a bunch of wounds. Okay. His arms were soaked with something slippery when he did. That's called blood. Hey. Again, she's dead, Watasa. Watasa called out to Jun in an unbearably shaky voice, but she didn't answer him. Memories of Jun then flickered through Watasa's head at that moment. And I'm Jin Moribe, firefighter, 20 years old. I only just joined Sirius this year, so I'm what you call the team's new blood. My nickname's Sirius, Lady Suicide Squad Chief. My catchphrase is, Jin's my name, rescue's my game. Let's get along, okay? That's way too long. I'll remove the grate and go to the other side. My body's smaller than the captain's, so I'm better suited for this role. And then she passed out because there was gas there. Okay then, if you're going, then I'm coming too. Yee, fuck contaminated zones, not gonna leave you alone. Are you listening to yourself? It's more dangerous for you to not go alone, right? Boy, if you pass out, you need an assistant, stuff like that. Aw, damn it. Stop, damn it, don't jinx me like that. Well, too late. I can't let Moriba die. She's already dead. Watase shouted that as he searched Moriba's body for wounds. He wanted to see if there was any chance she was still alive. But there were 3 holes burrowed into her body. The first was through the right shoulder, the second one is in the abdomen, and the third was right in the center of her chest. Blood was gushing out of every last one of them. Watase's gloves were already soaked to their core. What the hell is this? Is this a bad joke? Hey, come on Moribe. Cut it out already and answer me, you hear? Hey, come on. Watase shook Jun's body, but she never answered him. Jun had probably gone up against Ukita and lost. The engine killer truly had been no match for a pistol in the end. Damn it. This is why I should have finished off the old man when I had the chance. But it was too late for regrets. Ukita's face, brimming with madness, flashed through the darkness. This time, I'll kill that bastard for sure. This time. Watase broke out into a mad dash with a feral roar. But when he made it out of the connecting passageway, he found Ukita sitting there, dead with blood pouring from his head. What is that? What is that we're seeing there? I mean, that's the piss. What? I'm not sure what he's holding there. Interesting. What? Watase was rendered speechless by that abrupt anticlimax. A bloody piece of debris was lying next to his corpse. He had probably died after being hit in the head by it. Huh? If the old man died here, that meant the only other people still alive in this place aside from Watase were Kazumi and Mashiro Toba. And Yuri. Don't forget Yuri. I know it's easy to forget her because she's a timid little bunny, but still. Like, what you saw was not real there. It was confirmed through the security footage. Although, who knows if any of this is real. Who did it? Was the old man killed by Tachibana or by Mashiro Toba? Mashiro Toba. Let's ingrain that name inside my head. Luis Yui Sannomiya, Natsuhiko Tenkawa, and Mashiro Toba. He couldn't see Mashiro Toba anywhere, and he didn't know a thing about her. That was the way it had always been. Which meant that the only suspect he really had was Kazumi, but she wouldn't do that. Maybe. It couldn't be Tachibana. Not in a million years. I mean, she didn't even have a motive to kill the old man. But just as that thought had hit him, something suddenly flashed through his head. No, hold on. If Tachibana witnessed the old man killing Moribe, well, some security cameras are operational indeed. So she could have. Jun was like a sister to Kazumi. A much younger sister, and yeah, we have the history of Tachibana lost her younger sister in the past as well, and that again, like just seeing the corpse earlier, triggered her PTSD a little bit. I mean, to some degree, to a decent degree actually. And, you know, seeing Moriba die again? Not again, Anyway, that would really kick it up a notch. If Ukita shot Jun dead right in front of her, it wouldn't be all that implausible for Kazumi to want to kill him. Yeah, she might not have control of herself anymore. This is definitely a bad ending, or everything is false. Because we're not getting any answers to anything. I mean, this is very sad and depressing way to end, and it can't be. It can't be. It cannot be. I need answers. If I have to look up a guide to get the correct, proper ending, I fucking will. I'm not ashamed of going through, like, other things like that. Fuck that. Like, I want a good result. I mean, a satisfying result, not a good one. I don't need a good story, I need a well-written one. I mean, this is well written, don't get me wrong, but this is not the story I want. This is not the information I want. Watase looked down coldly on Ukita's body, then spat out his next words in a hateful voice. You reaped what you sowed. But the moment he said that, He felt like Louise was staring at him from beyond the darkness. Watase turned to her phantom and spoke. Yeah, I know. I'm just as guilty as he is. Watase turned around and started to walk away from Ukita's body, only to stumble over something. Ah, jeez. He could make out a silhouette in the darkness. Ukita was clutching the engine cutter and says, oh, right, of course, the blade. I didn't put two and two together. Clutching the engine cutter in his hand. But that didn't make sense. That had been Jun's weapon of choice. What was the old man doing with it? I mean, he took it, he ran out of bullets probably. A bad feeling started worming its way into Watase's head. As far as he knew, Ukita had shot 3 people, Enna, Watase and Jun. Meaning there was a plausible possibility that he had run out of bullets after finishing Jun off. Then that means the old man must have taken the engine cutter from Moribe, and... Watase crouched down and touched the engine cutter. The blade was covered with something... Oh, god damn it. It was a slimy liquid that had a unique stickiness to it. It's more blood. Watase took a deep breath and took out his PDA. I mean, obviously, he used the LCD's dim light to examine the engine cutter's blade. Come on, you've seen enough blood at this point. Stop freaking out. Watase's breath shook. It was just as he had feared. The blade was indeed painted with blood. No, Tachibana, not you too. I mean, we are on the route where everyone dies, so yes, her too. Watase panicked as he used his PDA's light to illuminate the floor of the passageway. It had to be there. He just knew it. He found it. There was a line of blood drops there, almost as if they were her footprints. Tachibana! Watase ran through the hallway as he followed the blood trail. It just kept going on and on. Watase had no clue where she was heading. It just looked like she was wandering aimlessly, according to her footprints. Watase found himself praying as he followed them. Tachibana, please, I'm begging you. Please be okay. He then arrived at B2 of Area 2's inner ring, only to find Kazumi collapsed in the middle of the dark hallway. Tachibana. Watase ran over to her and held her in his arms. There was a giant laceration in her chest. Her body was still warm. Tachibana, hang in there! Tachibana! Oh, she's actually alive. Well, about to die, obviously. Ah, geez, that's gruesome. Captain. That's a really nasty gash. Damn. Tachibana. Yeah, I don't think you can fix that with anything. It's okay, don't worry. I'll take you to the infirmary right away, you hear? Watase said that and tried to lift Kazumi up. Not a good idea. That's it, that's. But she just shook her head in refusal. Captain, please wait. You dumbass, don't talk. You'll just make your injuries worse. Please, there's something I have to ask you. God, she's okay. Not tell us information, but ask something. Okay. I mean, obviously we're not getting any information. Anyway, that's why I was looking for you this whole time. I know that. If you want to ask me something, then ask anything you want later, okay? So let's just... Watase was pleading to her. He could feel Kazumi's body grow colder with every word she spoke. Yet she continued to talk him with trembling lips. Captain, please tell me. What in the world have we gotten ourselves mixed up in? We don't know. We don't know we're on the bad ending route, so we don't know. We can't know. Everyone relevant is dead, and yeah, bad ending. I don't know. I wouldn't. Captain, please stop lying. Unfortunately, he's not. Mr. Ukita said that you were behind all this. And then he lost his memories. That's legit. Like, of course he's behind it, at least some of it. But we don't have specifics. I'm just guessing at everything. At him being one of the previous test subjects, that's a high possibility, but not confirmed yet. There's so many things that are likely and probable, but not confirmed. There's nothing confirmed yet. So please tell me, why did this have to happen to us? Massive coincidence. Oh, hold on. Why would I be the one behind all this? I'm just a rescue squad captain, right? Weren't you the one who told me that? That's why I want to be as close as I could to the Watase Kasage that you know. So why are you? Yes, but in that case, why did you lie back then? He didn't. You're wrong. I never lied about anything. As far as he knows, he didn't lie. Not a single time since I've woken up. Watase, I don't understand you. No, I never have. Not since back then. Back when? That's enough. Please stop. Don't talk anymore. I'm begging you. He suddenly realized that Kazumi's body had grown much colder. He could feel as much through his gloves. Hey, please. Answer me, Watase. He doesn't have any answers to give. Kazumi's breath grew faint. The light was fading from her eyes. Hey, Tachibana. Watase. Watase, I'm so cold. Kazumi muttered that in a shaky voice, and then closed her eyes. Kazumi quietly breathed her last in Watase's arms. Silence once again filled the darkness. Watase stared at Kazumi's now lifeless face dumbfoundedly. Without anything to vent it out on, rage welled up from that pit in his stomach. Why? Why the hell did this happen? Tell me, Tachibana. What did you mean when you said I'm behind all this? Was it my fault? Are you saying that it's all my fault everyone's dead? Well, it's my fault, honestly, because I didn't pick the right choices. But Watase's cries were devoured by the darkness. No answer came to him. It was at that moment that something decisive snapped within Watase. The whole situation was so bizarrely humorous that he couldn't help but laugh. I get it. It all makes sense now. It's just as Tachibana said. I really did kill everyone. And those guys too. And him too. And that girl too. That's it. I must have killed Yuri after she suddenly disappeared too. That memory was just a fragment of the time I did it. That's what. That's not all. Then there was that boy too. Then Luis. And Teach, Moribi, the old man, and even you, Tachibana. Of course, I must have killed everyone with my own hands. That has to be it. Watase looked at his gloves to find they were stained dark with red with blood. It wasn't just there. His entire uniform was splattered with the blood of others. Yes, I'm sure. That's gotta be it. I just forgot about killing everyone, and rewrote all those memories with fake ones that made me look good. I'm a murderer who set fire to Labo, blew it up, and killed everyone who got trapped by the lockdown. Watase then looked at Kazumi's face one more time. Hey, isn't that right, Tachibana? That had to be what you meant when you said I was behind all this, right? Right, Tachibana? Right? Hey, come on, Tachibana. I'm begging you. Call me Captain again, one more time. But Kazumi's eyes remained shut, leaving Watase's wish to be swallowed into the darkness. After that, Watase blindly wandered all around Labo. He searched for Mashiro Toba, the only survivor who hadn't been found. Was he a rescue worker or a killer? He planned to find the answer to that question by locating her and watching her reaction to him. A sudden question came to him as he continued prowling about. If all of Labo was supposed to be a contaminated zone by now, then why wasn't he feeling any pain at all? But that question soon meant nothing to him. In the end, no matter how hard he searched the place, Watase never found the 9th survivor. Okay, it had already been 9 hours since Watase had awoken with amnesia. Damn, we're just going for it. Alright, okay, now I have absolutely no idea. This is way too long to be just a bad ending. This is something else. This is something else. I'm not sure. He checked his watch to find that the time was 6:15 p.m. It wouldn't be long before the lockdown was finally lifted. He finally arrived in front of the closed bulkhead that led to the surface. None of his 5 companions who he had been through thick and thin with were accompanying him. God, I'm getting worse at reading, apparently. Nor were any of the 3 children they had all tried to save. It's finally over. Indeed, the end of the nightmare was nigh. What reality will be waiting for me when I wake up from this nightmare? Watas thought about that as he looked at the red lights shining on the bulkhead. That thought contained an unspeakable terror. But once that bulkhead opened, he could learn who the real Watase Kasasagi was. Was he a rescue worker or a killer? The answer to that would most likely become clear once the crimes that had occurred in Labo were examined by more unbiased eyes. And once they saw the many corpses that littered the place... It's a lot of dead people. Yeah, damn. Those thoughts ran through Watas's mind until... Oh, what the? Explosions! Damn, that's a bit surprising. I thought we would pass those. Long past those. What's that sound? Although it's Japan, it could just be a random earthquake. What's going on? A thunderous roar and vibrations rumbled at his feet and were closing in on him. Watase then turned to the emergency staircase behind him, only for shockwaves and heat to come surging forward with the roar. Oh, okay. Damn, just... He could hear a sound echoing from somewhere. Ooh, something being opened. An elevator. Watase's consciousness was in a shattered world. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, all of his senses had been ravaged. His eyes were open, yet he could barely see anything. He couldn't even tell how far away that sound was, much less what direction it was coming from. The only thing that was clear to him was the stench of something burnt. Himself, I'm guessing. His sense of taste had completely vanished. To top it all off, he couldn't move his body an inch. He didn't even know if he still had limbs or not. It didn't feel like there was a world around for him to experience at all. Stay on your guard, men. Oh, we don't know what happened in there. Report in as soon as you've confirmed the situation. What just happened? That's a lot of people. Shouting orders and whatnot. Light flooded into Watase's presently disconnected field of vision. Those aren't rescue workers. Your top priority is securing the 2 test subjects. Don't forget to use NBC countermeasures. Got lots of guns. Screaming and doing all those things. Damn, okay. 2 test subjects. Yeah, this isn't... Take anyone else you find and send them to Rokume City Hospital, dead or alive. What are they talking about? Just then, Watase's blurry eyes caught sight of the letters NBC written on the men's protection suits. Sir, we've located a survivor. We'll bring him out at stat. But the men started carrying him somewhere as the meaning of those letters remained a mystery to him. Watase desperately rose his voice in the midst of the endless nightmare. What the hell happened here, in Labo? In the end, just who in the world was the man known as Watase Kasasagi? What the hell happened here, in Labo? Someone, tell me. Yes, tell me too, god damn it. But all that emerged from Watase's throat were indecipherable groans of agony. And soon enough, his consciousness began to fade away. Hospital noises. What's happening? What's happening? Where are we going? What's happening? It's got me hooked. It's got me completely stumped. What's happening? Okay, it's one of the endings. This is not the correct ending. Okay, cast. We got the credits rolling. Oh, god damn it. You can't see it because the fucking... Because I'm guessing it's like a video thing, and it doesn't... And OBS doesn't consider that to be part of the like gameplay thing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on there, but anyway, we got a pre-rendered video playing over the game footage, which is completely black. Yeah, that's why it doesn't capture that. It's just a separate instance on top of it. Yeah, we're getting the credits entirely in Japanese, but there's like, whatever. Meaningless. This is fine. This is an ending. This is not an acceptable ending. We don't know anything. We didn't learn anything. We'll sit through the credits because I always sit through the credits these days. Respect the creators, I'd like that. Yes, anyway, even if I can't read any... Now then, we have a third report regarding the explosive incident at Labo yesterday. Hey, mid-credit scene. You may already be aware of the initial reports, but let's begin with a summary of the incident. The incident began on September 16 at 6:19 AM. At that time, multiple explosions fires broke out at the same time in Labo's basement areas. Then at 6:26 AM, a rescue request was sent out in accordance with the Emergency Disaster Manual, and the Special Elite Rescue Squad Sirius arrived on the scene. They commenced their rescue efforts on the surface floors of Labo. All of the researchers and staff in Labo's basement areas were promptly evacuated. Not all of them, with the exception of a select few. However, 5 members of Sirius ignored the warnings of the staff and headed down into the basement. Contact within the squad commanders was lost. And then, shortly afterwards, at 7:15 AM, a case N was declared inside Labo. What happened within Labo's walls after that remains largely a mystery. But Sirius communication logs revealed that, at the very least, 3 squad members were conducting rescue efforts as late as 12:06 AM, and then at 6:17 PM, a large-scale explosion occurred in Labo's core. 2 minutes later, the bulkhead that partitioned the surface and basement areas of Labo opened up. Okay. Right? God. Okay. Fake out. Credit scene. We're at... Okay. Ugh. God, this... Alright, I'm being jerked around by this game now. I kinda like it. I'm in completely uncharted territory. They've just completely shook everything up. That's fantastic. That is fantastic, and again, my joints are cracking. Sorry about that, but that's just gonna happen every now and then. Anyway, Rokume City Parapsychology Research Center Underground Conference Room. A researcher read the report in his hands with a voice devoid of emotion, only to suddenly be interrupted by Dr. Tenkawa. So then, what were the results of the identification of the bodies discovered in Labo? Miyoko, not Miyuki. I mistook that. Those details are written in a separate sheet. To sum it up, there were 16 bodies in total. They consisted of 3 researchers, 2 test subjects, 2 special observation targets, 1 observation target, 3 communicator commissioners, 4 members of Sirius, and 1 observation target who was also a member of that very squad. That's what I say. Okay, God, wait, observation targets. Ah, fancy ass words. God. Wait, oh god, what the hell? Okay, wait, no, we need, okay, no, I need to break that down a little bit. So, 3 researchers, that's fine, that's simple enough. That's Ukita and 2 others who were dead. Simple enough. 2 test subjects, that would be, I'm guessing Yuri and that dead girl. 2 special observation targets. And 1 regular observation target. I'm guessing those are the 3 kids. 3 communicator commissioners. 1 of them I'm guessing is Enna. That would make sense. But 2 more? Maybe? I don't know. 4 members of Sirius, obviously, that's all of them. And 1 observation target who was also a member of that squad. That's what does. Okay. I think that makes sense. All of them have been positively ID'd. So it pains me to inform you of this, but your son and his friend were amongst them. But what were those children doing in Labo's basement that day? That's a very good question. That's an excellent question. According to a security guard, your same son came to Labo that morning, claiming that he had business with you. Okay, that's way too early though. But before the guard knew it, he'd suddenly disappeared out of sight, because he used his psychokinetic powers on the god, or something like that. Business with me? Impossible. Could those kids have awakened their secret powers? I mean, they are the observation targets. Is something the matter? Do you have any idea what he meant? Excuse me, but you could tell me if this incident was an accident or an act of man. We can't rule out the possibility that there was an NBC outbreak, so we have yet to reach a conclusion on that matter. But judging from the frequent incidents that happened in Rokume City over the past few days, Section 6 is conducting their investigation on incident at Labo under the belief that there is a high probability that this was an act of terrorism. Terrorism. I knew it. I don't know if that makes any sense though. Fine, whatever. I have a favor for the men of Section 6. Please instruct them to investigate what my son Natsuhiko was doing over the past few days. Okay, so she doesn't have a very good relationship with her son. Alright. Okay, that's information that will carry over. If we have to go back to... Oh god, I have no idea. Now I'm just completely stumped at what is happening. What is this story? Anything. He realized that there were terrorists out there just before the incident occurred. If we can find out what he discovered and why he went to Labo, we should be able to learn the truth behind this incident. But... I got nothing. I can't even speculate on anything. This is just completely out there. So please. Understood. I'll arrange an investigation right away. At the same time, Rokume City Hospital, ICU, his consciousness was still trapped in that 9-hour-long nightmare, plagued with sin even at that very moment. A man nothing more than a living corpse who had been publicly and legally declared dead. He couldn't hear the voices calling for him to wake up. His nightmare would never end. Not as long as he himself didn't wish to awaken from it. There we go. There it is. A normal ending. Conclusion from despair. Yeah, no. The result of wasting way too much time and being too late to save Natsuhiko or anyone else. There are senses inputs on this suit that cause you to waste too much time. You may be able to avert this fate by minimizing the time you waste. Okay. Okay. Walk through time then, apparently, because that's too vague. That's too vague. Yeah, nothing else. Okay. Right then. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna... I don't even know where to start from now. This is not an acceptable ending, obviously. It's an ending, but it's not... There's no information. Nobody knows anything. Alright, yes, okay, then, like, that's too vague. And... we're gonna... So what is this? Still question marks on extra screen. Yeah. We got a lot more things, but that's... yeah. Yeah, okay, alright. Fucking... walk through time. Absolutely. I'm gonna find out what I need to do properly so that we can actually get to a proper ending where we learn things and do things. So excuse me as I clickety-clack on the keyboard to find out what we're supposed to do, because obviously, as I mentioned before, I'm not that smart, and these gameplay in my visual novels is not something I can connect properly. Like, like, the pieces just don't fit together in my mind. It's not how this works. Alright. I don't need all endings, I just need the best ending. Come on. God, I hate going through walkthroughs. Why isn't this... What am I even looking at here? So many different save points, like... it doesn't tell me the scene titles in this walk. That's not useful at all. This is a little frustrating. I don't know what I'm doing here. Another one, can you help me? Internet, help me make... this is such a mess. This has become a mess. This has become a true mess. What is happening? That's a very good question. Why isn't this more helpful? Alright, this is a horrible waste of everyone's time here. Okay, I guess I'll have to cut the stream short for today because my brain's not designed to figure these things out on the fly like this. So we're just gonna I don't even know what to do anymore. We're just gonna go back to the title screen here. We got an ending, the normal ending where we didn't learn anything, which as far as I'm concerned is a bad ending, because we didn't learn anything. So that's not useful at all. So, right then. That'll be that for today, because this stumped me. My ability to recoup from these kinds of unexpected things is non-existent, as you just witnessed. We're just going to go back to the intermission. Let's just listen to some music. Tracy Lord's Control from Mortal Kombat, the game. I don't know. I don't remember where I got this from. I got so much music that I have no idea where I got it from, when, how, or any of that. I just have it and I like it and it's just there. Anyway, Whitesnake, Take Me for a Little While, R.E.M. Bad Day, Gorky Park, All Roads, and Chris Cornell, Time. That was a solid selection of kind of similar music. It's all, except for the Mortal Kombat track. That's a bit different, that's technical. Everything else is kind of rock to some degree. Although Chris Cornell does weird music. His music sounds a bit weird. But it's interesting, in a good way. I like it. Obviously, I like it. Everything on these lists that appear is something I like. Otherwise, it wouldn't be here. Anyway, that's a little bit short, but that's just the nature of these things when you're suddenly thrust into an ending that's not. It's not an ending. The game can say that it is, but it isn't. That's nonsensical. So yeah, a little bit shorter than expected, but I will be back tomorrow, because I'm gonna stop this and just go through the stupid walkthrough and figure out what I need to do where properly, and next time we'll pop up with a correct path and we'll be on our way to a proper good ending where we get some information, hopefully. And hopefully people don't die. I hope. I don't want them to die, it's not a good look. I don't like when they die like that. It was really, really unpleasant and depressing, and I can't accept that as an ending where so many are dead. It's just unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. Everyone's dead, that's just... It's made me sad a little bit. Quite a bit, actually. Alright. Well, yes, alright, enough with the meandering. I have things to do now, and I will be back with proper things next time. Very soon, probably less than, probably a bit more than 12 hours, but something like that. Something like that. Because I want this to be proper. I want to see the proper thing. Not this, not this, not this. Not this. I'm animated, but I'm too jittery to do anything on stream like this. So anyway, bye-bye for now, for a relatively short amount of time. It's still gonna be like half a day at least, but still. Goodbye for the briefest of moments, and I will see you all after a sudden jump cut. Well, not really jump cut, because the relative positions are the same, but you know, you're used to this already, jumping back and forth in the archive. But yes, that is it for today, unfortunately. A little bit shorter than I planned, but that's just the way these things go. But we will be back. There's still also the before crime route. And I did get accidentally a glimpse through the walkthrough. There's also this is the Xtend edition, so there's like a together or something called route as well afterwards, but we can complete the other thing as well, so but yes, bye bye for now, for real this time. Pressing the button now. Hey, continue. Yes, this will be a lot more efficient and quicker than all the previous parts, because what happened previously? What happened is that we got a non-ending ending, and that's unacceptable. And then I went on a rant about something. Oh, I wasted everyone's time by going through a walkthrough on screen. That's just, well, not on screen, but in the back, whatever. Anyway, that will mostly be cut from the archive, so it was a lot longer. In the archive footage, you can still check it out on Twitch, although not for long. They reduced that to 7 days instead of 14, which is totally fine. Anyway, yes, there's nothing else. I looked up the walkthrough. I have everything I need now to go and get the correct good ending. And apparently there's a lot of other stuff. I mean, I'm not gonna keep the walkthrough up for the first playthrough of anything, like the before crimes route. I'm gonna just do the same as I did before. I'm just gonna bumble whatever endings we get. But if I don't get the correct one, then I'm gonna go, and I'm probably gonna have to use a walkthrough to get the good one properly, because fuck, I skimmed through that and that's a lot of choice. I don't understand how to use the system at all. It's a mess. Oh, not a mess, it's just I'm too stupid to understand it. But anyway, that is neither here nor there. We shall just quickly get through the next short story to warm up the voice and move right along. So, short story 3. Alright, this might be the last thing I record. It's 2:41 a.m. I'm in the middle of the woods. I just ran for the last 2 hours after my uncle and his friends kidnapped me. It was just awful. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't know where I am, but car noises. Damn it, cat. Thought we were far away to not hear the highway. Clearly not. Well, can we like edit that out? Then wouldn't sound right. Can't have professional audio mixing in a found camera footage movie. People won't buy that. Doing it in one take is gonna be hard. Yeah. Hey, how about we shoot the other forest over the weekend? I can ask my dad to take us out, bring tents, say it's a group outing or whatever. But isn't the next best place like a 5-hour drive away? I don't think I can handle your dad's music for that long. Hey, come on, it's for the movie festival. And what else are we gonna do with all the pig blood? Yeah, I get it. But I wanna do the part where I find the dead body. Like that other guy on the internet. Didn't work out so well for him. Yeah, but we're making art and stuff. Art and stuff. Real pro, dude. Hey, suck it. You put in the bit where I describe almost getting tortured and shit. We've been over this. It all depends on how convincingly you deliver the lines. I don't know. Did it sound convincing? After a few takes, it kinda feels weird to say the same stuff. And there goes another car. Yeah, I'll get Andy to come along next weekend. Don't worry, he'll be good. Just remember the main plot points and don't think about the exact words. Let that shit come to you naturally. Alright, but if you bring in Andy, I'm bringing Tom too. Otherwise, you two won't get anything done. We don't goof off, we discuss serious topics. Okay, whatever, I'm sleepy now. Fine, I lost spark too, let's go then. Dialogue! My attempt at writing dialogue. It's, I don't know what to think of it. It's whatever. I don't know. I don't think I'm very good at dialogue. It's kind of dumb now. Anyway, we were here last time. Let's just go away. Let's just head right into it. We got a non-ending, and we continue off from future me interjecting here. Due to technical issues and my inability to understand the walkthrough, the first about 3 hours of the stream got cut because it was just a repetition of the same old thing. After figuring out how to properly follow the walkthrough, I went through the story, making the correct choices. The differences were basically negligible up until this point we're about to begin, where the teams, after having reunited in the neuroscience laboratory, after having found all the 30 ampules of AD, split up to try and find the other survivors, more AD, escape routes and everything else, by splitting into two teams to circle around the facility once more. This time the difference is that Watase, Kazumi and Ukita are in one team, because Watase, due to choices, has become a little bit more suspicious of Ukita, and the other team of Jun and Anna just going on their own. Beyond that, nothing else has changed significantly. There will be another interjection from me about an hour later, because of my idiocy. But anyway, I'll explain that then. And for now, I will simply allow past me to take back the reins. Thank you for understanding. And I resume now. We'll be heading in the direction of Area 4, so I asked that you two please search in the direction of Area 6. Our goal is to find AD, the survivors, and, if possible, an escape route. Roger that. And I posted the note she'd written on the door. Moribe, take care of Teach. Got it. We won't fight or anything. We'll work together to search. Don't you worry. Jun and Enna then departed in the direction of Area 6. A fight. I wasn't implying that at all, but he had said that as a warning for Jun to keep an eye out to make sure Enna didn't end up in any kind of trouble. Now he was a bit worried about what Jun had said, but... Captain Kasasaki, what are you doing? You should get going too. Right. Watase started walking towards Area 4 as he kept those tiny fears in his heart. The security slot for the gate from the outer ring on B2 of Area 4 to Area 5 had been burnt, but when it came to the other way around, the security slot was totally intact. So Watase's group used that route to get into Area 4. Area 4 outer ring B2. The area where Luis had run off, where the flashover had nearly killed Watase, Kazumi and Jun, and where they had found Hiyama's body. The reading on the Procyon are the 6610 MSV. The contamination is much worse than it was before. But we've got AD, so we should still be able to manage. She's right, we should get the search here done as soon as we can, then move on to Area 3. Kazumi and Nikita were right. Just because they had found a ton of AD didn't change the fact that they were short on time. We need to be more careful to make sure we don't waste any time from this point onwards. Watase thought for a moment, then spoke up. Now let's commence the search. You all have 3 minutes. Yes. The team immediately began to search the outer ring. But there weren't that many rooms, so the search probably wouldn't take all that long. Watase ran down the hallway and headed for the elevator hall. For the room where Hiyama's body had been put to rest. But as he drew near... Huh? The axe is gone. Watase's eyes widened. He could tell something was off. It's like something that should be here isn't. He soon realized what it was. The group had put the fire axe that had been by Hiyama's body in front of the door as a grave marker of sorts, but... The axe is gone. That can't be. Why? Yeah, this didn't happen last... Yeah. I'm not skipping anything now. Did someone take it? Well, obviously. The group had been together the whole time, meaning it couldn't have been anyone else but one of the 3 survivors. No, wait. Couldn't Yuri have done it too? Now that Yuri had run away, they couldn't say for sure that she couldn't have come here and taken the axe. But what would they want with an axe? Watase had no idea. But he had a horrible feeling about all this. Anyway, let's keep searching. Yes. The group said that, then resumed the search. But their efforts were as fruitless as they had predicted. They went to go search B1 next. Area 4 outer ring B1. Going up a flight didn't stop the Procyon's alarm, of course. The reading was 4612 MSV. Still, there's a huge difference between B1 and B2, eh? But for all we know, this place could become just as contaminated. Let's search while we still can. Right. Watase's team grouped up and searched B1. They didn't find any survivors in the outer ring, and the situation in inner ring was no different. Yuri and the others were nowhere to be seen in the control room. They also checked the Area 5 connecting passageway to be safe. The ceiling had collapsed there, leaving them unable to proceed. It appears they aren't here either, eh? Yeah, but... Watase was curious about the collapsed ceiling. Are we sure that the gap in the ceiling there doesn't go up to the surface? Just following the guide so that I don't have to think. Highly unlikely. Moriben already checked these kinds of gases thoroughly. And besides, if there were a hole to the surface, the commander and the others would have used it to get down here ages ago. That is correct. Kazumi's words made sense. I see. Yeah, I guess there was no way we'd conveniently find an escape route in a place like this. Unfortunately, Moribe and I already checked all the places that looked like they could be escape routes, as I believe I mentioned earlier. That included the ceilings, air ducts, elevator shafts, and emergency staircase. They're all surrounded by those steel plates, and none of them have even a scratch on them. We may have overlooked one, but let's put priority on finding the survivors for now. Yeah, then let's go on to Area 3. Watase and the rest of the team then left the connecting passageway. Area 3, inner ring B1. Kazumi muttered quietly as soon as they entered the place. Kazumi was looking at the room in front of her. It was the room where Dojima and those 2 researchers had died. There's bodies behind that door even now. Watase's bodies froze when he thought of that ghastly spectacle. Go. But he did his best to hide his fear and spoke up. Wait, Wait here a minute. Captain Kasasagi, what are you up to? I'm probably wrong, but I want to check something to be safe. Just then, he thought he saw Kazumi's shoulders tremble slightly. He quickly found himself worrying about her. Tachibana, you don't have to come in if you don't want to. I'll go check it out. Yes, my apologies. Watase walked up to the room in front of him and opened the door. The scene that lay behind those doors was exactly the same as the last time they had seen it. That doesn't make it any less gruesome. But he could tell from a glance that none of the survivors were there. Watase quickly left the room. When he did, he saw Kazumi looking at him with fear in her eyes. Captain? Yeah, don't worry. None of the survivors were in there. That only figures. That room is enough to drive even the living insane. There was something unsettling about how Ukita had said that, but Watase ignored it. Anyway, there's only 2 rooms in this block. Let's check the other one out. Yes. The team then headed for that room. What lay there was a large laboratory. There was a lot of blind spots, meaning it'd be hard to tell right away if anyone happened to be collapsed behind one of them. Think it's possible anything could be here? Yes, make sure you check behind everything here. Roger. The team then began their search of the room, but there was no hide nor hair of the survivors or any AD. I'd really like you to use that phrase, no hide nor hair. I mean, it's not a bad phrase, but it gets a little repetitive. And yeah, I'm saying that as if I get to say that. Anyway, then while I'm at it, Watase decided to look for information. The most powerful thing you can look for. Several documents were scattered on the floor deeper in the room. Perhaps their pages held a hint to escaping this facility that Watase's team didn't know about. Is there anything useful here? Watase walked over to the documents, started picking them up one by one, then read them. But what they said was... every 3-person social gathering, hire around like... okay. April 25th, damn, those are old documents. Senior fellow training seminar accepting applications, Dr. Miyoko fan club. Fan club. Outline of the 7 wonders of Rokume City, special observation target, NA... not 2. 3rd periodic report, that's an important one. Concerning the abolition of print media. Whatever. Okay, useless, probably useless, silly, kinda useless, super fucking important, and useless. All of them had meaningless pieces of information, incomprehensible to Watase. Not meaningless, one of them is very important. What's more, they were all fairly old. Yeah, that is weird. Guess I shouldn't get my hopes up. That is weird, how did you just randomly find... Watase picked up another paper as he thought this. NBC Outbreak. Security Manual. Ooh. Yeah, we're finding out new stuff. We're learning, we're getting information, that's actually. Kazumi peeked over his shoulders and spoke up. Captain, what's that you have there? Not sure. What's NBC anyway? Oh, NBC stands for Nuclear, Biological and Chemical. So, for example, whenever they refer to an NBC disaster, that's a general term for disaster caused by nuclear, biological, or chemical substances. Okay. Doesn't explain why they were armed to the teeth and had like super military training when we saw in that ending, but whatever. In other words, this manual probably describes security measures to be taken during an accident much like this one. But I thought they valued evacuation more than security in these kinds of situations. Watase's thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. What are you 2 doing? They turned around in surprise to see Ukita looking at them furiously. Oh, I just figured there might be a hint to escaping this place in here. We don't have time for that now, right? We kinda do. We do need to make time for that. Now you're acting actually suspicious. Previously it was just kind of, it seemed to be kinda out of nowhere, he just went mad, but this time around, he's acting actually more suspicious. And besides, all the print materials in this facility are old anyway. They abolished print 9 years ago and decided to digitize everything from then on. They haven't gotten around to disposing of these documents yet, but they're so old that the information is useless anyway. Well, you don't know that for certain. But what about disaster prevention manuals? The ones we found said 2030 edition on them. These are the only emergency procedure documents, so they always distributed printed copies of the latest version. And it makes sense, you can't... You know, printed copies ain't gonna go down because the internet went down, you know. Like, that's one of the reasons you're not getting rid of physical media. That's why I also don't fully trust a fully digitized world. You think, energy cuts, that's it, all of that world, gone. I do like my physical things. At least some of them. Right, anyway. There we go. I'm getting back into the mood of randomly commenting on things without really thinking about too much. Previously I focused on getting the right thing, so I was focused and didn't really do much else, but now we're in a more leisurely stance. There we go. There we go. But that, along with everything else in this facility, is supposed to be top secret. Oh, for fuck's sake, we're well beyond top secret. We're gonna die here. I believe I told you earlier that digging too deeply into things could have severe consequences. We'll worry about those afterwards. Like, if we don't survive, then the consequences don't fucking matter. But this is an emergency, so regardless of the policy, this isn't a simple threat or a joke. I'm telling you this for your own safety. Mate, come on. You shouldn't take a government-managed research facility lightly. Unless you don't like the idea of living in peace, that is. I mean, living in danger is better than not living, so have that counter that. Ukita's eyes had an almost bizarre intensity to them as he spoke. Yeah, he signed off on a lot of documents, as if to say that this world contained far more frightening situations than the disaster they were trapped in, which it does. Watase was overpowered by that look and found himself replying on instinct. Got it. Sorry. Let's finish up searching this room and move on. Yes. Watase still felt dissatisfied with the situation, but he and the others left the room for the time being. But as soon as they left the room, Watase smelled something. The stench of something burning was filling the hallway from somewhere. Is it just me, or is something burning? You're right. Where in the world is it coming from? The group carefully followed the stench to its origin. Then they arrived at the stairwell, only to find it full of thin smoke. They looked towards the bottom of the stairs and spotted a tiny fire flickering behind the staircase. It doesn't appear all that strong, but it all takes a tiny spark to cause... What is that gas? What is that fog? Hey old man, it's dangerous, so stay back and wait. Alright. Another one of these. Alright. Once he confirmed Ukita was now outside the stairwell, Watase descended the staircase with Kazumi. They then checked out the small fire. Was the fire not fully put out and it just relit? It appears that the sprinklers weren't able to put it out entirely because it was in the shadow of the staircase. The fire was of fairly small scale. Putting it out would probably be a piece of cake. Watase determined that and immediately started giving out orders. Anyway, prep me a fire hose. Yes. Kazumi obeyed Watase's orders and ran off into B2. But as soon as she left, Watase noticed a fire extinguisher sitting next to the fire. It's the bomb, the dud, or is this gonna be a real one this time around? Alternative timeline, alternative bomb. A fire extinguisher. Yes, a fire extinguisher. It wasn't odd for there to be a fire extinguisher in a stairwell. Let's see how many times we can hear that before it starts losing meaning. It looked like the fire nearby was almost trying to crawl over to the fire extinguisher. Watase felt shivers run down his spine for some reason when he saw that. What is it? He heard footsteps at the same time. Kazumi had returned. Captain, I've got the hose. Watase started shouting right then. Dutchman, stay back! Retreat! Kazumi froze where she stood. Warning alarms were ringing in Watase's head. Look out! Watase lunged for Kazumi as he shouted that. And right after he dove out of the stairwell with her, there was a brilliant flash behind him. And this time it exploded for some reason. Previously it didn't. But this time it did. Schrodinger's bomb. If observed with the incorrect people, it doesn't go off. Excellent. Watase forced himself to stay conscious, and then opened his eyes. Everything around him was engulfed in thick dust. What the hell just happened? It seemed that the small fire had ignited something, causing an explosion. But as to what that something was, don't tell me. Watase then heard a voice under him. Oof, it was Kazumi. She was lying on the floor, shielded by Watase. Tachibana, you okay? She seems to be intact. Captain? Kazumi looked at Watase with trembling eyes. Then her face warped in agony. Oh, maybe not. Alright. What's wrong? My leg. Watase looked down to see a scrap of iron about 15 centimeters long impaling Kazumi's left calf. Ow. That's not pleasant. Never had anything impale me, and fuck, I hope I don't. That sounds incredibly painful. I mean, most it's just been splinters, small ones, maybe like a centimeter long. And that's unpleasant, especially when it gets lodged in the skin down there and just kind of impossible to get it out. Ugh, it's unpleasant. Can't imagine that kind of pain. As he stared at it, he saw blood ooze out of the wound and drip onto the floor. I'm not sure what the correct procedure is. I mean, it's bleeding, so probably yank it out and wrap it in like a cloth or something to stem the bleeding. What the? A voice came from the stairwell at that moment. Hey guys, are you okay? It seemed Ukita was unharmed. Tachibana, wait here, I'll be right back. Watase then ran over to the stairwell. The explosion had completely destroyed the staircase. Yeah, so that's why they all collapsed. It was deliberate. Because, like, come on. Staircases don't just collapse in emergencies like that. That's nonsense. They should be built to code. And previously I complained because it seemed like they weren't, but this time around we have the suspicion of terrorist actions and bombs, so yeah, that's why they were all out, or most of them, because they were deliberately sabotaged. We still don't know who or why. Watase looked up to find Ukita gazing down at him from the open doorway to B1. You okay, old man? Yes, fortunately. How about you guys? Tachibana's hurt. What? Then what's the status of her wound? It's not life-threatening, but her leg's in bad shape. I'll take her to a nearby room and try to treat it. What will you do? I can't get down the stairs in this state. I'll keep going through this floor and search the next area. Got it. Then take this. Watase took out his Procyon and tossed it up the stairs. I've got it. Then I'll be going on ahead now. Different, very divergent path now. Okay, but be very careful. Watase finished up his talk with Ukita and hurried back over to Kazumi. Because right previously we were with June. And Enna, maybe? And yeah, then Ukita got and Tachibana were left alone and they got an injury still. Yeah. Oh wait, shit. That means... this incident and the other incident happened more or less simultaneously. So there's the other. I'm looking forward to that. I'm interested in how that's gonna result in what that's gonna be like. Will Enna and June find themselves in a situation where Enna has to pull out her gun and do the thing that she did earlier there in the alternate timeline? And hurried back to Kazumi. That is indeed. Kazumi was trying to get up on her feet by herself. Don't do that. Your leg's injured. You're putting more pressure. That's not a good idea. But all it did was make her impaled leg hurt even more. Her face just warped with agony more and more. You dumbass. Indeed. You idiot. Don't push yourself into your condition. I'm okay. A wound like this is... No. No, that's the wrong attitude. You have to take care of yourself, Kazumi. You have to let others take care of you. You can't be the one who takes care of everyone all the time. That's not how squads work. How the hell is that nothing? Look, just get on my back, okay? Watase said that and squat down, his back facing Kazumi. But then I will only be a hindrance to the search. Is this really the time to be saying that? Listen, you're wounded right now, so quit griping and do as I say. Alright. Kazumi put her weight on Watase's back. Watase hurried on over to a nearby room, feeling the softness and weight of her body leaning against him. The pair entered the closest room, the surveillance room. So yeah, slightly different character setups, but the events are mostly the same. Watase laid Kazumi down on the floor. Sorry, but I'm going to have to roll up your pants. Right. There was no time to be hesitating. Watase rolled up Kazumi's pants and grimaced instinctively. Yeah, that's a nasty gash. Kazumi's pale leg was drenched in blood. Her wound wasn't that deep, but it was fairly wide. Can I really treat this with Chiron? Impossible. Even if we were to apply the ointment to her, it would just continue bleeding in this state. Tachibana, let's head to the infirmary. We should be able to treat you there. Wait. Kazumi grabbed Watase's sleeve and spoke. It appears my arteries are unharmed, so we can perform adequate treatment right here. But this needs to be stitched closed. We don't have the time or skills for stitches, so we'll use this. Kazumi then took something out of her breast pocket. It's a medical stapler. Please use this to close up my wound. Ow, but it's designed for that. I mean, she can handle the pain, and she's telling you to do it, so just... But, hurry up, it's still bleeding. Yeah. Stitch up the wound. That's what medicine is, generally speaking. Bit of pain to prevent a ton of pain later. Just generally how it works. You need to break something deliberately in order to fix something that's even worse. It's complicated. The medical profession is real fucking complicated like that. It's like, God, doctors didn't even exist. Like, real doctors didn't exist until, like, I don't know, like 70 years ago? Maybe less than that? I don't know, everyone else before that was just a crazy person. Just like, screaming things like, hey, I believe this thing. There's like, I don't know, how does this work? We don't know. What are cells? What are viruses? Those don't exist. What the fuck are you talking about? Washing your hands? Pah! Why would you wash your hands? I'm a professional, I know what I'm doing. Washing your hands. Plebeians wash their hands. Or something like that. It took a while. It literally took a while for people to figure out that washing your hands is a good thing to prevent spreading more injuries and shit like that. God. Did I talk about this before? I feel like I talked about this before, earlier. Where going back into the past is really stupid because medicine's not a thing and you'll die from anything that's easily preventable today. I feel like I talked about this before. Anyway, moving on. Hurry up, it's still bleeding. Watase resolved himself and took the stapler. He then pressed it against Kazumi's wound. I'm counting on you. Here I go. Watase then pressed the stapler. Ouch. Kazumi's face twisted in pain. You okay? No, you're... But... No one but yes. It's kind of unnecessary pain. Kazumi nodded as she kept her eyes shut. Watase hardened his heart and pressed the stapler once again. 5 staples were enough to seal the wound. Watase then used about half of the chiron tube on the wound without worrying about how much he was using. Soon enough, the bleeding stopped completely. Okay, we're done. Slightly pained breathing. Kazumi's breathing was pained. Thank you. Does it hurt? I mean, yeah, a bit, but it's tolerable. I see. That's good to hear. Kazumi suddenly smiled when Watase said that. This feels a little nostalgic. Oh? Oh, it just reminded me of the times when I was first starting out in Sirius. I would get injured like this a lot, and then you would scold me. Back then you told me, you're so reckless, I can't even bear to watch. Huh, it feels a bit surprising to hear that I said something like that. I never would have imagined you had a phase like that. I mean, Morib is in that phase right now, almost, although she seems to be uninjured so far. When she heard Watase talk about himself like he was someone else, Kazumi frowned. Captain, do you really remember nothing? Yep. Huh? For example, what about enemy memories about me? Are you sure you don't remember anything? Sorry, no. He doesn't. The look in her eyes was almost pleading. There's a choice here now. Needs to be that, okay. But Watase couldn't lie. I'm sorry, I really don't remember anything. I see. Kazumi then grew quiet. Watase suddenly felt that he had to say something to Kazumi. And at that moment, a memory abruptly resurfaced in his mind. How does it look? It's been ages since I last wore a skirt. It doesn't look weird, does it? Not at all. It looks really good on you, Kazumi. What was that memory? It had only been for a second, but he had seen himself with Kazumi in what appeared to be a park. Did you remember something? Well, for some reason I remembered you wearing a skirt. Eh? Could that memory be... What is it, Dutchman? You know what it was? Tell me, what was that memory about? Well, it's a bit embarrassing. Please, this could be the key to unlocking more memories, right? Kazumi started blushing for some reason when she heard Wata's heartfelt plea. Why did that have to be the one thing you remembered? Because a little bit of a comedy moment, we need those. That just doesn't feel fair. Huh? What do you mean by that? But at that moment, Watase turned around in shock. Dark monitor next to him was reflecting his face. Oh yeah, right! He hadn't actually looked at himself before. He hadn't had an opportunity to see himself, what he looked like. And he did see the guy in the picture in the locket earlier, but because he hadn't seen his own face, he didn't recognize that it was him. That's silly. He's a little shocked. Yeah, he's a fine-looking man, 32 years old only. That's 4 years away for me. I've already always kind of looked a bit older than I am, but now I look a bit young. Ah, the fuck. Anyway, whatever, doesn't matter. He recognized that face. It was the same as the one he had seen in the photo in Kazumi's locket. No way. What, you had a private life? What are you surprised about? Then that means that memory was... Hey, Tachibana, were we going out with each other? When Watase said that, Kazumi blushed, so beet red. Of course that's the case. Ah, you lovebirds. We used to. Confirmed his guess. Used to? Then what about now? We broke up a while back. I see. Watase had no clue as to what he should say. You saw that photo in my locket, right? Yeah. The reason your picture is still in there is just because I can't find the time to take it out. That's all. Sure it is the reason. I believe you. Not at all. Watase didn't press her on that rather flimsy excuse. Yeah, no shit. He decided to ask another question instead. Why did we ever break up? You and I are very similar. It was that part that drew us to each other, but the fact that we were too much alike meant that it got too painful for us to be together for long. That's probably why. Emotions are hard. I see. Now that he thought about it, Kazumi had mentioned something like that way back then. She had said that he was an intellectual rescue worker who always made rational decisions no matter what the crisis. That described Kazumi perfectly. So it seemed they really were a lot alike. But that man, I must have been a real dumbass to break up with you. Eh? Women as good as you are only... only come by once in a lifetime after all. Those words came instinctively flowing to his mouth straight from the bottom of his heart. Why are you saying that? Because he's just being honest. Was that weird? I mean, it doesn't sound like anything you'd ever say. Well, but he just did, so it is. You would never talk that way at all. Maybe losing memories made me a bit more honest? If that's the case, maybe getting amnesia wasn't such a bad thing after all. No, never say that. Not even as a joke. Yeah, I was just kidding. But, you know, I was being totally serious when I said you were a good woman. You've saved my life more times than I could count, and you're reliable to a fault. You're strong, surprisingly kind, and you even show a cute side from time to time. In all honesty, it makes me want to regret that we ever broke up. I'm very happy to hear you say that, but right now we need to worry about escaping this place. Yeah, we don't have time for lovey-dovey stuff, honestly. It's nice, but that's not the priority here. Watase's face tensed up when he said that. He decided to push all that sentimentalism off to a far corner of his heart for now. Yeah, we can do that after we've all survived and are happily alive at the end of this, and not in a government prison for, you know, discovering super top secret psychokinetic research things. If that can happen, God, hopefully there will be a happy ending. I like my happy endings. I want my happy endings, honestly. I do. They're nice, they're heartwarming, they're pleasant. And that's why I'm not gonna accept, like, bad endings like that, where it's like, it's technically an ending, but fuck that, everyone's dead and it's just depressing and no information. It's like, nah. Then I'd better get back to searching now. Oh, then I'll come along too. Ow. No, you're not. Don't push yourself. Just rest here for a while. But no means no. You're being so reckless that I can't bear to watch right now. Watase borrowed his past self's words to get his point across. They appear to have been enough to reach her. Understood. I shall do as you say. Head back to the neuroscience laboratory once you've recovered. Then wait for the others to come back. While you're resting, keep an eye on the functioning security cameras and see if you can spot any of the survivors. Yes, please leave that to me. Watase took Kazumi Procyon and headed for the door. However, Kazumi then called out to him in a low voice. Captain, Huh? What's wrong? Kazumi paused for a few moments after Watase turned around, then continued. Never mind. Just please be careful, okay? Yeah. Watase gave an obedient nod, then left the surveillance room. Alright. Watase headed for the stairwell first after he parted with Kazumi. His goal was to find what had caused that explosion earlier. However, there's nothing here. He searched the stairwell as much as he could, but there didn't appear to be anything explosive in there. The fire extinguisher had sent shivers down his spine when he had seen it earlier for some reason, so he checked it out, but it had already been smashed up into pieces, none of which held any clues. Besides, why would the fire cause an extinguisher to blow up anyway? Then maybe there was a gas leak or something? But without his knowledge of fire investigations, Watase didn't know any more than that. It's bugging me, but I don't have enough time for this. He decided to give up for the time being and continued searching elsewhere. Area 2, Inner Ring, B2. Watase immediately began his search of the block. Only Kazumi and Jun had searched the place the first time around. This was also where their makeshift base was set up. It had been ages since anyone had last checked the area out. There's also enough room to believe that the survivors are constantly on the move. Watase quickly carried out his search with those thoughts in mind. But a nameplate labeling on one of the rooms caught Watase's eyes. A reference room. A room he had never visited before. Could there be a hint about an escape route in here? Ukita had just warned him not to go poking his nose in too deeply, but this wasn't the kind of situation that allowed him to heed that warning. Watase headed into the room with that thought in mind. It was a small room about 5 meters in width. Ah yes, this room, with the encyclopedias and research papers and all that jazz. The entire space was almost completely filled with steel bookshelf upon steel bookshelf. There was a switch attached to each shelf, meaning it was most likely a movable type of bookcase. Yuri's not here, eh? Once he confirmed that, Watase's eyes turned to the bookshelf. A crammed line of books and essays were sitting there. An Introduction to the Information Field Theory, author Miyoko Tenkawa. Elementary Particles, Information and Consciousness, author Miyoko Tenkawa. ESP Synchronization Hypothesis, author Antoine Colbert. Translator Miyoko Tenkawa. Cerebrums, Labyrinth of Physiology, author Ryoken Kashiwagi. Unbinding from Pseudoscience, The Future and Prospects of Parapsychology, author Koki Sumida. Before Crime, After Days, author Chikage Sanomura. Title drop again. Particles, The Mind and the Brain, author Shuya Eriguchi. Watase looked at all of their titles. I don't get them. Watase had no knowledge of science in his current state, so he hadn't the slightest clue what they contained. Now that he thought about it, the two main themes researched at the facility were nuclear power and biology. Either way, all he knew was that there were a lot of biology-related books in there. But there was a familiar name amongst all the authors listed, Miyoko Tenkawa. If his memory served him right, that was the name of Natsuhiko Tenkawa's mother. And when he saw those books, a strange anxiety welled up in Watase's chest. Watase was puzzled. Why would looking at books make him feel anxious? I know this isn't the time to be doing this, but... curiosity. Watase couldn't go against his feelings, so he took one of the books and flipped through it. An Introduction to the Information Field Theory, forward in modern physics, all phenomena that shape the natural world can be explained with 4 fundamental forces, but there are phenomena such as the accelerating universe, and so on that cannot be explained by these 4 fundamental forces alone. It's become clear from a recent high-precision observation that the rate at which the universe expands accelerates with time. It is from that survey that the theory of an unknown energy known as dark energy, repulsive gravity, was born. But if dark energy supposedly does exist, then what is it? Various conjectures have been conceived, but they all are merely speculation. This, I conclude, to look into that force from the perspective of an elementary particle physicist and formulated a hypothesis. Could it be information? If a 5th fundamental force does indeed exist, there is a high possibility that it is in fact information. I used the numerical formula to express the equivalence of information volume and energy. Then after deriving its value, I discovered that said value completely matched up with the rate of universal expansion. In other words, Watase had no clue what he was reading. 5th fundamental force, information, dark energy, the hell is all that? Mumbo jumbo, witches, burn the witches and all their blasphemy. He still had no clue why he had felt such intense anxiety from this book. Was it just my imagination? All those long words mean nothing. Watase wondered that as he flipped through the pages and kept reading. The following conjecture is based off this theory. Even information itself can exist independently and can possibly be conveyed without the use of other forces as an intermediary. For example, since a human's thoughts are a type of information, they can communicate with others without the need for those thoughts to be converted into another medium, such as electrical signals. This is a somewhat extreme expression I am using here, but this is the gist of the information field hypothesis. The informational field is the place where information operates as the fifth fundamental force, energy. If we are to consider this by using the human brain as an example, the informational field generated from thought information may in fact be what we call the consciousness. It is still unclear as of this point as to what the process that creates a consciousness entails. All we do know is that the consciousness is generated inside the brain when countless memories equals fragments of information and electrical signals running through the synapses interact. However, another conjecture can be formed when you think on the basis of this hypothesis. If information can exist independently, then that means that consciousness does not necessarily have to form in a brain. If a fixed amount of information gathers in one spot and interacts with each other, a consciousness can be born right then and there. Furthermore, if information can be controlled, then it should also be possible to artificially create a consciousness. Yeah, this isn't making any sense to me. What kind of research does this Miyoko Tenkawa person do? She called herself an elementary particle physicist, but he got the impression that this research had more to do with biology. But to create a consciousness, why would anyone want to do that? What does research involving creating consciousness have to do with nuclear power and biology? He wasn't sure why, but he felt a faint ominous sensation. Despite that, he continued to read more of the book, and then gasped. In conclusion, the various theories laid out in the informational field hypothesis have yet to be proven, but this thesis has been reappraised in a form I never once expected. This is all due to a rapid yet drastic change that has recently swept society. That change is the manifestation of BC. BC. Beyond communication. Come to think of it, Anna had mentioned it before. She had said that it wasn't all that rare for there to be people who could use telepathy these days. What does I continue to read? The ability known as BC has been widely acknowledged by society in the last few years. It can be said that this has resulted in mindsets toward the nature of information and ways of communication to undergo tremendous changes. We've also discovered countless people who possess this ability that we never knew would have conceived as feasible mere years ago. The abilities of BC can generally be classified into two groups. The first one is telepathy, the ability to directly send your voice to another's mind. The other is empathy, the ability to read the voice of another's mind. By describing these two abilities with these extremely coherent terms, we can explain them separately. When BC is used, the user's thought information is not converted into another medium. They communicate with their target by sending that thought information directly into their target's brain by using elementary particles as an intermediary. This matches up with what I proposed in my informational field hypothesis. Two completely unrelated fields of study, parapsychology and elementary particle physics, are connected by BC. Furthermore, while telepathy practitioners are still few, empathy practitioners are even rarer. But the true number of users is not what's important here. It's the fact that an ability such as empathy exists, and also the fact that the existence of information known as the voice of the mind can be observed by others despite previously being unknown to those other than the thinkers themselves. This is indeed the first and biggest paradigm shift of the 21st century. What? The words laid out before him were almost unbelievable. He had already heard about the ability to directly send one's voice to another's mind. The problem was the other ability, and a couple other ones that we don't know about yet. The ability to read another's mind. He then remembered what Anna had told him earlier. It is essentially the ability to mutually communicate your ideas to people far away. Nothing more and nothing less. I see. So when she said mutually communicate, she didn't just mean sending your thoughts, but also reading other people's thoughts too. Then the stuff in this book isn't just some pipe dream. Watase looked at the bookshelf in shock to find that many of them had the phrases BC in the titles. Apparently it really was considered a completely normal thing. Though there were very few of them, there were indeed people out there who could read others' minds. Just then, finally, Watase realized the truth behind his anxiety. I see, so I was scared of this empathy ability. He didn't know exactly why. Maybe he had had a really frightening experience with it before he had lost his memories. But even if that weren't the case, he didn't feel like there could possibly be anyone who was okay with having their mind read by someone else. Oh, you need consent for those kind of things. But that's the problem, when you can just read people's minds, you don't need consent. And it's possible to, never let that be known. Yeah, whole load of ethics problems there. No, what if, at this very moment, someone is reading my mind and can hear my fear of having my mind read? That's a real mindfuck. Watase's body shook violently in the face of that abrupt thought. And though a lot of BCUs are kids for some reason, adult BCUs are as rare as a hen's teeth. If he were to trust what Junin said, then that probably meant none of the adults in the group were communicators. But what about the children? All of them. All of them! Could Natsuhiko read minds? Mashiro? Luis? And what about Yuri? Teach said that Natsuhiko and his friends could use telepathy. Then isn't it naturally possible they can use empathy too? Now that he thought about it, several suspicious events had occurred. Why had Yuri run away from the group? Why had Luis fled from the group back then? Why hadn't they found the 3 survivors yet? If those kids can read people's minds, and when you take into account they've been running away from us, then maybe one of us hates them and they know it. He didn't want to believe it, but it all added up. If that were the case, then who was the one who hated them? It wasn't Watase, at the very least. He knew that better than anyone. So it's one of the other 4? Once he thought that, every single one of them quickly seemed suspicious in his mind. His anxiety swelled up like a balloon, and his heart started racing faster and faster. Doubt begot more doubt, but then it soon came full circle. No, wait, maybe it's the other way around? What if they're the ones who hate us? Those kids who could read people's minds were filled with malice and trying to back Watase's group into a corner for some reason. Maybe that was just an absurd theory, but if it's true, then can we fight off guys like that? As soon as he thought that, bam! A sudden headache ripped through Watase's skull, causing him to groan. His consciousness started fading as he grew incredibly dizzy. This is bad. Watase staggered his way out to the reference room as quickly as possible. Watase hurried into a nearby restroom once he had left the reference room. Yeah, this scene, where he tries to figure out. He turned the sink faucet on with all his might and washed his face with cold water, but his headache didn't get any better at all. Now another headache. Wait, could this be an effect of radiation damage? It was at that moment that he remembered something Kazumi and the others had told him. There's a possibility the tap water has been contaminated by radiation. You could get internal radiation exposure just from drinking it. Shit. He'd been washing his face with that stuff. Watase frantically wiped his face to make sure none of the water got in his mouth or nose. But his headache still hurt just as much as it had before, and soon he was assaulted with anxiety and fear that made him feel even worse. Watase vomited into the sink. Yeah, his stomach was empty, still. So all that came out were gastric juices. A heavy sense of fatigue weighed down his whole body. Damn it, I'm thinking about way too much at once. Watase gritted his teeth. Being trapped in this hellish environment was bad enough, but now strange incidents were happening one after another. People had either died or been killed, and on top of that, there might be monsters out there who can read people's minds. They're not monsters, they're still people. Watase was extremely confused. At that moment, countless disconnected images flashed through his mind, as if they were conspiring with that confusion. Who are you? Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way too. Someone else's memories. How do you know our names? Because a whole lot of communicators, people who can use BC that is, have been coming to this city. Huh. That last one's interesting. A lot of them have been coming to the city for some reason. What was all that? It felt like there had been images he didn't recognize mixed in with that one of Yuri. And that Natsuhiko Tenkao and his friends, the very same people they were looking for now, had been in them. Why, have I seen them somewhere before? He didn't know. He couldn't tell if they were his own memories or not. But as Watase was driven to the brink of confusion by those mysterious images... That's enough, Watase Kasagi. Don't think too deeply about it. Yeah, thanks Natsuhiko. It was the first time in ages that he had heard that auditory hallucination. No, it's not, come on. You just read things that reminded that there's people who communicate telepathically. And here you have a voice in your head telling you things. And also reading your mind. I'm guessing it's Mashiro Toba that's reading your mind and telling Natsuhiko about the stuff you're feeling and whatnot, and then Natsuhiko is telling you hey, focus. Focus. Watase was overcome with astonishment when he heard it. Wait, could this auditory hallucination be trying to control me? That suspicion expanded to immense proportions in one quick moment. No, what if someone's been controlling me this whole time? Then who is the me that I thought was me up until now? Watase looked at his face in the mirror as he was seized by that primitive fear. Reflected in there was the face of an unfamiliar man he didn't recall. Watase felt whatever had been keeping himself sane up until this point start to fall apart in an instant. Kazumi, Jun, and Naokita, adults who possibly held some sort of malice against the survivors. Yuri, Luis, Natsuhiko, and Mashiro, children who possibly wielded a mysterious power. And himself, a man with vague memories and a will that might not even be his own. Damn it. What or who should I believe in? Just as Watase started harboring doubts towards everyone, himself included. Yo, you're overthinking things, Watase. Do that and you'll just wuss out to the point where you won't be able to make sense of anything anymore. Watase blinked. It felt like someone else's face was in the mirror, but all he saw there was his own face. What was that? Who was that? Perhaps it was a type of audio-visual hallucination, or maybe a flashback? He wasn't sure, but when he saw that face, he had felt a mysterious sense of nostalgia come over him. Don't overthink things, huh? His heart calmed for some reason when he muttered that. Watase felt as though that illusion had been admonishing him. That's right, I have to trust everyone, and myself. Watase turned off the still running faucet. Looks like I was just jumping at shadows for a minute there. Watase finally realized that he had regained his composure, and that his headache was now gone. By the time he left the bathroom, the doubts that had taken hold of him had completely vanished. Right, future me again, with the second interjection. At this point I lost a lot of audio because I accidentally turned it off, and basically the subsequent scenes play out identically to as they did before. So we're just going to skip right ahead to after the cross-examination scene, where Watase and Enna make a run for it, after Jun and Okita decide to go a little bit crazy and accuse them of orchestrating the whole thing. And that's about it. Nothing else has changed in those other scenes that we skipped past. And we're gonna get to the good bit, and this is the last interjection from me during this time around. And past me can resume now. Why? I thought we were all on the same side here. The problem was whether the others felt the same way, and they probably didn't. Watase breathed a heavy sigh and turned to Enna. Hey, can I ask you a question? What? Why did you stick up for me back there? Regardless of what I remember, that video footage proves that I'm suspicious. Weren't you the one who told me to doubt everything? So why are you, faced with the others having seemingly gone mad, and beginning to doubt even his own memories, Watase wondered what Enna was truly after. Enna then spoke in a somewhat hesitant voice. Because I want to know what your real motives are too. Hey, you said that you saw Miss Yuri's body, right? How do you explain that? I think it was my eyes playing tricks on me, just like the old man said. I'm suffering from memory impairment, and I've been in contaminated zones a few times. It wouldn't be odd for me to be seeing things. He's reminded of something Kazumi had said way back then. Radiation exposure causes severe negative effects on the human body. This includes all sorts of things, vision impairment, and all things. Causes us to see a hallucinating corpse. And to be honest, I've been hearing this auditory hallucination ever since I woke up. An auditory hallucination? Yeah, I figured you'd all think I was nuts if I mentioned it, so I've been keeping quiet about it this whole time. At first I thought it was being caused by that PC thing you mentioned earlier, but the auditory hallucination aside, there's no such PC out there that can cause someone to hallucinate, right? You're right. So maybe I've just gone crazy. Simple as that. Feelings of abandonment seized Watase. But at that moment, Watase's head suddenly started hurting and his skin felt numb. It was just like the time he had been in a contaminated zone. Watase checked his watch. It was past time for them to take AD. Crap, teach, administer your AD. Right. Watase and then frantically ejected themselves with their last AD. Watase felt his headache settle down immediately as he did so. Prokyon's reading was at 5726. Now we really can't live without the AD. In other words, Watase and the others only had an hour left to live. I mean, think about it. It's been a real long time since I passed the first danger standard. It's been a few hours since the AD had stopped being enough to protect us from the radiation here, so it's not surprising I've been hallucinating. Watase shuddered. and then quietly spoke up. True, but you know what? There's something else that's been bothering me. You said that it's not surprising that on top of your memory impairment you've been hallucinating thanks to your trip to the contaminated zones, alright? But what if the radiation wasn't the cause of your hallucinations? What? I remember reading something about this before. It's true that radiation can cause vision impairment, but that only refers to your sight getting blurry and becoming nearsighted. There was nothing in there about seeing things that aren't actually there. Then what's really causing my hallucinations? Got any ideas? Nope. And those words only serve to confuse Watase further. But I could be suffering from brain cell damage and neurological disorders. If my brain and nerves got all messed up, then it's not implausible for me to be seeing things, right? True, but there's something else bothering me. Take a look at this. And I took out a PDA, she then fiddled around with it, causing words to appear on the screen. What's this? You remember how Mr. Kitty was yelling at me when I was looking around the neuroscience laboratory all by myself? Yeah, now you mention it. The truth is, his anger was more justified than he thought. I secretly copied data from the neuroscience laboratory's computers onto my PDA. What? You did what? Why? I was already convinced by that point that this accident was no ordinary accident. It's all that it would take 9 hours for them to lift the lockdown, isn't it? So I was wondering if there was some other reason for that. Good question. But the data I copied was all encrypted. I've tried decrypting it myself for the time being, but most of the data is damaged. What else remembered? Yeah. They had been indeed fiddling around with her PDA from time to time in the last few hours for some reason. So you weren't actually checking your map, but instead trying to decrypt the data. Yes, I was able to discover some barely readable data as a result. And I then handed over her PDA to Watase. On screen was what appeared to be sentences from a report of sorts. Case and specifications, all that thing. Kashiwagi, bunch of things, blah 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 blah. And all sorts of stuff, Area 0, and just indecipherable nonsense that doesn't mean anything. There were still words that were caught Watase's interest. Subject is born in Labo, it's subject to be careful about, but in spite of that, none of this makes sense. What are they even talking about? Well, the title is apparently Case and Specifications, Alteration Proposal. As you see, the data is so encrypted you can barely read any of it in this state. The same goes for the rest. I managed to extract several lines with tools I have on hand, and I found several strange words. This is the part I really want to show you. Hey, do any of these mean anything to you? And I filled it with PDA, this time bringing up a fully comprehensible list. All sorts of strings and search hits, and blah 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 blah. Watase felt chills run down his spine with each phrase he saw. There were multiple unknown phrases in that mix. He felt a strange yet severe sense of discomfort, but was soon cast aside for another emotion. Subject N. Specific G. His heart shook from those phrases. He could feel a pitch-black emotion, a mix of fear, anger, and hatred, welling up from the bottom of his heart like a geyser. Captain Kasagi, do you recognize these terms? Yeah, they did seem familiar to him, but a second later, a violent headache tore through him. It was as if his brain was refusing to let him remember. He still tried to search through his brain in spite of the pain, but no relevant memories would come to him. No, I don't remember. I see, and let out a truly disappointed sigh. What about you, teacher? Got any ideas? No, it just bugged me, that's all. When I saw the phrase brain dysfunction, it got me wondering if that had anything to do with your memory loss and hallucinations. I see, but I don't remember anything. I believe that the hallucinations I've been having truly are due to abnormalities in my brain, including my amnesia. It did seem like the cause of Watase's frequent headaches and memory problems really did lie in his brain. In that case, maybe I really did steal the ID, and don't even remember it. I can't confidently deny the possibility that a part of me is okay with letting everyone else die so long as I survive. Watase suddenly began to get scared, very scared. Perhaps there was a wicked side to him that he was not aware of, one that was deciding all his actions on its own and driving everyone to their deaths. That thought was much more frightening than the prospect of his own death. But Anna spoke to Watase with a kind voice when she saw him trembling. Get a hold of yourself, Captain Kasagi. You're not that kind of person. Huh? You are indeed suspicious. Your amnesia and the security footage attest to that. But even when I take that into account, I want to trust you. Why? Because the indisputable truth is that you have been pushing yourself to your limits to save people. You even ran into a contaminated zone to save a student of mine, even though you didn't even know her. It's not important that you have amnesia or that you had a hallucination. As long as you stay the way you are now, as long as you're Captain Kasagi, I am on your side. And I gazed straight at Watase. Watase couldn't bear to look her in the eye. He hung his head and answered, "Thank you, Teach." There was someone out there who would say they were on his side when even he didn't trust himself. Watase was grateful for that more than anything else at that moment. But what do we do? Moriba and Old Man Kita don't trust me at all, you know? That's true, so that's why. I'll go convince them. What? You're not saying you plan to go alone, are you? Of course I am. If you came along with me, things being the way they are now, all you'll do is make things harder for me. Well, yeah, I guess, but I'll be right back. So wait here, okay? No sooner had Anna said that than did Watase feel the anxiety in his heart rapidly spread. Now hold on, that's too dangerous. Huh? Those guys are already suspicious of you after the whole gun incident. There we go, different. Anything could happen if they see you now. But then what are we supposed to do? There we go, now we're on the proper path to the ending. We can't search for D. The survivors are an escape route in these circumstances, right? We're screwed unless we can persuade the others. The situation did indeed look hopeless. Even if they could persuade Jun and Kita, that wouldn't change the fact that they didn't have enough AD. Everyone would be exposed to radiation in just another hour. They had struggled as hard as they could for the last 5 hours, but in the end, now that I think about it, we haven't solved any of our problems or become wiser. They hadn't found the survivors, to say the least of Yuri. Someone with a gun could be hiding down there with them. His once trusted allies now saw him as their enemy. But even if we can't persuade them, all we have to do is find a way that'll let everyone survive. Well, of course, but do you really think any such way exists? He didn't. All normal methods were impossible. If there had been a way, then they would have done it ages ago. But OFB, we've been thinking about this the wrong way the whole time. Is there a method that we haven't thought of yet? If it means running into a danger we've avoided up until now, or putting my own life on the line. If I'm prepared to do that, then what's the first method I can do? Words that he had heard a while back replayed themselves in Watase's mind. It seems there's still a huge fire going on in Area N, which is where the reactor is located. The security system's gone haywire thanks to that, which means in theory that we can no longer access it externally. A light bulb went off in his head. A wide smile then spontaneously adorned his cheeks. What is it? Watase answered Anna's puzzled question with a subdued voice. Teach. I thought of a way to solve all our problems. Eh? The answer was right there at the very beginning. I already knew long ago how to save everyone. What are you talking about? Why did you keep it a secret if you knew all along? Shh. Watase put his index finger to his lips. Anna went quiet with a start. Don't shout. We're done for if Moribe and the old man realize we're in here. Do you really know what to do? Yeah, I'll tell you and you alone. Listen up. Anna walked up to Watase in surprise. He then brought his mouth to her ear. Listen up. That method is for me to sacrifice my life. That's not a solution, though. And whispered those decisive words. Eh? Anna's eyes widened. Watase then slipped behind her and got her in a chokehold. Oh, okay. Damn. Watase paid no attention to Anna's pain grunts and kept squeezing her neck. Why? I'm sorry. Now that you know, you've tried to stop me, right? So, I'm sorry, but I'll need you to take a little nap here for a while. Alright. Before long, strength left Anna's body. Watase laid her on the floor. What do you think you're doing? Eavesdropping on us. Hello, Natsuhiko. He heard the auditory hallucination echo through his head again. It no longer even surprised him. So he paid no heed to it and left the room. Watase destroyed the door opening mechanism located right next to the door once he left the room. Listen away, Moribe and the old man can't get into the room, and Teach will be safe. The auditory hallucination then returned with a vengeance. Hey, answer me. Why did you knock Professor Tsubakiyama out? What the hell are you trying to do? Hello? I really must be a lunatic if I'm going to actually answer an auditory hallucination. Watase laughed bitterly, then answered the hallucination. There's no point in trying to persuade Moribe and the old man. Worse, we all only have an hour left. But even so, there's still just one way to save everyone. What? Watase took a security card out of his pocket. It was the level N card that the dead girl had on her. The only key that would open the door to Area N. The dog commander said that the security system's going haywire because of those fires burning on in Area N. So if I can put out those fires, then that means the security system should stabilize and the lockdown will be lifted. Ah, you're not actually thinking of going to Area N by yourself, are you? Of course he is. Bingo! The melted down nuclear reactor was in Area N. The radiation filling that area was no doubt off the charts compared to what they were faced with out here. But in spite of that, Watase still managed to force a smile. So what? What he truly feared wasn't death. It was powerlessness, to watch everything come to an end, helpless to stop it. With that thought in mind and his destination set, Watase started walking off. The auditory hallucination then began to shout desperately at him. "Stop it, you dumbass! You'll die!" But no, you know that not. You can't put out the fire or of a burning nuclear reactor all by yourself. So he doesn't know that it's not a nuclear reactor? Come on now. Even if you could, you'd be exposed to radiation for sure. That voice had guided Watase many a time up until now, even though he didn't know if it was his ally or his enemy. So when Watase once again heard that voice no one else knew of, he defied it. "Sorry, but I can't listen to you this time. Someone's gotta do it. Everyone struggled hard for the last 5 hours, but look where that got us. You wanna die that badly? Are you really okay with dying if it means saving everyone else?" Yes, he is. The voice was growing louder and angrier. Watase answered with a wry smile. "You wouldn't understand. It's not that I want to die. I just want to save everyone. That's all." Why are you going this far? This was the second time he'd been asked that today. "Why are you going this far to save my life?" Yuri asked. Watase fondly remembered that question. It was from a time where the group had worked together to find a way to survive, a time before they were overtaken by discord. Watase quietly muttered the answer he hadn't given back then. "Wanting to save people's been the one constant for me this whole time. It was all because you told me to save Yuri way back when this all began." Without any memories of the past, these few hours he had spent here in Labo were Watase's entire life. And the few memories he had recovered had been of Labo too. This dark underground facility was the only world he knew. Maybe he could have made a different choice if he were living peacefully, but Watase had woken in this facility consumed by radiation, all while bearing the burden of his role as a rescue squad captain. So all I want to do is fulfill my role. I hated feeling so powerless, surrounded by nothing but fire, explosions and smoke. When we didn't have enough AD, I went running straight into gas and a contaminated zone. When someone fell into a hole, I grabbed their hand and pulled them up. I protected Yuri with my body when the debris threatened to crush her. This whole time, all I've ever thought about is how to save everyone. No comeback. The voice went quiet. It wasn't surprising. There was no one out there who could understand Watase's feelings. He was an entity who had suddenly been born into this hellish environment without any memories. He didn't know who he was, only that he was a spirit bestowed with the sole duty of saving lives. That was him. That was Watase Kasasagi. The wounds he had gained in the process of fulfilling that duty suddenly began hurting. His burnt left hand, his cracked ribs, the cut on the back of his head. His throat felt like it was on fire from thirst and all the vomiting he had done, and his body was as heavy as lead from all the exhaustion he had built up. And yet, he did not stop, for his will was the only thing he could rely on now that he didn't even trust himself. "I'll be damned if I let the others die because of my actions. And the same goes for letting anyone die because I did nothing. If putting out the reactor fires will save everyone, then I'll do it. Even if I lose my life as a result." Perhaps the auditory hallucination had figured what he was thinking as it spoke up in a faint voice. "Watase, you get it now. If you do, then shut up. If you keep talking, I might lose my resolve." Watase muttered that and broke off into a run. He headed for Area N, home of the burning reactor. Watase's Procan started beeping louder than he had ever heard it before when he opened the connecting passageway gate to Area N. The Procan's display was giving off a reading far greater than he had ever seen before. 12,010 MSV. That's the highest we've seen, yes. He was then assaulted by intense headache and severe nausea. His skin was numb and his vision grew blurry. Watase turned his Procyon off, then kept on walking. The nuclear reactor is right behind this gate. A melted down reactor, raging hellfire, and extremely lethal doses of radiation. Watase shuddered as he imagined that hell on Earth waiting for him right up ahead. But I'm ready. Watase kept himself from shaking, then pulled a hose out from the nearby fire hydrant. He held it with his left hand, with the security card in the right. Extinguishing preparations all set. Let's roll. Though genuine danger lay just up ahead, Watase did not falter. Endless courage was coursing through him. He suddenly broke out into a smile. Looks like I finally became a true rescue worker. He then took the card in his hand and opened the gate. At that moment, he felt as if he had stepped into a raging storm. An invisible force broke over his body with ear-shattering power. Yet Watase stood his ground and opened his eyes, then saw what lay on the other side of the gate. Watase gasped in the face of that sight. Standing on the other side of the door was a gigantic hall filled with the faint sound of running machinery. What the hell? There was supposed to be a melted down nuclear reactor there. There was supposed to be fires causing the security system to go haywire there. Yet all he saw was a cold, empty room. What's going on? Where's the burning reactor? Watase threw the hose aside and looked around. A transparent cylinder stood in the center of Area N, surrounded by 6 towering spire-like installations. Those installations all connected to each other near the ceiling, forming a hexagram. What is this machine? Watase staggered over to that device. Now that he thought about it, he didn't really know what a nuclear reactor looked like. But he had a feeling that what he was looking at was no nuclear reactor. Hold on. Come to think about it, wasn't there something like this in that date that Teach showed me? Watase strained his brain to remember the words he had seen earlier. Let's see, the words in that search list were Xtend, meltdown, dysfunction, blah blah blah, particle accelerator. This doesn't make sense. He finally realized what had been the source of the uncomfortable feeling he had gotten back then. Though Xtend and meltdown had shown up on that list, terms that should have been there weren't. There had been not a single sign of the terms nuclear reactor, radiation, materials, exposure, etc. Instead, there were mysterious terms like a WX particle and amplifier and whatnot. It was clearly strange. Watase couldn't explain it. However, he felt the answer lied in this room. It's not just that there's no fire here. Could it be that there was never a nuclear reactor here to begin with? Watase's shout was full of astonishment. What's going on? Were we tricked? But by whom? And why? His confusion begat more questions. He felt like he had heard the same words being screamed at him at some point in the past. Did the commander lie to us? But why would he ever do that? No, the ones I should be doubting are the staff of Labo. Does that include Old Man Ukita too? From what Watase had seen from now how everyone had acted, it seemed the entire city believed that Labo housed the nuclear reactor. Then why did the people running Labo lie about that? What meaning was there in putting on such an elaborate ruse to fool the townspeople? Watase's head hurt again when he thought about that. It felt far worse than any of his other headaches. All his wounds and skin also began to hurt at the same time. To make matters worse, his body started shaking for no apparent reason. Wait, are these convulsions? Shit. He frantically looked around, hoping to find an exit. But instead, he spotted a strange object. Something was lying on the ground further up ahead. He staggered on over to it and picked it up. It was a security card that had been split into 2. The name on the card was Miyoko Tenkao. Its security level was level N. What's this doing here? Just then, an unpleasant stench suddenly took hold of Watase's nose. Uh-oh. It was a familiar stench, albeit 100 times worse than any past experience he'd had with it. The stench of blood. A bad feeling rose in Watase's heart as he took a look behind the device. Okay, I mean she should be alive this time around. What? A boy garbed in a school uniform was lying there. We did everything correctly, we followed the walkthrough, all the quick choices, less time wasted. It should be correct. His body was collapsed in a pool of spreading blood. Isn't that Natsuhiko Tenkawa? His name and face matched up perfectly with Watase's memory of him. Hey, are you okay? But Natsuhiko didn't respond to his calls. Come on, don't be dead. Watase took off his gloves and pressed his index finger against Natsuhiko's carotid artery. He couldn't feel a pulse. Ah, goddamn. And Natsuhiko's body was cold. Come on. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. Work this time around. It hasn't worked before. It should work this time. Right? Watase frantically laid Natsuhiko flat on the floor and began CPR. Just do it like Tachibana and Moriba did. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. No reaction. God damn it. Watase desperately continued to perform CPR while fighting off his headache and convulsions. Compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. 15 compressions, 2 rescue breaths. More and more, please, don't die. Soon enough, Watase felt a faint pulse. There we go. I did it. Watase pressed his hand against Natsuhiko's mouth and felt the boy's breath. But that didn't change the fact that he had nigh fatal wounds. It had been a miracle if he survived after losing that much blood. But why is he bleeding so bad to begin with? Watase looked over Natsuhiko's body to find there were several small holes and wounds here and there behind his uniform. Gunshot wounds. The sight of them was no longer as shocking to Watase after having seen so many of them before. Just then, he noticed something lying next to Natsuhiko. He felt the object's heavy weight pass through his arms when he picked it up. It was different from the one Enna had, but it was undoubtedly a pistol, and there was a background noise of a door opening. Was Natsuhiko attacked by the killer too? Watase groaned in shock, but at that moment, a mysterious fear flared up in him. The person looked at him and laughed. At that moment, just as an indescribable fear sent shivers down his spine, he was assaulted by an intense pain akin to his brain being crushed. Again. The man screamed, faced with an agony unlike anything he had ever felt before. That was... my head. It can't be. Not you too. His well-toned body proved helpless in the face of that power. You damn... monster. In spite of that, he struggled against, attempting to complete this mission. Nevertheless, his will broke as the overwhelming pain surged through his head once more. He staggered backwards, clutching his head. The person's face warped in sinisterly, his gaze piercing right through him. Painful groan and shout. He then fled without looking back. If he had stood his ground, he would be killed, annihilated. And so he held his throbbing head as he ran for his life. I have to get away, as far away as possible. He had to retreat to a place where the person's power couldn't reach him. But it was all for naught. Everything in front of him flashed as he felt an agony like that of his head exploding. Huh? What the hell was that? Memories. It was a memory he had no recollection of. It seemed like it was a memory of just before Watase had lost his memories. And the thing that had scared Watase so much back then was this boy right in front of him? No way. There's no way that's true. Watase shook his head to dismiss that delusion. Anyway, I've gotta get him to a safe place. Watase pushed the pistol in his breast pocket, then lifted Natsuhiko's body up into his arms. But just then, Watase felt a presence behind him. He turned around, then saw it. Someone with a tiny frame was charging straight at him. In the hands was an axe. Just as Watase realized that, the figure swung the axe down towards the crown of his head. Whoa! Watase strafed to the side to dodge the sudden swing. He desperately put distance between him and his attacker, then confirmed their identity. Reality. Standing there was none other than It was Louise, the girl who had run away from him twice now. A light as cold as ice shimmered in the depths of her eyes. Gripped in her hand was a burnt axe. An axe. It was the one that had been clutched in the hand of his deceased co-worker Hiyama. The one that had mysteriously disappeared later on. Watase had been wondering this whole time who had taken it, and now... No way, did you take it? Luis ignored Watase's question and charged straight at him again. Whoa, she was aiming for Watase's neck. He barely leaned back in time, leaving the axe to slice only through air. The weight of the weapon was throwing her around, causing her to sway forward heavily. Now, he immediately grabbed for Luis, but she swung her left up a second earlier. She made use of her centrifugal force to launch a swift kick, connecting solidly with his temple. Watase's brain rattled and his vision grew dark. Despite that, he still managed to quickly thrust Luis away. He then jumped back and put some distance between them again. He was greeted with a cold look on Luis's face when his sight came back. What's she doing? She's attacked me without the slightest hesitation, using battle techniques that didn't befit a girl of her size and age. Worse, Watase's headaches and convulsions were only getting stronger. It was likely he'd die for real if he fought in this condition. Watase hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should take out the pistol in his breast pocket. No, what am I thinking? I can't hurt someone else to protect myself. Just as he thought that, he noticed that Luis's body was faintly trembling. She was convulsing the same way Watase had been for a while now. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a headache too, would you? Then get out of here right now. What good is fighting me if it means putting your body in such extreme danger? Luis suddenly stopped him and appeared to be surprised. That line again. Again? You said the same thing last time as well. What? Watase's body froze with surprise and confusion. When was this last time? When did this girl and I... That moment of confusion left Watase wide open. Luis charged at him yet again. Damn, can't hold out next time. I'll be done for. When Watase thought that, his body moved on its own. Watase then lowered his body as if he was putting himself into a crouch start for a 100-meter dash. He filled his legs with strength, then released it all at once and sprung at Luis. Her face was filled with shock. Watase tackled her with the force of a bullet a second later, hitting her right in the waist. The axe slipped out of Luis's hand as she fell on her back. Watase used his remaining momentum to straddle her. Watase came to his senses, only to realize he was pinning Luis down. But the actions he had taken just now clearly been etched into him instinctively through training. But they were obviously not skills needed to save lives. Where did I ever pick up a skill like that? Luis glared up at him, her eyes seething like cold blue flames. Watase shook off the chills running down his spine and tried reasoning with her. Why did you attack me? Please tell me. I don't have the slightest idea why. Luis's eyes moved just then. Her gaze was now focused on Natsuhiko. Wait, was it because you thought I attacked Natsuhiko? If that's the case, then you've got it all wrong. I was about to take him to the infirmary before you attacked. I swear I wasn't going to hurt him more than he already is. Luis then spoke in a near inaudible voice. Stop it. Eh? Watase brought his face closer to hers to hear her better. Even I can see through your thinly veiled lies. Stop it. What are you? But Luis moved her right hand as fast as lightning before Watase could finish. She poked him in the eye, temporarily blinding him. Watase felt Luis slipping her body out from under him at the same time. Crap, I've got to put some distance between us. Watase had no way of dodging any axe swings at this time. Shit. Watase blindly stretched out his hands in the darkness. His left hand came into contact with something. It was the sensation of cloth, a sleeve. Watase grabbed onto it and focused solely on pulling it towards him. Salyu's gasp echoed through the darkness. Watase kept clutching onto her with his left hand while his right hand remained free. I have to defeat her right here and now. Watase's body, spurred on by his ever-growing fear, filled with fierce strength. He reluctantly clenched his hand into a fist so he could knock her unconscious. Stop! Don't hurt her! The auditory hallucination showed up again. Watase came back to his senses and opened his raised fist. He then slipped behind Luis and locked her into a chokehold. Let go! Luis struggled. Watase's vision hadn't returned yet. I'm sorry about this. Watase mentally apologized to Luis as he applied pressure to her thin neck, all while being careful not to squeeze it too hard. All the strength in her body soon faded away. Watase let out a great big sigh once he had confirmed this, then loosened his grip. His sight soon came back. He could see Louise was passed out cold in his grip. That was too close. She really did want to kill me. But anyway, what can I do for her now? His head and skin still hurt like hell. His convulsions also hadn't let up. He didn't know why, but his instincts were screaming that it was too dangerous for him to stay here too long. I've got to get these two out of here. Watase carried Natsuhiko and Louise. They were heavy. Watase's body truly was in poor shape if they felt that way to him. He staggered out of Area N along with Natsuhiko and Louise. He left through the same door he had come through, and when he made his way out to the connecting passageway... Captain! Hello, Kazumi. He found Kazumi standing there, all well and good. Thank God, you're alright. Tachibana, what are you doing here? Watase was cautious of Kazumi after what had transpired back in the surveillance room. Well, I was worried about you, so I checked the surveillance cameras and saw you going into Area N. But when in the world happened to those two? Kazumi was looking at Natsuhiko and Louise with shock. Oh, you mean Natsuhiko and Louise? They're unconscious for now. Where did you... I found Natsuhiko collapsed in Area N. My guess is that Louise probably followed me in there. Wait, he was collapsed in Area N? But isn't that where the burning nuclear reactor is? No, I don't get why either, but there was nothing like that in Area N. Huh? That revelation left Kazumi speechless. But Watase had figured she'd have a hard time believing that, so he handed her his level N card. You'll understand better if you see it for yourself. Go ahead. Kazumi nodded dubiously, then took the card and ran towards Area N. About 30 seconds later, Kazumi came back quickly and immediately started talking. I don't believe it. How is this even... Watase nodded as he took the level N card back from her. Yeah, it looks like we were being duped by someone from the start. But that machine, it's probably something other than a nuclear reactor. It appeared Kazumi also believed that the giant machine in Area 1 was no reactor. However, Tachibana, let's save the explanations and discussions for later. We need to treat Natsuhiko as soon as possible before it's too late. Kazumi looked at Natsuhiko and nodded. You're right, he's bleeding very badly. It looks like he'll need a blood transfusion. Then let's head on over to the infirmary. They've got blood bags and a transfusion kit there. Roger that. Then I'll carry one of the children. Can you do it with that leg of... I've recovered quite a bit. I think I can manage. Kazumi pressed against the wound in her leg and carried Louise. But if this facility doesn't have a nuclear reactor, then what in the world is this place? It's a very good question. I don't know. I don't have the slightest clue. I mean, psychokinetic children research, something like that, but yeah. Those words came straight from the bottom of Watase's heart. Watase and Kazumi carried Natsuhiko and Louise respectively towards Area 4. All the emergency staircases in Area 5 were out of commission, so they decided to get to the infirmary through Area 4. Captain, be careful on the way there. Why? Did something happen? Actually, Moriba and Mr. Kita ran out of the surveillance room before I went to Area N. Two of them do not seem to be in their right minds. Not in their right minds? I am not sure how to explain it, but at any rate, it will be dangerous for you to come across either of them. He didn't know the details, but the tone in Kazumi's voice and the look on her face were enough to convince Watase. Alright, then I'll be on my guard from now on. Watase and Kazumi carefully made their way down the connecting passageway. Fortunately, they made it to the infirmary without encountering anyone else. They then laid the children down on the beds and began treating Natsuhiko immediately. Kazumi used the scanner there to check Natsuhiko's blood type. Good, type O, Rh positive, no acute reactions. Previously, someone was carrying a type AB blood pack, so I'm guessing that's for Mashiro Toba. Yeah, we still don't know anything about her. Nothing. She then took the type O blood pack out of the refrigerator and quickly set it up into the transfusion kit. Finally, she pricked Natsuhiko with the needle, starting the transfusion. While all that was going on, Watase used all the Chiron he had on hand to seal up Natsuhiko's wounds as much as possible. How's his condition? Think he can pull through? His respiration and pulse are extremely feeble, but his vital signs are just barely stable. I can't make any guesses as to how it'll turn out in the end, but I think he'll just pull through if we keep the transfusion going. Immense relief washed over Watase. Thank God. But this is still a strictly first aid treatment. I believe you should get him to a hospital as soon as possible. But before we get into that, please tell me something. What in the world happened after you left the surveillance room? You see, Kazumi stared at Watase with a stern look on her face as the latter recounted the series of events that had led him to this point. He started by telling her about how he had gone to Area N all by himself to try and put out the fires in order to end the lockdown. He then talked about how there had been no fires there, to say the least of a melted down nuclear reactor. Finally, he mentioned how he found Natsuhiko was attacked by Louise right afterwards, and then reluctantly knocked her unconscious. So that's what happened. Kazumi lowered her eyes to the floor as she pondered what Watase had told her. There are just so many unanswered questions this raises that I admit I'm having trouble figuring out where to start. But, first of all, what do you think about Labo, Captain? What do you mean? There was no nuclear reactor or fire in Area N, yet the lockdown is still going on. Is there any reason you can think of as to why that is? Honestly, I have no clue. And I'm convinced now that the fact there's no nuclear reactor here means that this place isn't even a nuclear research facility to begin with. I agree. But that raises another question. That means there's no radiation here. Yet we still got numb skin and headaches when we didn't take any AD. Yeah, what's more, I still got headaches, vomited, and even passed out when I went into contaminated zones. So that means there's still something dangerous contaminating this place. And that machine in Area N wasn't a nuclear reactor. What in the world was it? Just as Kazumi said that, a fragmented memory flashed through Watase's brain. Wait a minute. I think I've seen that machine somewhere before. What? Was it before you lost your memories? No, it was more recently, just a few hours ago. I'm pretty sure it was, but before Watase could remember, the door to the infirmary suddenly opened. Hello? Hello, Ukita. Watase and Kazumi turned around in shock to find Ukita standing there. Well, well, if it isn't Captain Kasasagi and Lieutenant Tachibana. I thought I heard noises coming from here. What might you two be up to? What? Ukita's eyes were glazed over with instability. His gaze locked onto the two survivors resting in their respective beds. Natsuhiko and Louise. Dear Lord, how'd they get hurt so badly? And where have they been this whole time? Watase carefully chose his words as he answered. You see, I took the two of them into custody in Area N after I went there to try and put the fires out. Did you just say putting out the fires in Area N? I see. Now I finally understand. I knew it. You really are a traitor. Through and through. What the fuck are you talking? Old man? He didn't understand why Ukita was angry. But Ukita ignored the bewilderment on Watase's face and continued talking in a subdued voice. Captain Kasasagi, I know you'll have trouble believing this, but I did trust you. I truly believed you to be a man of justice. That's why I risked my life on my own way to save those girls. But then you'll pay for this. What are you talking about? Ukita grunted and reached into his breast pocket. He then pulled out a pistol but doesn't have a magazine. This scene again. It was the same pistol that Anna had given him. The one whose bullets and magazine had been removed and given to Jun and Anna for safekeeping. Leaving Ukita with the gun itself. It should have been unloaded. Is this your idea of bluff? That thing's no better than a toy without a magazine, you know. A bluff? Oh, so I guess you didn't know, did you? You can still fire a gun without a magazine, so as long as you have bullets. Granted, you do have to load and fire them one at a time. I mean, that is true. Where in the hell did you get he's working with Moribe? Rare indeed. Oh, don't tell me she's dead. Ukita's attitude made it clear that he apparently wasn't bluffing. Go ahead and laugh. I know it's fragile justice, but it's my choice. If killing you means it'll put an end to all of this, then I'll do what I must. Even if it means staining my hands in sin for the first and last time in my life. Ukita's words made no sense. His face was clearly brimming with insanity. Mr. Ukita, wait, listen to me before you fire that thing. Maybe you didn't know this, but there is no nuclear reactor in Area N. So there was no need for us to be afraid of any radiation from the very beginning. If it was Okita's fear of radiation that had caused him to fall so far off the beaten track, then hearing that would likely bring him back to sense. No, that's not why. However, you're still uttering such nonsense at this point. Believe me, it's the truth. Well, it matters not. What are you talking about, Okita? Your mission ends here. What the fuck are you talking about? Die. What? Okita pulled the trigger. Watase froze in terror. But right then... Captain, look out! Okita's bullet bore a hole in the wall behind Watase. Old man! Watase pulled his pistol out as Kazumi grappled with Okita. What? Okita frantically turned around when he caught sight of the gun pointed straight at him. Watase had the chance to shoot him in the back right there, but he couldn't pull the trigger. He didn't even know if there were any bullets left in that pistol. Okita ran right out of the door and out of sight. The only trace of him left was his shouts coming from the hallway. So you've shown your true colors at last, Captain Kasasagi. What the fuck are you talking about? But I will ensure that you get your just desserts. Mark my words. God, still no explanations about anything. The sound of Okita's footsteps disappeared in the direction of Area 4. Damn it, what the hell's gotten into him? It's a very good question. There were some things suspicious about Watase, no question about it, but Okita was taking things way too far. He then suddenly realized that Kazumi was staring at the gun in his hand. Captain, what are you doing with that pistol? Oh, right, I forgot to mention. I found this lying next to Natsuhiko in Area N. Oh, I see. It seems she was scared of the pistol. Oh no shit. Watase quickly put it back into his breast pocket and changed the subject. Anyway, we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Now that the old man knows we're here, this place is no longer safe. Natsuhiko's transfusion was still in progress, and Luis hadn't shown any signs of regaining consciousness. Their lives would be in danger if another fight broke out in the infirmary. And Teach is in trouble too. You mean Miss Tsubakiyama? Now I think about it, where is she? I left her in an office in Area 2. It wouldn't be surprising if the old man attacked her too, given the way he was acting just now. Understood. Then let's rendezvous with Tsubakiyama while we continue with Tenkawa's transfusion. Kazumi attached the blood pack and transfusion kit to Natsuhiko's body. Watase then carried him, with Kazumi doing the same for Luis as they all left the room. By the time Watase and Kazumi returned to the office in Area 2, the door had been totally destroyed. What in the hell? There was now a giant hole in the door, one big enough for a human to fit through. Now the destruction of the door opening mechanism meant nothing at all. Teach. Watase and Kazumi frantically climbed through the hole. But there was no one there. Perhaps Enna had regained consciousness and escaped on her own. Watase was glad that she was apparently okay, but who the hell did this? How'd they even break the door in the first place? The engine cutter? I have a bad feeling about this. Let's get out of here. We need to find a safe place. Right. Watase and Kazumi ran out of the room without a moment's delay. They then neared the connecting passageway to Area 1 when a strange noise coming from up ahead stopped them in their tracks. You hear that? Indeed. Watase held his breath, then peeked into the passageway from the nearby corner. Oh damn. Moribe. Just kinda lost it. Kinda transfixed by her gaze and everything else. June was about 10 meters away, wielding the engine cutter. She muttered something as blood poured down from her head. Where the hell is that bastard? I see, so that really was it all along. Then I have no choice. I gotta do it, or I can't protect anyone. I gotta kill that son of a bitch. Who is she talking about, Okita or Watase? I gotta bite the bullet and go through with it. Jun talked to thin air as if she was chanting a curse. Watase trembled with fear when he heard her. Am I that son of a bitch? Moriba doubted me, so those doubts just kept on escalating. It was strange no matter how he thought about it, but with the kid's attempt on his life still fresh in his mind, that was the only possibility he could come up with. Watase turned around and whispered into Kazumi's ear. This is really bad. Moriba's brought out the engine cutter. Then we have no choice. Let's fall back for the time being. You okay with that? I mean, Moriba is like a sister to you. I don't want to, but any attempts at persuading her otherwise will most likely be futile with her in that state. Watase nodded. He couldn't deny the truth in Kazumi's pained statement. But as they tried to walk away, Watase's boots clacked noisily against the floor. Who's there? The sound of the engine cutter's motor rapidly grew closer. Oh no, it's Jason's coming after you. Let's run for it. Watase and Kazumi desperately broke off into a run through the passageway. They looked around for a place to hide without stopping. They fled into the Area 3 connecting passageway and closed the gate before Kazumi chose to break up in a frightened voice. Captain, where do you think we should run to? We'll be screwed no matter what room we hide in now that Moribe's got that engine cutter. She'll just break down the doors. But we need to find a safe place to retreat to. Yeah, if we keep running around with these kids on our backs, we're gonna get caught eventually. Watase checked his watch. It read 2:51 p.m. There were just 15 minutes left until the AD wore off. There was no doubt that everyone underground would be severely injured once that time came. A heavy silence hung in the air. Kazumi soon shattered it with a sad voice. Why did things turn out this way? We're being chased by our own squadmate and people we swore to rescue. And we have no place to run. Can't save anyone. Not even ourselves. That was the first time Watase had heard her sound so hopeless. So much so that it nearly broke his heart just listening to her. Goddammit, so there's nothing we can do? Would it be better just to give it all up? But just as Watase thought this, an image flashed through his brain. Watase, you can't give up. Ooh. You have to keep fighting on, and on until the bitter end. If you want to die, you can do that later. Watase gasped. What was that? Watase had no idea. It appeared to be one of his old memories, a scene from his now forgotten past. Those words were nostalgic, sad, and comforting. They gave Watase the strength he needed. Tachiban, don't give up. Watase relayed those words to Kazumi. We're still alive, and there's still people who we need to save. So fight on until the bitter end. If you want to give up, you can do that later. Those words brought the silence between them back. All Watase could hear was the sound of Kazumi breathing. But when they exited the connecting passageway, Kazumi quietly spoke up. Yes. Her voice was brimming with the will of someone who determined to escape from this despair. Let's find a way to escape. Watase said that to Kazumi as they entered Area 3. If there's nowhere safe in the facility, then getting outside's our only shot. However, we can't try to end the lockdown by putting the fires out in Area N, naturally. We'll have to find another way. Yes, but is there a way out somewhere else? Moribe and I searched high and low for one before you woke up. I'm sure the commander and the other rescue workers outside did the same. But when you consider that there are no signs that they've broken their way in, our odds don't look very good. Good point. Watase had also looked for alternate escape routes after they had found that escape via the cargo lift was impossible. But then other problems had taken over while he had tried and failed to do that. And now they were... Watase suddenly remembered something at that moment. Wait, that's right. Have you remembered something? Watase nodded and looked Kazumi in the eye. The pipes. Did you notice that thick pipe near the ceiling when we went to the engine room? Yes. The old man told me that it's an intake pipe used to take water from the nearby lake to use as a coolant for the nuclear reactor. He also said that there was constantly water running through the pipes, so it would leak out and flood lava if we ever broke a hole in there. But since there's no nuclear reactor, doesn't that cast doubt on the pipe's true purpose? Yeah, if that's just a dummy, and we can escape through there... You're right, but I don't think it's a dummy. Perhaps it acts as the coolant for that giant machine. If that's the case, then that means there's still a risk that lava will flood if we break a hole in that pipe. I see. Damn it. If only we had a way to turn off the flow of water. We may be able to come up with a plan if we figure out what that machinery truly is. When she said that, Watase's eyes widened. Hold on. That machine. I just remembered where I've seen that machine before. Where? The engine room. There was a list of machine manuals in the terminal in that room. And there was a picture of that giant machine on the very first page. You're right. Maybe there's a way to turn off the water written in that very manual. Captain, let's go check it out right away. Watase nodded and headed for the engine room. They entered the engine room for the first time in what felt like forever. Watase and Kazumi laid Natsuhiko and Luis onto the floor, ran up to the terminal, and began fiddling with it. WX Particle Amplify Operation Manual. This is it. Watase and Kazumi brought their shoulders together as they looked over the image in the monitor. On the monitor. WX Particle Operation Manual. Introduction. This document is an instruction manual for the WX Particle Amplifier. Due to the fact that there is great danger involved in its operation, please read the manual carefully before you proceed. Furthermore, the properties of WX particles have been extremely harmful effects to the body. Examples of this include dysesthesia, what? Brain dysfunctions, genetic abnormalities, etc. The symptoms are dependent on the level of particle energy as listed below. Without AD, 0 to 2000, no effects. 2000 for dysesthesia, nausea, headaches, genetic abnormalities. 4 to 8000, brain dysfunctions, faint consciousness. 8000 above, unconsciousness. The intensity and probability of displaying the aforementioned symptoms vary depending on the energy levels. With AD, 0 to 6000, no effects. 6 to 8000, dysesthesia, nausea, 8000, 12000, dysfunction, brain, faint consciousness. 12,000, unconscious. AD adds up to 4,000 MSV of protection, hence the increased levels. When using the amplifier normally, the particle energy level should not exceed 2000 MSV. When used for advanced experiments, the particle energies levels should not exceed 4000. Dutchman, do you have any idea what this thing's talking about? No, I've never even heard of WX particles before. Though I can assume they're similar to radiation, that they're both capable of having harmful effects to the body. Watase felt the same, but now wasn't the time to be thinking about that. I don't see anything here about coolant. Watase read through the manual until a certain passage caught his eye. Coolant system blueprint. The amplifier generates large quantities of heat while in operation. Thus, a water coolant system has been installed in the engine room that takes in natural water from Lake Rokame to utilize as coolant fluid. The coolant is drawn in through an intake pipe and is drained through a drainage pipe. Both pipes are 1 meter in diameter, 2.4 centimeters thick, that's very thick. Both have a volumetric, that's almost an inch. Both have a volumetric flow rate of approximately 1200 liters per minute. That feels very low. What? That feels very small. 1200 liters per minute. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. 1 liter is what? 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters. It's not a lot. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding something and what that means, but whatever. The coolant taken in by the intake pipe is drained once it has increased in temperature by approximately 25 degrees Celsius. In other words, if Lake Rokme is at 28 degrees, during August, the coolant is expelled at 53 degrees. The control of the water flow is carried out by a forced circulation pump, located in the drainage pipe. Furthermore, there is a filtering mechanism within the intake pipe in order to prevent any foreign bodies from contaminating the coolant fluid. The filtering mechanism operates at high speeds to ensure that only distilled filtered water is used as coolant. The expulsion of foreign bodies such as algae is carried out by a foreign body expulsion outlet located in the filtering mechanism. Should the filtering mechanism ever break down, there is a risk of unfiltered water entering this amplifier and causing severe damage. Therefore, a floodgate located in the intake pipe will close in the event that the filtering mechanism breaks down, thereby preventing the flow of unfiltered water. At the same time, the forced circulation pump and amplifier will cease operation, stopping the flow of coolant. The location of each device can be seen in the diagram below. Hey, that's a hint. This is it. We just need to stop the filtering mechanism. Watase muttered that in a low voice as he looked at it. So this really is our only way out. He looked up at the ceiling to find the intake pipe and drainage pipe running side by side. There was a ladder next to the pipes that led right up to them. Watase strained his ears and heard the sound of water running. He could also see a large machine located below the intake pipe. It was apparently the filtering mechanism. If we destroy the filtering mechanism, then that'll stop the water from running. Then we can escape to Lake Rokme through the pipe. You're right. But what do you plan on doing after you've stopped the water from running? Huh? According to this diagram, the intake pipe is located under Lake Rokome's water level. Ah, meaning the lava will still be flooded if you open a hole in it, running water or not. So that means opening a hole in the drainage pipe instead is probably our only shot. If we stop the water and then open a hole on top of the pipe, then that means no much water should leak out of it. However, the drainage pipe is filled with all that heated water from the amplifier. So if it really is 50 degrees Celsius, you won't last in there. We could always open a hole on the bottom of the drainage pipe and drain all the water out of it that way. But yeah, too dangerous. We don't know how much water will come pouring out of that thing. So on the slight chance that we get floods after floods of water coming out, then there's a possibility everyone still will drown. That means Yuri, Moribe, the old man, and all the other survivors. We can't risk everything on an all or nothing bet. Which means we really should just open a hole on top of the drainage pipe. Then that means we have 3 problems that we have to solve first. First, how do we open a hole in the pipe? The engine cutter? Second, how do we ensure that we can breathe inside the flooded pipe? Good question. 3, how do we walk through 500 meters of 50 degrees Celsius water from here to Lake Rokome? We kinda don't. Let's think of a way. If we solve those problems, we're home free. Yes. Otas and Kazumi looked at each other and started thinking. Let's figure out how to open a hole in the pipe first. If we could somehow take the engine cutter from Moribe... No, out of the question. We have an alternative to that anyway. We do? Eh? Hiyama's axe. It's lying in area N right now. Now, if the pipe's just 2.4 cm thick, then I shouldn't have any trouble opening up a hole in that thing with a little elbow grease. You think you can do it? Just who do you think I am? I mean, that's an inch of steel. That's quite a lot. Kazumi grinned when she saw Watasa trying to act tough. I trust you. Alright then, next stop. How do we keep breathing through the flooded pipe? I have an idea about that. What is it? There's an air tank in the makeshift base. It has enough air in it to last about 20 minutes. I cannot say for certain that it's enough to get through 500 meters of water, but it's our only chance. I thought we couldn't use the air tank because the suit's faceplate is broken. You'll be alright. You'll be fine so long as you grab onto the hose sticking out of the tank and put it directly in your mouth. We don't do that during firefighting dispatches because it leaves you with only one free hand and doesn't allow you to talk. So I never suggested it up until now, but if all I'm doing is walking through the water, then it might turn out okay. It was a very risky plan, but one they had to bet on. Their plan was looking more and more feasible with each problem they tackled. But for all their efforts, the true problem still remained. Okay then, let's move on to the last problem. Number 3. How to withstand 53 degrees Celsius water. Kazumi nodded and answered. The first thing you should know is that 50 degrees Celsius air is not the same thing as 53 degrees Celsius water. Yeah, there's more direct contact and exposure and whatnot, because air is obviously thinner, and water sticks to you all over the place. So it just hits harder and affects you more rapidly. It's basic physics. Since sweat cannot evaporate to cool the skin underwater, hot water does far more damage to the body than hot air. You've never been in a 50 degrees Celsius bath, right? That's because your body could never withstand water of that temperature. I guess my previous comment from hours back was dumb. I wasn't thinking correctly. Yeah, fair enough. So, should we wait for the water to cool down after we stop it from running? That'd be the best way, but it would probably take too much time. 2.4 centimeter pipe's gonna be a lot like a thermos, right? Yes, indeed. What if we tried running it once we've confirmed the water temperature's gone down a little and risk a burn? Even if we could withstand it, the survivors, especially Tenkawa, are badly wounded. I do not believe they would last. I see. Taking Natsuhiko with us out of here is already difficult enough as it is anyway, isn't it? But if just one of us manages to escape, they can contact the commander and the others and have them help us. Or rather, they could even call the police. Then they'd be able to restrain Mr. Ukita and Moribe. So then what you're saying is, we need to find a way so that at least one of us can endure the water temperature and escape, huh? Watase thought carefully about everything he'd been through up until this point. He mobilized all the excessive knowledge he'd gained in the last 5 hours. Think, is there anything in this facility right now that can withstand heat? It's a good question, I don't remember as myself. He and Kazumi were wearing firefighting suits. They had the fire-resistant properties, but they probably wouldn't be any use against hot water. What's more, there were cuts in them all over their sleeves and neck area, so water would just get in from there. And is there anything I could use to completely seal the damaged spots? But even if they could, their faces were still completely exposed, so it was probably impossible to make the whole thing airtight. Come on, don't give up. Think. There's just gotta be a way. He remembered everything he'd seen up until this point. First, there was the gear he'd observed in the makeshift base. The air tank, air jack, AD, Procyon, and engine kata. Next was the things he had on him, his PDA and security card. Both were useless here. Finally, there was what they had found in the facility. Transfusion packs, transfusion kit, oxygen tank, Chiron, distilled water, the pistol. All of them useless. Did I see anything else? The answer has to be there, I know it. He looked back on the path he had taken to reach this point. He had woken up, met Kazumi and Jun, then saved Yuri. They had geared up at the makeshift base, met Anna and Ukita, then began their search after seeing the images of Natsuhiko and the others. They had discovered their co-worker's body, but still continued the search regardless, then turned on the sprinkler system and put out the fires. Ah, Watase gasped. He remembered something Kazumi had said. Something way back at the start of the search when they were at the makeshift base. Instantly, we also had 2 radiation protection suits, but they got damaged while we were putting out the fires, so we can't use them anymore. They were fine pieces of equipment with excellent fire and water resistance, airtight, and even allowed you to connect an air tank directly to their faceplates. Kazumi had told him that as she had been pointing to the ruined protection suits. Their faceplates had been cracked. He then remembered another thing he had seen a while back. A body whose lower half had been burned, wearing a... What as his eyes widened. Ah. Those 2 memories held the answer he needed. I got it. Eh? I figured out a way to get through the hot water. What is it? The protection suits. They finally proved useful at the very end. Kazumi had said that the protection suits were airtight and had high water resistance. So if he wore one of them, the hot water wouldn't leak in. That would turn the 50 degrees Celsius water into 50 degrees Celsius air, a temperature he could withstand. That's really fucking hot, but it's withstandable, I guess, for a few minutes. But our protection suits have already been damaged. Don't worry about it. I already have a backup plan for that. What backup plan? I need to go gather the things we'll need to escape right now. Could you stay with these kids and wait here? Hesitation filled Kazumi's eyes. It was indeed dangerous to go off on one's own in the facility now that Ukita and Jun were prowling it. However, I know you're worried, but one person moving around will stick out at least less than 2. Please, don't try it. Watase said that and stepped on the ladder. I'll be right back as soon as I get all the gear. Alright, be careful. Watase nodded and descended the ladder as fast as he could. He then headed for the makeshift base in Area 2. He picked up the air tank and one of the wrecked protection suits. This won't be enough to get us out of here. Watase took off the cracked faceplate, threw it aside, then ran out of the base. He went through Area N, picked up the axe there, then headed straight for Area 4 this time. All the protection suits I've been seen so far have been damaged in some ways. Tachiban and Morbes have broken faceplates, Dojima's was all battered up, and the lower half of Hiyama's completely burnt up. But if I combine them together, Watase ran into the elevator hall with that thought in mind. He then found himself faced with Hiyama's body. Sorry about this, Hiyama. Watase apologized to Hiyama and then ripped his faceplate off. Now I have everything I need. He had the axe, an air tank, a perfectly intact faceplate, and an undamaged protection suit. Watase carried them all and went off running again. He headed towards the engine room where Kazumi and the kids were waiting for him. Sorry it took so long. Kazumi ran over to him as soon as he returned to the engine room. Captain, where did you get that protection suit? I took the undamaged parts of multiple suits and combined them to get this. Oh, I never thought of that. Kazumi said that with admiration in her voice. Watase nodded, then continued. Now I can finally get out of here. Yes. Kazumi nodded, then pointed to the pipe near the ceiling. According to the blueprint, the pipe further in is apparently the drainage pipe. If you break the intake pipe by mistake, then all of Labo will flood. Please, be careful. Got it. I won't make a mistake like that after coming so far. I'll go break the filtering mechanism first. Just hold on a minute. Watase gripped the axe and walked over to the filtering mechanism. He then swung down on the control board with all his might. After hitting it several times, the quiet sound of running water finally stopped. It did it. Now we can enter the pipe. Watase nodded and turned to Kazumi. Okay then, time for the last choice. There's only one protection suit. Who do you think should go? Me or you? Mind you, whoever stays here will still be exposed to that WX particle stuff anyway. Kazumi hesitated for a moment before answering. I think I should go. Why? Because going into the pipe is more dangerous than staying here. It's still a 500-meter walk through heated water. Self-sacrificing. These two really are very similar to each other. And we have no guarantee that the air tank will hold out the whole way. I can't let you face such danger. Well, he can't let you face such danger too. So, Kazumi stared right at him. Watase gave a faint smile. I thought you'd say that. But you know, it can't be that way. Eh? Your legs hurt, remember? You think you can walk through 500 meters of such a cramped pipe with that leg? No, it's only a scratch. I made it this far carrying Miss Sanamiya, did I not? But you were lagging behind a little bit. That lowers your chances of survival. Whoever goes into the pipe will bear the weight of all the lives remaining in this facility. In that case, we should gamble on slightly higher chances of success, right? So that's why I'll be the one to go into the pipe. Watase said that in a clear voice. This is an order. I will not allow any objections. Captain. I object. Whoa now, what are you talking about? This isn't like you. But at first, I was a hopeless weakling who had to keep getting saved by you. I've always wanted you to accept me. So now that we're at the very end, let me show you off. Let me show off for once. Kazumi looked at the floor silently. Alright. And then finally gave him a resigned nod. Watase felt a wave of confidence wash over him. Alright then. Now, let's get ready to break a hole in the pipe. Help me put on the protection suit. Yes. Watase put the protection suit on. Kazumi set the air tank in the faceplate. Watase then carried the faceplate and air tank under his right arm while holding the axe with his left hand, then turned to Kazumi. Okay, I'm all set. Final choice. And apparently it has to be just that. Sure, not gonna question any of that. I'll call for help as soon as I get out of here. I admit I'm scared about leaving you and the others behind, but please wait for me. Kazumi nodded without uttering a word. Promise. Watase felt his heart ache at the sad look on her face. She was the woman who had once been his girlfriend, his partner who had fallen in love with because they were similar, but had also broken up with because they were too similar. That's why Watase was painfully aware of how she felt. How she was worried about him, and how she felt discouraged about being left in this place with no AD. But they didn't even have time to lament their parting. This isn't the time to be taking it slow. But in spite of that thought, Watase couldn't hold back his feelings for Kazumi. Not his feelings as a rescuer, but as a man. Kazumi. Watase called her by her first name for the first time since he had woken up. Her eyes widened at the same time he kissed her lips. Really? Sure, I guess. Romance in here? Whatever. He could feel her gasp. He'd probably kissed those lips many times. They felt somewhat nostalgic to him, and he could also feel her heartbeat through them. Kazumi let the strength flow out of her body as if she were giving herself entirely to him. Watase embraced her tightly, and then gently let go of her. Kazumi looked at him with moist eyes. Watase, you just called me Kazumi. Does that mean you got your memories back? Nah. No. Watase answered her honestly. I can't remember anything, no matter how hard I try. Nothing about the time we were dating, or why we broke up. But while I can't remember them, my feelings from back then still seem to linger in the depths of my heart. They're all my feelings for you. All of the love I felt for you from the bottom of my heart. A faint tinge of red covered Kazumi's cheeks. Watase gently caressed those cheeks. Hey, Kazumi, maybe I no longer have the right to be saying this, but if we make it out of this whole thing alive, why don't we take another walk through that park? That was the one fragment of their past together that Watase had remembered a short while ago. It was probably a memory of a happy time in both their lives. Kazumi then smiled and nodded. If we get out of here. Alright then, it's a promise. Watase said that with a smile, then put the faceplate on. Here I go. And with that shot, he began climbing the ladder. Heroic music begins. Once he reached the top of the drainage pipe, he readied the axe. He then swung it down onto the pipe with all his might. Sparks flew as he created a small hole in the pipe. The pipe was as solid as rock, so it was only natural that one strike wasn't enough to open up a hole big enough for someone to fit through. He roared as a warrior. Watase let out a roar and kept striking the pipe over and over again. He put all of his strength into each swing, filling them with his will to escape from this place. The hole kept on getting bigger and bigger. Steam gushed out of the pipe, and some of the hot water poured out. It was only a little. He really had stopped the water from running. He then kept on swinging away, until the axe's blade had finally smashed. But he had already done enough. He had opened up a hole big enough for him to climb into. Alright. Watase looked down the ladder. Kazumi is looking up at him with a worried look on her face. Tachibana, I've opened up a hole in the pipe. I'm going now. Take care of those kids for me. Kazumi soon answered him. Captain, please be sure to come back, okay? Please be sure to keep that promise we just made. Aww. Yeah. Watase nodded, then climbed into the hole. He was now in the only way out. He was now in the only way out of this facility. The pipe was filled with hot water. Glug, glug, glug. Darkness dyed the place pitch black. Watase could feel the heat through his protection suit. If he could walk 500 meters through this thing, he'd end up at Lake Rokume. That's gonna take several minutes to do. Here I go! Watase steeled himself, then began his lonely trek through the darkness to save everyone. Credits once more. This time for a proper ending. Well, about as good as an ending as the after route is capable of providing to us, apparently. Based on the guide, this is the best ending the after route can give us. So, mid-credits narration, and then some kind of post-credits scene will happen, probably, as it did with the normal ending. Again, we will watch the credits properly, pay full respect to the creators and everything else, you know, be reasonable like that. Oh god. Well, lessons learned, attention needs to be paid, 2 things more on my end, a lot more. Indeed. I still can't believe I fucked up so badly there and forgot to turn off my microphone back at some point. I mean, you watching the YouTube archive, I probably put a disclaimer in there. Maybe somewhere there's some section there's like I don't know how long it is, but I've re-recorded my audio over it because I was a dumbass. Because I'm a dumbass. Okay? These are learning things. Look, it's only my first month doing like video recordings and streaming and everything else like that. Look, mistakes will happen. They'll probably keep happening for years to come, but at least I'm making them, I'm recognizing that those mistakes, and I'm learning from them. So there's that. And there is no mid credits narration here. Interesting. Let's turn up the music then, I guess, a little bit. Although I wonder if it'll... Because in one of the parts, like part 2 I think, I did let the intro video just play in full without any interruptions, so obviously the YouTube algorithm caught that, and like I made the copyright claim thing for the appropriate owners of that, which is obviously totally fine and reasonable, and that's how it should be. But I don't know if it's gonna do the same thing for just this music bit, so I'm just gonna keep talking over it a bit here and there, although it is also very faint. Like, the audio is turned down quite a bit. Actually, I'll turn it down back now again, I think. Anyway, these credits feel longer than before, I think. Although we did see a couple of these be just question marks of who are they. Because, apparently those are going to be characters in other routes. And yeah, Mashirotoba, we didn't encounter her at all. So she's just not part of the after route at all. So that's interesting decisions, interesting choices. We got... we still didn't get answers about anything though. But knowledge that this is about as much as we can learn here kind of placates my irritation, annoyance at the lack of information, more into an acceptance, because, well, now I know this is all that we can get from this path, and so we have concluded the after route. The after days route. And so, once the credits are over, and if there is some kind of post-credit scene with a, an epilogue of sorts, Watase escaping through the pipe and rescue coming in, maybe. We'll see. I guess we'll see in a few moments. Minutes? A couple of minutes probably. The credits keep going. English localization staff, Lemniska staff, John Hooper, H. Anthony Israel, Christopher Fox. I didn't read anything because there weren't. I can't read Japanese, so I have no idea what those other names were. Anyway, Kilicool 64, Seka Project, Lucas. English localization. Those were short. That's a very small team, actually. Glug glug glug. Hello. Developer, register, publisher. What's that? Huh? Oh, don't leave us hanging. Are you kidding me? Oh, it's gonna be a fucking cliffhanger. You fucks. Or not. Alright, Watase had walked about 50 meters from the hole he had broken open in the pipe. Ah, fuck me. But now, he stood frozen in the middle of that flooded pipe. Shit. There was something blocking his path. It was too dark for him to make it out, but he could already tell what it was. It was the forced circulation pump that had been on the blueprint. But he never expected to completely block the inside of the pipe. Why? I can't have come all this way for nothing. That is indeed bullshit. You can't have that. Watase punched the pump. It was hard and did budge an inch, just like the bulkhead. For fuck's sake. It didn't seem like something that human strength alone could deal with. Damn it, break! It's not going to. I can make it to the lake if I can get rid of this damned thing. And I can save everyone. Watase kept on desperately punching it, but his blows had little strength under the water. It soon grew painful for him to breathe. Crap. There was still enough air in that air tank, but exerting his strength in 53-degree water was doing a real number on his heart and lungs. Despair rapidly overwhelmed him. His head was boiling from all the heat entrapped in the protection suit. If he stayed there, he'd only be ticking down the time to his death. God damn it, there are no escape routes. Watase kicked the pump, then began going back to the way he came. Fuck. Watase took off the faceplate once he got out of the boiling water. He then climbed onto the pipe and descended the ladder. Captain! Watase turned around to find Kazumi running towards him. You're back already? I'm sorry. There was an obstruction in the pipe. I couldn't even make it to Lake Rokume. Yeah, could we use the engine cutter or something to destroy that obstruction? Does it work underwater? Probably should work under extreme circumstances. It is a, rescue operating thing. The pipe's full water. I don't think we can use the engine cutter underwater. I doubt it can even be destroyed through human strength to begin with. We have to find another escape route. This was already a super far-fetched and crazy one to consider. Now you want another one? But there are no other ways. Let's try starting all over from the beginning. We'll think of a way to open the bulkhead by Area 2's emergency staircase. That couldn't even be called a plan. Well, we've ran out of plans. But they had no other options. Kazumi just silently nodded. Watase took off his protection suit and picked up Natsuhiko. Tachibana, let's go. Yes. Kazumi followed suit by picking up Luis, and they left the room. According to Watase's watch, it was currently 3:09 p.m. Only 7 minutes left until their AD wore off. Watase and Kazumi's steps were weighed down by the heavy chains of despair. It had been hours since they'd last been here. The bulkhead was still closed. Absolutely nothing had changed. Think it's possible to destroy the walls around it? Kazumi, still carrying Luis on her back, pondered Watase's question. It would probably be difficult. We should operate under the assumption that the walls are made from the same material as the bulkhead. If they weren't, then the commander and the others would have already blasted their way through them long ago. I see. Then maybe the ceiling is... Before Watase could finish this sentence, his surroundings suddenly grew dark. A blackout? It seemed the facility's power was out. Watase and Kazumi looked around in confusion as a mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Main and backup power supplies offline. Now switching to emergency power. The lights came back on in coordination with that voice. It was somewhat dark, but nothing that would hamper their visibility. What was that? Why did the main power go out now of all times? I mean, you did smash the coolant system. It probably was used... maybe, who knows. Wataze turned to Kazumi to ask her this, then gasped. Hello, Luis woke up. Metamorphosis. What? Come on, Luis, what the fuck? Wataze was struck speechless about what he was seeing. Luis's slender arms were wrapped around Kazumi's neck like a snake strangling its prey. Kazumi gasped painfully for air as Luis glared at Watase from behind her. Release Natsuhiko, or else I'll choke this woman to death. Stop it, Luis. We're just trying to save you guys. Why can't you understand that? I thought I told you to stop telling such transparent lies. What the fuck are you talking about? You think you can trick me after you shot Natsuhiko? You didn't Those words shot straight through Watase's heart. What? Wait, what did you say? You didn't know, woman? Because we didn't... You're lying, right? The captain would never do anything like that. Watase had no recollection of shooting Natsuhiko. However, there is that scene. He had memories that he couldn't explain. Watase just stood there at a total loss for an answer. Luis then whispered into Kazumi's ear. If you don't know, then I'll tell you. This man is a terrorist. Oh, for fuck's sake. He attacked us last night, and this morning as well. Last night? Okay, that's interesting. Everything that's happening here is all his fault. Even you should have questioned that idea several times. Stop it. I don't want to hear any more. I trust the captain. Then take a closer look at what's in that man's pocket. Yeah? She was of course talking about the gun. The gun that the Watase had picked up in Area N. That gun probably belonged to this man to begin with. Maybe. He used it to shoot Natsuhiko. But at that moment... I said stop. Kazumi screamed and violently shook Luis off of her. Ah, Jesus Christ. Sully's body was sent flying backwards. She then landed on the staircase. Oh no, all Watase could do was watch the whole thing from beginning to end. Luis proceeded to tumble down the staircase. That's nasty. She finally stopped at the landing of the stairs at B1. She wasn't budging an inch. Luis! Watase frantically ran over to Luis and checked her condition. But luckily she did not display any injuries such as bone fractures, and her pulse and breathing were stable as well. Watase breathed a sigh of relief, just as Kazumi came walking down the staircase on shaky feet. Captain, is she... Her face was deadly pale. She looked really shaken up. It's okay, she's just passed out. I see. Kazumi's body was trembling. She then looked to Watase, with eyes full of fear. Tachibana. Kazumi was acting weirdly. She then wrapped her arms around her body as if she were trying to hold herself back. Captain, She suddenly stopped talking as quickly as she had begun. What's wrong? She didn't answer him. All she did was stare at him carefully. Anxiety welled up in Watase's heart. Tachibana, why are you looking at me like that? Wait, you don't believe that what Louis said, do you? It's ridiculous. There's no way in hell I could be a terrorist. I don't care if I have amnesia. I'm sure of that. You guys know better than anyone else that I've been a rescue worker for ages, don't you? Kazumi didn't answer. Watase's anxiety only grew worse. Soon enough, she began talking in a quiet voice as if attempting to rid herself of fear. Captain, may I ask you just one question? What is it? This mystery has been on my mind for a long time. Captain, why was it that you went down to the basement at 6:42 AM, shortly after this accident occurred? We don't have memories of that. I told you guys, that's because Dojima Hiyama called for me on the radio. So what you're saying is that your radio could receive transmissions then, correct? But you know, I personally tried to reach you on your radio just a few minutes before that. Really? Watase felt his insides freeze over. Now that she mentioned it, Kazumi had said something to that effect way back. At 6:35 AM, a radio communication with Watase had suddenly ceased. There was an inconsistency with those words, which meant, why was it that Dojima and Hiyama's transmissions got through to your radio, yet mine did not? Did you make it so that my transmissions weren't received for some reason? No clue, no memories of that one, so that you could sneak off during a life-saving mission and do something else. Hey, how long have you been thinking that? Ever since you said you got some of your memories back, when you told us why you went down to the basement. But I didn't say anything, because I trusted you. I figured that time discrepancy was just you remembering the time incorrectly. Kazumi lowered her eyes and continued in a shaky voice. I tried as hard as I could to trust you. We don't know yet, so... I've trusted you for as long as I can remember. No matter how much you changed, and regardless of your amnesia. That's why I truly was happy when you held me in your arms early. I felt like you'd gone back to being your old self. But regardless, the past is just that, and nothing more. No matter how much I tried to tell myself otherwise, I just... Tachibana. Just as she said that, Kazumi's voice and tone of voice changed. I just can't do it, Watase. If what Miss Sanamiya said was true, then everything fits. When I think of this facility's true nature and the past you, I realize that there's only one answer. What are you saying? If you are a murderer, what? Then the least I can do is preserve your good name. What? How'd you jump to these conclusions? You're jumping to conclusions way too much. What the fuck? Like, I don't have enough information to make that conclusion. I'm just guessing. But you putting the pieces together? Kazumi reached for a fire extinguisher station next to the emergency staircase. What are you going to do with that thing? Kazumi didn't answer. Instead, she started talking again with a voice full of lament. You went down the wrong path, Watase. But this is supposed to be the good ending path. There's no other one for me to go down to. Now it's time for you to receive your punishment for that choice. Okay, so she's gone religious zealot now too, as well. Just deciding on her own what the reality is without, like, getting all of the facts properly. Fuck's sake. And a second later, Kazumi swung the fire extinguisher sideways. Ow. Watase immediately blocked it with his arm. His bones creaked beneath the force of Kazumi's merciless assault. Stop! Why are you doing this? Watase, I'm so sorry, Watase. Stop it, this is dumb. This is the only thing I can do for you now. You can't just go deciding that on your own, for fuck's sake. Though she was apologizing, Kazumi's eyes were filled with the intent to kill. And that crazy face. Why is this happening to Tachibana too? Who the fuck knows anymore? I'm giving up on trying to understand any of this. I'm just gonna let it happen. Watase shuddered, then promptly thrust Kazumi away. Ow. She fell on the staircase with the fire extinguisher still in hand. Watase took that chance to rush down to B1 and dash out of the stairwell. He continued to carry Natsuhiko as he ran. You still have him on you. He was worried about Louise too, especially since she was still lying unconscious in the stairwell. It was all he could do to try and take Natsuhiko to a safe place. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I feel like I am more confused than you are at this point. He and Kazumi had been seeing each other heart to heart just a short while ago. They had been trusting each other, so why? Was it all just wishful thinking on my part? But the pain in his arm from Kazumi's attack was all too real. It ached painfully with every vibration that came passing through him from the effort of running. As if to remind him of that harsh reality, he found himself blindly fleeing into one of the connecting passageways. But he heard footsteps coming down from just up ahead. God, the fun just never ends here. Who's there? No sooner had he thought that than did he see Jun heading in his direction. Captain! Hello. She was still holding the engine cutter in her hands. Watase turned around and ran for it. He kept on carrying Natsuhiko and escaped into some other area. He was panting. His whole body hurt like hell. But just as he felt he could run no more, a dry sound reached his ears. 9 bullets he has left. Watase fell to the ground. His abdomen was hot. That heat soon warped into agony. He had been shot in his flank. Okita's a really good shot apparently, actually, well, relatively. Watase looked around as he pressed his hand against his abdomen. He couldn't see anyone, but he could hear a voice coming from somewhere. Got you this time, Captain Kasasagi. Old man. Oh, that looks like it really hurts. Then I'll bring you to rest right away as one last act of mercy. Watase stood up before Okita finished talking. He reaffirmed his grip on Natsuhiko and started running again, all while blood was pouring from his flank. Fortunately, the bullet had apparently missed any organs. But the pain of the gunshot wound was great, and the bleeding just wouldn't stop. Shit. Watase ran as he looked for a safe place. Before long, he saw it. The connecting passageway to Area N. The only way to get past the gate that lay at the end was with the level N card that Watase had. Watase screamed and spurred himself onwards. He then made a break for Area N. He opened the gate and tumbled his way to the other side. That is some nice lighting here. That is some nice mood lighting in this place now. A strange sensation ran through him and his fingertips convulsed, most likely due to the effects of the WX particles, of the wax particles. But Watase endured them. I'm the only one with a level N card, which means I can shake them off if I close the gate. But at that moment, he looked back at the open gate, and spotted Kazumi in the passageway, fire extinguisher still in hand. God, everyone's gone insane as well. Even in the good route. Good ending is still bad. Her glare pierced Watase, and then she made a mad dash straight for Watase. Come on, close, hurry up! The gate started to slowly shut, but it wouldn't be fast enough. Kazumi ran through the open gate, and swung her fire extinguisher down at Watase's head. Ow! Sparks filled Watase's vision. His body shook left and right as he lost all sense of balance. She's gonna kill me if I don't do something. And if I die now, then Natsuhiko will also be in danger. Those thoughts held Watase's splintering consciousness in place. He then mustered the last of his strength, and pushed Kazumi right out of Area N. Kazumi grunted at almost the exact same moment that the gate finished shutting. Watase could hear her voice on the other side. Watase! Open the gate, Watase! Her voice grew distant. Watase's headache and convulsions were growing more and more intense. Did the AD wear off? Yeah, unconsciousness lay ahead. All strength left him the moment he thought that. He suddenly felt faint. Watase tried to fight off that feeling, but failed. The floor was growing closer and closer. Crap, I'm falling. Watase felt Natsuhiko's weight vanish from his back at the same time he fell. It seemed the force had flung him to the side. But there was no longer anything Watase could do about that. A thought made its way into Watase's faint consciousness. How did it come to this? I don't fucking know. Did I do something wrong? Not according to the guide. Thinking about it wouldn't yield an answer. He didn't know a thing. Way too many bizarre incidents had occurred in the past 6 hours. The sights and mysteries he had witnessed up until that point flickered before his mind's eye. The loss of his memories, the 9 of them being trapped in the facility, the murder victims they had found, the survivor who had run away from him time after time, the wrecked cargo lift and the body of the unidentified girl, the disappearance of their AD stock. The loss of any rhyme or reason to everything his companions said and did. The lack of any fires or nuclear reactor in Area N, and finding Natsuhiko on the brink of death instead. And the discovery and subsequent disappearance of Yuri's body. Was all of that actually real? I questioned at the moment Yuri's body disappeared. Like, none of this is real, but I don't know. He wasn't even sure of that anymore. But if it was real, then what the hell happened here? Where did Yuri's body go? Kazumi, Jun, and Ukita, and Yuri. The faces of all those people who Watase had met up until that point materialized in his brain. No, that's not all. What happened to the 9th survivor, Mashiro Toba? Where's Mashiro Toba? He didn't want to doubt anyone. But everyone was suspicious, especially himself. I can't help but think that someone set things up so they'd end this way. But who was the mastermind? All that he knew for sure was that it wasn't him. And then, can't be Natsuhiko. He was dying in here. So, I want to make sure that at least he can get out of here. But Watase's consciousness was growing fainter by the second. Just before he lost his consciousness, it happened. He heard the beating of a heart. His own? Hello? For a moment he thought it was his own heartbeat. But that wasn't the case. That sound appeared to be coming from somewhere closer. He could sense that something was moving next to him. It can't be. Watase forced his eyes open and looked that way. Hello. He was standing there. Finally woke up? But why? He's also gone mad. The boy who was supposed to be on the brink of death was standing tall and glaring down at Watase with wide eyes. Why had he woken up so suddenly? Why was he glaring at Watase? Watase lay there without a single answer to any of those questions. The boy then spoke to him. Get up. None of this is over yet. I know that. I know that. There's also the before crimes route and apparently like a combined route. But at the same time he registered Natsuhiko's voice, Watase's consciousness faded into darkness. Epilogue. At the same time, Labo entrance hall. Surface. So you're back now, Dr. Tenkawa. Yes, what's the situation? It's fucked. A conversation was underway. Uneasy men wearing protection suits were all lined up in the hall. We cut the power and confirmed that the amplifier went offline. The readings are already decreasing. I see. So only 3 more hours to go, huh? A man asked the one wearing a white lab coat a question. Do you think those two are still alive? We can only hope so. Roger that. Then we'll remain on standby. The men in protection suits then dispersed throughout the facility. A great number of men with the same equipment were scurrying about the entrance hall. A man who was being held back at the entrance to the facility started shouting. Don't give me that bullcrap. What do you mean we're not even allowed in the surface floors? The surface floors have already been evacuated. Please wait until the bulkheads open up. As the woman listened to that noisy argument from a distance, she turned her eyes deeper toward the facility. Specifically, she was looking at the shut bulkhead. How long do they plan to keep repeating this? What? Is time travel involved here now? There wasn't a soul there who could tell what emotions lay hidden in her eyes. She just said nothing and continued to stare at the bulkhead. And far beyond that shut bulkhead, in the depths of the facility, lay the bodies of those who had suffered most unnatural deaths. One who had collapsed before accomplishing their goal, those who had become victims of malice, corpses yet undiscovered. Oh, right, this area. So this is even below. Oh, that's an elevator. The cylindrical thing is just the fucking elevator to a place even below, right? I mean, that's what it's the same. Yeah, fuck's sake, God. Seeing those side by side so quickly now. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're not even close to being done with this, are we? No, fuck no, of course not. But like, we have even... I feel like we have even less information now than... God, this ending is just providing more questions than corpses yet undiscovered, and a life that was currently on the verge of flickering out. That's a bunch of them. In a long forgotten place in the corner of the vast facility, Yuri. Oh, oh no, that's Mashiro. Right, I mean, they were trying to get the blood back, sir. Lay a girl who was bleeding out. For fuck's sake, her life was faint and her consciousness was on the brink of fading. A faint voice passed through her barely moving lips. Natsuhiko. However, her words fell on no ears, but dissolved into the darkness instead. After end. Okay, well, that was... Preview, what? No, what are you doing? Continuation of Route Double. Okay, you're giving me a preview or something. What? Rokume Science City. What's even called that? A science city. Communicate the trainees. The boy and his friends celebrated peaceful days. But then they were shattered. However, that peace begins to collapse due to a trivial incident. Oh, there's Ukita in the car crash. Oh yeah, saved his life. The mysterious girl who watches the boy from afar. Secret agent. An unsettling warning handed down by his neighbor. The boy's awakening powers and his unpleasant recollection of the past. The tragedy of 9 years ago. It isn't amongst all those that they will come to know the true terror. Looks like to protect those most precious to them and to bury the past behind them. They head for the nuclear research facility Labo. What the hell? Okay. Even if what awaits them there is a cruel truth. That really doesn't explain anything. God. Okay. I swear I'll save you. So this is Louis talking. I will rewrite your times as many times as it takes to do that. Okay, so there is straight up time travel here. What the fuck? What? To the next route. What? You unlocked answer mode for A. By selecting answer during a spin, you can choose a preset value that will lead you onto a proper branch. Okay. 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 Well, that's... Oh god, that's a lot to take in. Time travel now. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Yeah, okay, well that's a that's a thing. That's apparently a thing now. Because why not? Because of course it is. Because of course it fucking is. So that I suppose that's the oh man. Yeah, there we go. That concludes the After Days route, but it concludes absolutely nothing. We're still completely in the dark on everything. This is literally nothing. This is I don't know what to even. Yeah, no, I got fuck all, it seems. Jeez. Okay. That's a lot to take in. But there is one thing that we can do. Well, I'm gonna have to do a lot of things. First of all, the audio that wasn't recorded, need to re-record that, and edit this 6-hour 40 long stream down to or cut out all the useless bullshit. God, this is gonna be a 10-hour upload anyway. Fuck me, then I have to render it and upload. Okay, fine. That's doable, but man. Okay. Okay, yeah, there's... Okay, alright, well, anyway. With that, the cliffhanger, that's one hell of a fucking cliffhanger. That's nothing but a cliffhanger. Yeah, so that's a thing. Jesus. Okay. Alright, enough of that. Let us just conclude. We can just conclude now. We can just conclude. We can simply conclude with the facts of reality. We have done the thing we did, so now we are here in the post-outro segment, I suppose. Like, I don't even know how to say that in the outro. That we're just done with that, and we're moving on to the next segment, the final outing for now. Reign of Dio, Act 1, Rainbow, Volume 1, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow, Chapter 4, Catch the Rainbow. Fate brought us together on a wistful day, only to part us on a somber night. My heart and hers intertwined countless times, in a loving embrace, again and again. And our minds were as one, too. I longed for those days, hoping she'd come back. Yet dawn always breaks upon this still lonely soul. The moon and the stars were our dreams. One day, I said, we would reach out and touch them. But her eyes never looked upon them with the same wonder as they did a rainbow. Always over the horizon, yet never up, beyond the limits of the sky. And even today, I wonder why that was. Life carries on, hers and mine, on different paths now, ones I fear will never cross again. My heart became a chain wrapped around my mind, locked down tight. I placed the key nearby. I know it's still there, I can see it, I can reach it. So why don't I? I do not know. All I know is that I fear the man I will become once I unlock these chains. Who is he? What will he do? I do not know. Will he be happy? Will he find a new love? I think that I don't want him to. Thank you for listening, and goodbye.